97 loyalist skulls in the pile, 97 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 96 loyalist skulls in the pile. There we go. That's how these things begin properly and eternally. One final fact. The only facts that matter. The timeline has advanced to 1994, January 16th, 0 hours, 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Now then, excellent. All of the facts that matter have been established. Reality, as we know it, can fuck right off, honestly. That's not what we are here for. We are here to escape reality into the realm of order and sensibility and rules and laws and consistency. Well, not from me, from the consistency of the other things that I interact with here. I am not going to be consistent. I never am. Well, kind of am, but whatever. That's not that important. We just simply wish to escape from the reality that is purely chaotic and unpredictable. Which is why we always choose to go to a place elsewhere. Anyway, enough of that. Greetings and welcome. I am Karyoto. Actually, I don't think I say my name all that much, do I? No. I think this might be the first time on one of these streams that I have. Well, it's not that important. It's just a name that I go by for the purpose of identification. Everything else is not that irrelevant. It's not like you'll confuse me with someone else here, because there's nobody else here. And there probably never will be. Probably. I can't see myself doing joint streams or any kind of content with other people. That's not really my thing. Although, who knows? A year ago, I wouldn't have even predicted I would be doing this, what you see right now. So, life can be quite unpredictable. You never know what will happen. I never know what will happen. But anyway, what is it that we are doing today? We will continue Root Double Before Crime After Days Xtend edition. The beginning of the third week of these. Last time we were left off on a very high note. We got an encouraging speech from Atase to not give up and be sensible and something like that. I will struggle to remember exactly what we did there, but first, as we look above, we see that we first need to reset our minds properly, away from the chaos of the world, into something that we can all predict and understand. So then, without further ado, as they say in France or something, I don't know. Probably. I mean, there's so many fucking French words in English, it's a little bit silly. What's that joke? English is like 3 languages dressed up in a trench coat, beating up other languages for spare pocket grammar or something. Whatever. It's dumb, but it's not wrong. English is a fucked up language. Like most languages, honestly. But anyway, enough of that. Let's begin with from the printing presses of theonion.com. Grandfather's advice pretty bad for someone who's lived that long. June 18th, 2012, 11:15 a.m. North Augusta, South Carolina. According to household sources, the Sederquest family was astounded by the glut of terrible advice offered Sunday by grandfather Bill Sederquest, with several younger members marveling at the fact that someone who has been alive since 1937 could have so little wisdom to offer. He kept telling me I didn't have to be in love to get married, saying that as soon as I settled down with a woman and started having kids, I'd just get used to it, said 17-year-old grandson Cody. It's a very elderly sounding, like mature sounding grandson, whose grandfather also told him it was important to drive everywhere, as it would show people he was able to afford a nice car and gasoline. And now I'm supposed to be respectful, but I have no idea how to respond when he tells me that if a guy's giving me trouble, I should punch him in the back of the head when he's not looking. Family members said they were also dismayed to learn that grandmother Eileen plans to pass her awful recipes down to the next generation. Well, no respect for the elders, although what did they do to get that respect? Sometimes, who knows, it's impossible to tell these things. Now then, has anything else happened? I give myself this moment here in the intro and intermissions and outro to check up on stuff. Like, I don't know, such as the chat, for example. There's nothing in the chat going on, so that's fine. Nothing to check there, but in case it happens in the future for some reason, this is where that kind of stuff would go. Pretty simple, very helpful indeed. Now then, a recap. Let's try to recap. It's been, what, like 3 days or something for me since I last did anything here. Basic facts. We are Watase Kasagi, from his perspective, Watase Kasagi, the captain of Sirius Rescue Squad, dispatched to Labo, Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization, or something. Probably not remembering what the L stands for correctly, but that's, it doesn't really matter. It's a laboratory. They're doing nuclear and biological research into psychics because telekinesis, telepathy is a thing here, and probably telekinesis due to how we found a body. This is incoherent as fuck, isn't it? That's fine. That's fine. If you're watching the archive, it's more coherent. Probably. Maybe not. I mean, at least the story's being told in a chronological proper order. I'm not sure I am. Anyway, what happened last time? We reconvened with the group. We got some AD. We got another hour of life. And not being assaulted by telepathic people. Because that's a whole lot of bullshit. We don't know that for a fact, but come on. It's very obvious that that's bullshit. That whole anti-radiation drug thing. I mean, sure, there's probably actual radiation. Sure, I'm not gonna dispute that yet. I mean, I have disputed it already, though. Who knows? I don't know anymore. Did I ever know? I don't think I did. Well, anyway, madness aside... Well, it's always there, but anyway. We reconvened, we got everyone some drugs, we are not dying now, and... oh, right, the other rescue workers, Hayami, died in a gruesome fire. Half of his body got burnt. Despite the protective nature of the suit, his leg was bent out of shape. We assume, at least Watase assumes, that it's because he ran and broke his leg somehow while running and scrambling away. But who knows? Nobody knows. I have zero facts. Again, and I continue to have zero facts. Due to the trauma, the other squad members, Jun Moribe and Kazumi Tachibana, were a little, obviously, understandably distressed. This is the second of their teammates that has died in just as many hours. And the three survivors that we have, Ukita Keiji, something like that. Something like that. Ukita, I know that much, at least. Yuri, she doesn't have a last name, and Ena Tsubakiyama are also a little, obviously distressed and whatnot. But Watase, despite his amnesia, well, we assume it's an amnesia, he suspects there's something else, who knows what it is yet. It's psychics. It's psychics in his mind. Or maybe himself? No, wait, it's the other kid. Right, we know there's 3 other school children running about doing things. We met Louise. She seems to be doing fine, doesn't really need help, might not want our help, and thinks we are part of the problem, which we probably are. Unknowingly, at least. And then there's the other girl we don't know about, don't remember her name, and then there's the other guy, boy, he's probably a psychic, doing things, running around, probably saying stuff. He told us to save Yuri and to not go after Luis. Something like that. And that's about it? Did that explain anything? I'm not sure it did. It's just me trying to wrap my brain around things that I remember loosely. Some things are in my brain, some things are not. I'm probably forgetting things that you, archive viewer, saw only moments ago. Well, minutes. Well, probably like an hour ago. At this point, I'm just rambling. And yes, hello, if you're jumping into this stream somehow without seeing the previous ones, this is what happens. I ramble, I rant. It's a stream of consciousness. I don't really control my brain, nor do I want to. That's kind of the point. This is my leisure activity. And I just let my brain do what it does. Okay, let's enough fucking about. Let's jump right in. Infirmary, let's continue. Oh, right, the music, I turned it off in OBS. There we go. We have some music. There is background music and switching the scenes, obviously. And putting myself in the corner where I belong, so that I don't obstruct too much of anything important. And so, with Watase now leading them, the group all headed for Area 5. Ah yes, we got a keycard for Area 6 even. Oh, we put out the fires and all that jazz. Good stuff. Good stuff. The card slot at the B2 security gate had been incinerated, so they went back up to B1 and opened the door that had remained shut up until now. Watase checked his Procyon as soon as it opened. And please, it's probably gone up. If it was a contaminated zone, then everything would have been for nothing. However, the reading was 3451 MSV, within the safety standard. Well, relative safety, nothing is safe, but you know. Alright, let's go. Hurry up, guys. And gals and everything else. He's right, that security camera footage showed that Mr. Tenkawa, the other protagonist, right, he's the protagonist of the before crime route, from what I gather. I haven't actually looked it up, that's just me making logical deductions. I think that's actually what was said in like the intro video, like the anime intro thingy. I think, I don't remember. It's probably the case, and he's got magic powers and stuff like that. Anyway, showed that Mr. Tenkawa and the others ran this way. Kazumi's eyebrows twitched when she heard the survivors' names. You are right, there's a high possibility that the survivors are just up ahead. Right? Now that we don't have to worry about fires anymore, we can put finding the survivors and AD above all else. Jun's voice also had a trace of hope to it. Though both of them were still recovering from the shock, it seemed that they were slowly returning to normal. Thank God. Watase grinned slightly and walked through the connecting passageway. Beep 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 beep. And then entered Area 5. A new area. Unlocked. This one is beige and red. The previous one was concrete. Area 5, outer ring B1. Or was it blue? Steel? One more, something grey, whatever, I don't remember. Doesn't matter, it's a hallway, they are all designed the same, just slightly different colors here and there, so that the people working here don't go mad from the monotony. But they're probably gonna go mad from the research they're doing on like human test subjects and all that, whatever else. Peering into the mindscape. Seeing things that are not meant for the untrained mind. The walls and the ceiling were both white. Is that white? That's yellow to me. Might be the lighting, but that's yellow. That's not white. Don't fucking gaslight me, game. You're showing one thing and saying it's the end. Okay. Both white, making the place a bright and sanitary block. Wow, this place is like a whole other world compared to everywhere else we've been. Like, okay, if you say so. I guess the atmosphere would be different if you're actually there. You had to be there. You had to be there to feel the atmosphere. Feels kind of like a hospital, doesn't it? Yes, hospitals do red? I mean, sure, the Red Cross, but interior? Don't recall. I haven't been to hospitals all that often. Maybe? Sure, it's a neutralish color. Well, I don't know if you want a red, the color of blood, or blood adjacent in your hospitals. Red's an aggressive color. You want calm. You want like blue. Like a nice teal or something, sky blue, baby blue, that kind of stuff. That's a calming color. It's nice. Or green. Green's a nice color. It's a neutral one. I like green. It's a nice color ultimately. The fact that it was overly clean and had a somewhat cold atmosphere was indeed reminiscent of a hospital. Oh, it's clean. Oh, this place hasn't even been on fire yet. Neat. Hey, old man, what do they do here? Stop calling him old, he's only 35, for fuck's sake, dude. Old man, fucking anime standards. Like, he's, like, 35 is, you know, mature man. That's not old by any fucking means. Come the fuck on. Like, people get younger as you grow older. Like, someone who's 20 is a kid. Like, if you're old, then anyone's under 30 is a child. Or stuff like that. Anyway. But, oh god. My brain sometimes just goes blank. It does that. Apologies, though. Anyway, this is the laboratory section where the senior fellows, in other words, the high-level researchers conduct experiments. Okay. This division has far more advanced equipment than we junior fellows, normal researchers, that is, have in our laboratories. Right? Does that make sense? I would imagine it would make a lot more sense to divide labs based on what they research, rather than the seniority or stuff like that. Because, like, imagine you don't want to cross-contaminate things. You want similar research to be done close to each other, so it doesn't, like, you know, you don't have to run about the whole place, you know, for different equipment and stuff like, you know, stuff like that. It seems like not the smartest way to divide the laboratory, but I don't know. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a designer, I'm not whatever. I'm just a dude doing things. Simple laborer, reading some visual novels and having fun here. There's a ton of rooms here, so I guess it'd be better if we split up. Sure. Then how will the teams be divided? How about we go with virtually the same formation we used in Area 4? That seemed to work fine. Moribe and Teach will be with me, Tachiban will be the old man, and Yuri. Yes, that works fine. It worked before, don't fix what ain't broke. But even though he'd been the one to suggest it, Watasu was a bit concerned that Kazumi wouldn't be with him. Why? He walked over to her and whispered, "Tachibana, you sure you're okay? Do not worry. More importantly than that, please take care of Moribe." Alright, then we'll search the inner ring. Roger that. We'll handle the outer ring. Roger that. Then shall we go? Watasu's group then headed for the inner ring right away. Beep 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 beep. Oh, this one got touched by fire. Good. Alright, there we go. That's more like it. Area 5 inner ring B1. Anna started talking to herself in a low voice as they walked down the halls. Yes, give in to the madness. The fires are out, so it's a lot easier to search now, but it's a grim look, isn't it? It doesn't inspire hope. I wonder if Mr. Tenkawa and the others are okay. Oh, that bit. Okay, I mean, that's related. They are fine. They are also one of the 9 characters. They have portraits, they have names, they have sprites, they have everything. They even have a prequel, like, story that we'll get to. Like 5 weeks from now, probably. Who knows? They're fine. They're protagonists. They got the power of... I mean, I guess since this is the story afterwards, there's no guarantees for anyone's survival. I mean, yes, they will survive for the most part, but there's no guarantee that they will survive at the very end. There was a small ring of impatience in her voice. Her concern had probably been reignited after having come across yet another body. So you really are worried about your students, aren't you? Well, yeah, it's been established multiple times now. Well, of course, the fact that I'm a teacher is part of it, but Mr. Teikawa and Miss Toba in particular are dear to me. Okay, Toba. That's the other girl that we didn't really remember. She hasn't come up much. It was Louis Sannomiya that came up earlier, and we encountered. Sounds like you get along with them really well on a personal level. Indeed, I know teachers shouldn't have favorites, but I mean, some kids are great, some kids are shit. Like, you're gonna develop favorites. That's inevitable. Not all kids are equal. Some are just little brats. But whenever I see those two, all I can think about is what charming kids they are. I think they make a cute couple. Oh, god damn it. Whatever, fine. It was at that point that Jun cut in. I know what you mean. Natsuhiko and Mashiro are good kids. Come to think of it, didn't you say you also knew those kids we saw in the security footage, Moribe? That's right, we only just met a few days ago, but we hit it off really well. Yeah, you're only like 4 years apart in age. But they are 16, right? That's the typical age of these anime characters. 16. I think so. That seems to be the case. I mean, it's a lot more interesting when you write about adults, though, because adults have experience, they have life behind them. You can do a lot more with them. Kids are stuck in high school all the time in all these manga and stories and whatnot. Anyway, but there was something about her choice of words that caught Watasa's interest. Really? I'm gonna try and guess which ones. Are good kids, and there's, you know, charming kids, and they hit it off really well. Okay, I don't get it. Which choice of words? Hey, what about the other girl? Ah, omission. That's another choice of words, right. That's also important. What about Louise Sannomiya? You know, the one we saw earlier, that Sannomiya girl. Oh, her? Honestly, there's a lot I don't know about her myself. Yeah, she's a transfer student or something. She's got magic powers, she knows what's up, she knows... No worries about her. Why is that? You see, the thing is, she only... There it is. Of course she's a fucking transfer student, for fuck's sake. Typical. The thing is, she only transferred into Rokume Academy about a week ago. Though it looks like she became fast friends with Mr. Tenkawa and Miss Toba. I see. But why had she run away from the rescue squad as soon as she saw them? Because she knows things. And she's got experience with these types of things. Fuck, she's... Oh, she's not even a student, is she? She's like a super secret agent type of person or whatever. She knows what's up. She came here deliberately for the sake of this labo experiment and to get Case N or something like that. That's gotta be the thing, isn't it? Like, right? Right? That has to be it. Well, she definitely knows everything. A lot more than anyone else here combined. Everyone else in this group combined. It made even less sense when one considered that her own teacher had been with them too. So if even Teach doesn't know the answer to that, then I'd like to meet her in person and ask her what kind of girl she is. Well, sure. But first we gotta rescue them and figure out what's going on here and survive and get the fuck out of here. And get rid of all this, you know, nanomachine drugs and alone desire anti-telepathy drugs out of our system. Good idea. I'd like her to keep attending school with everyone in the future as well. I don't think that's gonna be possible. No, it will be possible. That's absolutely gonna be a thing. She's gonna complete her mission, her objective. Is she a robot? Is she like a space alien, a robot? Maybe. Although she did get injured. But that could be superficial. That could just be superficial. Well anyway. Alrighty, then why don't we do away with the chatter and make do with the session? Damn straight. The group then picked up the pace. They checked all the rooms in the inner ring. Though this was the senior fellows laboratory division, the rooms didn't look much different from the labs and offices they'd seen in the other areas. Well, no, of course they wouldn't be different. Like, the only difference is, like, subtle stuff. You know, one has a machine that's like 5x4, another machine has like, you know, 5x6 or something. I don't know, I'm just like, you know what? It's difficult to distinguish, you know, highly advanced machinery, how expensive or how important one is, how advanced it is, from one thing to another. One might be the size of a goddamn mainframe from the 60s and be like, you know, this is for the basic stuff, like give it to the newbies. And the other might be like this little, just unassuming grey box, and it's like, don't you even touch that. Touching it costs like $10,000. Each fingertip is analyzed and eats your brain matter if you stare at it too much. What even was... Anyway, tap tap tap. They didn't find any survivors or AD, but the last room they visited was clearly different from every other room in the facility. It's an infirmary. Alright, it was titled Infirmary at the loading screen. Huh? Isn't this an infirmary? Seems like the place they might keep AD, don't you think? And even if they don't, we might find something useful in here. Search the place. Alright. The group fired themselves up and began looking through the room. As expected, there were multiple medical devices lying about. Around, even. There was a medical bed, 2 medical beds even, a small oxygen tank and a respirator, and a blood transfusion kit. There was also something that looked like a giant closet. It's a fridge for all the chemicals and stuff like that. Could it be? I mean, AD is stored in regular boxes, so maybe not necessarily. Matas reached out for the closet and opened it. A cold wave blew out of it when he did. It seemed like it was not a closet, but rather a refrigerator. Inside were bags with red liquids, each, obviously, blood, labeled either A, B, O, or AB. And additional labels of like plus or minus, that's also very, very important. Blood packets. The fridge was apparently used to store blood until it was needed for a transfusion. Oh shit. So this is basically your run-of-the-mill doctor's office, like one you'd find in a hospital. Or, you know, large facilities like this that are kind of far away from other facilities would have a need for an on-site infirmary. Like that just makes sense, especially one that employs hundreds or maybe even thousands of employees. But that was it. There wasn't any AD in it at all. Well, no. Of course not. Watas gave up and closed the fridge. Find anything, Captain? Nope. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. Ничего, ни черта. Scrappa. Не кастрнебия. We've got a respirator set up and a transfusion kit if we ever need it, but nothing we can use right now. Same here, there's a ton of empty AD ampules, but not a single full one. Jun held out an empty ampule and medical box. The researchers and other staff had most likely taken them and run during the evacuation. Great! All that looking for nothing. Well, you confirmed that it's not there. Confirmation is also progress. Well, Natsuhiko and gang might have taken the AD that was there. If so, then this is a good sign. That's just an assumption, though. No, we can't be optimistic. That doesn't necessarily mean they found enough. Well, there's just 3 of them. Just then, Enna spoke up. Oh, speaking of which, it's not AD, but I did find something good. Is it morphine? See this? Got some Chiron here. No idea what that is. Chiron styptic. Beetlejuice new treatments. 5G, 5 grams, that's okay. And I showed them a tube full of medicine. The label read Styptic Chiron. Underneath was the name of the manufacturer, Beetlejuice new treatments. What is that? Pretty much the god of all ointments. It closes small wounds so well it's like they're glued shut. Okay, so it's a fictional thing. Wow, sounds useful. Indeed. Let's all take one. Let's all take one each. God, mixing up the order of words. It hasn't even been half an hour yet, has it? Oh, it's just about to be half an hour. Right, man. One of these days, if I do a long one, my brain's gonna shut down so early it's gonna be a mess. Although I'm curious what that will sound like, listening back to it myself later. Who knows? My brain goes off after like an hour and a half. Who knows how terrible, confusing it does. Oh, if I was even drunk or high or something, that would be even faster and more ludicrous. Maybe. And I am curious though. Like, of all the things I do want to try out, like those magic mushrooms or something hallucinogenic, what does my brain like create when it's under the influence of some kind of weird drug like that? Like, I'm very curious, but not curious enough to try and actually procure them myself somehow, because like, that's effort, and I don't really care that much. I already know that my brain's weird and it just does random fucking nonsense. I mean, look at everything here that I say here, the Google sheet you can look up there. What the fuck is all that about? All the additional things that you don't bring up here at all. Like, what? What even? Why? Why do I do that? I don't know. I just do. So it doesn't even matter. Nothing matters. As long as you're having fun, it doesn't really matter, and I'm having fun. So let's move on. And I said that, then distributed the Chiron amongst the three of them. But it looks like that's the only thing we found here. Still something. Well, that's just luck for you. Anyway, let's get back to the outer ring pronto. Yes, let us. Go. The group then left the infirmary. Wattas' group went back to the outer ring through the connecting passageway. And when they got there, they heard the sound of Kazumi's group's voice echoing in the hallway. Echo, 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 echo. I keep telling you, it's too dangerous to drink that. But my thirst is at its limits. Yeah, being thirsty sucks. Honestly, it's getting tough for me too. It would be. But you really don't wanna. It's a really bad idea. It's full of radiation. I mean, short term it's not as bad, probably, but long term that's death. Like, you know, it's like if you're, only have access to salt water or like ocean water or whatnot, you don't drink that. That's the sure way to die. Like, sure, you might feel relieved for a second, but then you're gonna start getting fucked over from all the salt and stuff like that, because your body needs water to filter out the salt, and you're just taking in more salt than the water that you get with it can be used to filter it out. So it's like literally, the opposite of what you want. But anyway, like, you can go for like 8 hours without water. It's uncomfortable, but it's doable. Okay, fine, you are physically exerting yourself, so it's a lot worse, but it's still doable. It sucks, but it's doable. It's literally life or death. Deal with it. Tough it out. Sometimes the answer is simply tough it out. It seemed they were arguing about something, so Wattas' groom ran over and intervened. What's going on? Did you find some AD? Ah, Captain. No, we didn't find any AD or survivors, but we found a water cooler. But we found this. Ukita then showed the rest of the group what he held between his arms. Oh, just a bottle of water. They were 6 plastic 500ml bottles of red distilled water. Just enough for everyone. Water? You found water? I mean, radiation doesn't give a shit about that. Yes, though it appears to be water meant for mixing with medicine. That's still drinkable. That's perfectly fine. Oh, in fact, that's pretty damn drinkable. But I've been telling him not to drink it because there's a possibility they'll give us a radiation exposure from the inside. I would assume that's a guarantee, honestly. Because radiation is everywhere and objects absorb radiation really well, especially metals, if I recall correctly. Like reading, there was an article about no, that was from Freeman's Mind, where Gordon Freeman and Ross Scott talked about Chernobyl and how they were in the safe zone, but when they got back in their trucks, they were like spiked because the metal had absorbed radiation. I don't know if that's probably true, because why would he lie about that? From the inside. However, everyone gulped when they saw the water. Yeah, that's natural reaction. Natural reaction. Just as Ukita and Yuri said, their throats were parched like a desert. True, they couldn't be sure it was safe to drink, but the temptation. Give in to the temptation. Don't give in to the temptation. Give in. Don't give. No. It's probably risky, but I want to drink it anyway. Damn it. You too? Well, I mean, obviously, but damn it. You're rational human beings. That's the whole point of having self-awareness and, intelligence. We know things. Our instincts tempt us. Our rationality advises us otherwise. Like, that's how we survive so long and do things so well and whatnot, generally speaking. It's because we recognize the thing that appears really good in the short term is actually really, really bad in the long term. No, I think she's right, in fact. We found these in the metal medicine cabinet. So the possibility they've been contaminated by radiation is extremely low. Is it? Was it a lead box? And naturally, there's a 0% chance that there's any atomic dust in them. It's completely separate from the tap water that way. Fair enough, but still the risks are a bit too dangerous. I wouldn't. Temptation is high, but I wouldn't, honestly. I've been thirsty before. I know not to drink like stuff like that. I can tough it out. There's been days where I've gone like pretty much the entire day without any food and very little water. Sometimes I'm a dumbass like that and forget to bring a lunch for work. And well, that was early days when I just started out working. It was tough, but it's manageable. It's doable. It's totally doable. It sucks, but your body can handle it. Now that he mentioned it, Kazumi had said earlier that there was a chance that the water in the facility was contaminated by radiation. I mean, your body can handle so much. It's your mind that breaks easily. It's the brain that is weak. The body's fucking tough. Like, the body doesn't need sleep. It's the brain that needs sleep. Like, if you force yourself awake for a long period of time, your body can just keep going. It just does things. I mean, obviously, if you overexert yourself, then it needs some rest. But that's the thing, you can overexert yourself within like 10 minutes with like certain exercises, I think. Like, that's not relevant. Sleep is not relevant for the body, only the brain. Same with a lot of things. It's like the placebo effect. You think you're getting something good, and so your just brain tells your body, hey, this is good, this should be good, and the body just accepts it like, okay, you tell me it's good, alright chief, you're the boss, I guess. I don't feel any different, but if you say so. The body's not smart. It's not intelligent at all, except for the gut. The gut is the second brain. That's where you get this. You know, that's the whole point of the gut feeling. It's a second brain. It knows things. Like, it can tell. Because it's literally like an entire different ecosystem down there. There's like billions of different microorganisms constantly living and dying and evolving and changing and whatnot. Everyone's gut bacteria are different and unique and fascinating. It's a fascinating realm of chaos and acids and digestion and everything. It's anyway, I went off topic again very easily. Today is very off topic prone, it seems. Anyway, it was contaminated by radiation, but that was tap water she'd been talking about, water that was openly exposed to that radiation. The water in the plastic bottles was, in theory, safe, just as Ukita had said. Well, theory doesn't mean shit in face of facts and a reality. Then, isn't it okay for us to drink it, Tachibana? But if there's even the slightest chance that it isn't, I mean, the consequences are gonna be years down the line, honestly. Just quit complaining already. I mean, it's not really complaining, it's concern. It's valid concern. But I get both sides of this argument. And I said that and snatched the plastic bottle out of Akita's hands. And unscrewed the cap and took a giant swig of the water before Kazumi even had time to stop her. But a second later, she started choking. Well, that's what happens when you drink water way too quickly. You can choke on it. Like, that has nothing to do with radiation or contaminants or anything like that. Like, a perfectly healthy human, if you just drink something or consume something too quickly, you're gonna fucking choke on it. There's a good chance. Yeah, water got in there. No, air got in there, so you're choking up. It's fine. Was there something bad? No, she just drank it too quickly, come on. No. Some almost went into her lungs or something. Like, I just drank way too much too quickly, so some of it got stuck in my throat, that's all. Yeah, see? But, I mean, obviously their reactions make sense, because this is a high stress and dangerous situation, so you can't take anything lightly. The group all breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, why don't the rest of you join in? The taste is to die for. I never knew that water could taste this good. I mean, if you deprive yourself of anything for a long period of time, it will taste good. It will feel good. Especially water. Water is literally the ambrosia of the gods, as the saying goes. Is there a saying like that? I'm not sure. The nectar of the gods. Yeah, water. That is the drink of life. The essence of life itself. I mean, that's all I need. That's all I drink. That and sometimes juice, like grape juice, apple juice, multi-food juice. Orange juice kind of sucks though. I don't like the tanginess of the citrus. It's a bit of a fucking my teeth. Anyway, stuff after deprivation is good. Anything tastes good. Any meal tastes great if you haven't had food for a while. And I broke out into an entranced smile. This only caused more and more people to give in to their desires. I'll have some too. Me too. With that, Ukita and Yuri suddenly snapped into action by taking their own plastic bottles and drinking them. Kazumi let out a defeated sigh. Wait, shout? Did you say shout? Shout, that was a sigh, not a shout. Come on. She'd probably realized that no fear of internal radiation exposure could keep them away from the allure of water. Sorry, Tachibana, but I'm gonna have some too. I mean, fucking join the party. Me too. We can deal with the radiation later. I suppose it can't be helped. Well, it does indeed seem safe. Well, that doesn't matter. Radiation is a slow killer. Kazumi also caved in. In the end, everyone took a plastic bottle for themselves. They unscrewed the caps with trembling hands and drank away while being careful not to choke on it. Fresh water was soaking into Watasa's parched throat. Even though the water was at room temperature and therefore not cold at all, it was unbelievably tasty. I feel alive again. Yeah, makes me want to cry tears of joy. Now that we've quenched our thirst, let's get back to talking about the search, shall we? Kazumi said this in a slightly uncomfortable voice. The rest of the group all promptly nodded. We only found water in the outer ring, but what about the inner ring, team? Zilch, just some medical ointment. So in the end, this block was a dud, eh? Everyone's shoulders slumped at Eno's comment. Come on guys, don't get so down in the dumps. Let's keep on searching. Then let's go check B2 of this area. We'll use the emergency staircase to get down there. The group started walking in after finishing that discussion. But when they got to the staircase, Watasa noticed something odd about the wall in front of it. Emergency power. Located on the wall was a small plate that read Emergency. Right below it was a keypad of sorts with 10 buttons labeled from 0 to 9. Hey, hold on a sec, guys. What do you think this is? Ukita, you know what this is. You should know. The group turned to Watasa and gathered around the keypad. What indeed? Indeedly. I don't know. Maybe it's an emergency telephone line or something. You don't? Come on. Well then, fuck knows what this is then. We have no chance of understanding it. Watasa randomly pressed the buttons, but nothing happened. He didn't hear any dialing or anything. Well, it's not a dial phone. It wouldn't be. It was like a, keypad for entering a emergency lockdown thing or open doors or stuff like that. If it's a phone, then it looks like it's broken, doesn't it? Nah, it ain't broke. It's just not a phone. Guess this means every last communication device was wiped out. We shouldn't dwell on something that doesn't work. Let's go. Good point. Watasa nodded and was about to walk off when suddenly Yuri knows something. But Yuri didn't budge an inch. Do you know the code? Do you know who to call? She stared firmly at the emergency plate. Is something wrong, Yuri? Come on, do something, Yuri. Do it, do it, do it. God damn it. Little scared little bunny. Yuri turned around in surprise at Watasa's voice. Something about catch your eye? No, I'm just a little tired, that's all. False, stop lying to us all the time, Yuri. Come on now. Now that she mentioned it, Yuri's face was a little pale. How can you even tell if it was pale? It would be just stark white. God damn, all these anime character skin tones are like so fucking pale. I mean, fuck's sake. This is the one I chose here. This one that I have here going on. Like, that's a normal skin tone. I mean, come on now. That's regular skin. It's not dark. That's fucking Caucasian skin and whatnot. Seriously. All these anime characters are super pale in comparison. They're the ones with this albino almost skin look. Anyway, you okay? Would you like to find a place to rest? But just as Watase asked that, what are you guys doing? I'm going on ahead, you know. Anna said that and entered the stairwell. Watase ignored her and spoke to Yuri in the kindest voice he could manage. Just hang in there. We'll be out of here before you know it. Okay. Her voice was frail, but she still obeyed Watase. Watase and Yuri headed towards the outer ring stairwell with the rest of the group, Anna already out of sight. The room was pitch black. He couldn't see Anna anymore. She must have already gone downstairs. Hey, why is it so dark in here? It appears the fluorescent lights are dead. Please watch your step, people. The group obeyed and slowly descended the staircase. But when he had made it just halfway... What's that? Creaking. Watase felt a tremor at his feet and instinctively came to a halt. And right after that, kablam! Yeah! What's happening? It's collapsing under its own weight. The staircase is starting to lean. Everyone, turn back. The staircase is collapsing. Whoa! Run! Hurry! Sure. But Anna flashed through Watase's mind at that moment. Oh, what? Why? Wait. Huh? What? Oh, are we gonna die again? I don't know what this is. She didn't have a Procyon. Would she be alright all on her own? You know, let's try and actually... let's make the assumption that she won't be. I go after her. I guess. I don't know. Logic? Is that logic? I don't know. Game, you're making me use my brain. That's not a good idea. I don't know how to do that. Kazumi, what are you doing, Captain? I'm gonna go save her. Sorry. Watase and the others ran up the stairs. Oh, wrong choice then? If this feels like the wrong choice then. And just when they all made it to the top, the staircase torn apart with a thunderous roar. That was too close. Watase's voice was faint. The group had just barely escaped from the collapsing staircase with their lives. I never expected that the staircase would collapse on us. Is there any way we can go down there from there? I mean, we have a rope. Watase took a look into the stairwell, but the collapsed stairs blocked the door. Ah, well, never mind. Meaning it was unlikely they could get it to the other side. Hey, teach, can you hear me? However, there was no reply. She's been whisked away by the story. It seemed she'd gone to some other room to continue with the search. Crap, we're completely cut off from Teach. That's why I warned everyone not to go off on their own. No choice, let's use the inner ring's emergency staircase to regroup with her. The group nodded and headed for the inner ring. But the staircase there was also fucked. Had also collapsed. Guess we'll have to go down from another area. Yes, then... Kazumi took out her PDA and began muttering to herself. This staircase and that staircase are out of commission. She placed X marks on the staircases on the map. So we'll have to take a detour through Area 6. Let's go. The group nodded again and headed for Area 6 this time. Ah, damn it. I don't know. I don't know what these choices do. But thanks to the fire, the security slot that controlled the gate to Area 6 was out of order. Great! Authentication error. Sliding the card into it did nothing. I mean, it produced an error, so that's something. Luck's just not on our side. Let's try the outer ring's gate. Watase added another X mark on his PDA map and headed for the outer ring. But the connecting passageway to the outer ring was buried in rubble. This feels like the wrong choice. This feels like we made the wrong choice. We are sure jumped down ahead and caught up with Teach, eh? I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll just have to march forward and see. The passageway was completely blocked off by collapsed pieces of ceiling and walls. And on top of all that, it appeared that the hole in the ceiling didn't connect to the surface floors. Of course not. Crap. This is really bad, isn't it? Kazumi gritted her teeth and checked her PDA. Both connecting passageways to Area 6 won't work, and the staircases are out. Meaning we have no way to get down to B2A. Couldn't we go through the B2 Area 4 route? Unfortunately, the outer ring's card slot there was burned in the fire, and the inner ring's a contaminated zone. Damn. Wait, you're not saying... Yeah, we've hit a dead end. Watase gritted his teeth. All their ways forward were completely cut off. A dead end, a game over. Sort of. I'm worried about Teach. We've gotta find a way downstairs. We don't have a choice. What if you use the connecting passageway in the contaminated zone? No, it's too dangerous to bring everyone through a contaminated zone. What should we do? This is a conundrum. If only the elevators were working. Pry open the elevator shaft and descend along the cables. We have 10 meters of rope. That should be enough to get from, one floor to the next, right? Ukita bemoaned this in a voice devoid of hope. But that comment suddenly lit a light bulb in Watase's mind. Haha! Huh? Wait. We might be able to get down through there. Eh? From where? Elevator shaft. This way. Follow me. Watase then ran off, with the rest of the group following close behind. He finally stopped at the elevator hall. Hey, Captain, you do remember the elevators aren't working, right? Yeah, and? I know, but maybe, just maybe, if the elevators are up above on the surface floors, then the shaft is empty and we can just descend it very easily. Watase clasped the elevator doors and pried them open. The elevator car was apparently resting on the surface floor. Aha! Excellent, there's multiple elevator shafts, so one of them would have absolutely been on top of the floors. Watase looked into the elevator shaft, then yelled. Yes, I was right. There was a ladder. Oh, there is even a ladder. Oh, that's convenient. I mean, of course there would be a ladder. Service ladders are important. This is a maintenance ladder. Yes, it does look like we could use this to get down. It's a long way down, though. You guys sure you'll be okay with that? What? A long way? Okay. Okay, I guess my assumptions about the size of this facility are wrong. Although I guess it would be massive. Each floor, even though the hallways are only like, your standard like almost 3 meters tall. There's probably some rooms here that are massive. So it wouldn't be surprising if the B2 and B1 floors are like 20 meters apart or something. A lot more. I think I can make it, so long as I don't look down. Good, let's go down one at a time. But Yuri's face went as white as a sheet at that moment. I can't climb down from this high up. Of course not. Come on, okay, we got rope. Tie her up, tie her to your back, and just climb down. Don't worry, Miss Yuri, we'll back you up. Like, just have Watase carry her down, like literally just tie her to his back. Just strap her in there, just, like a little, like a backpack, literally. Simple. She doesn't weigh much. She's right, just hang in there. That's not the point. But she's terrified. But there was no way they could leave Yuri there. It was too dangerous to split the group up any further. Okay, if you can't get down on your own, then how about I carry you on my back when I climb down? See? Eh? Yuri stared at Watase with wide eyes. Oh, is she going to reject me again? No, I don't think so. Watase grew nervous for a moment, but after hesitating for a second, Yuri nodded. Okay, please be careful. Of course, leave it to me. Like, physical strength is what he's got. Then I'll go down before the both of you and wait on standby at the bottom, just in case something goes wrong. Moribe and Mr. Ukita, go down first and please look for Miss Tsubakiyama. Roger. Alright, I'll do it. So with that, the group decided to head down to B2 through the elevator shaft. Jun and Nikita went first, followed by Kazumi. Their voices soon echoed up from the bottom. Okay, we're going on ahead. Get down here as soon as you can. Roger that. Okay then, Captain, your turn. After listening to all that, Watase and Yuri got ready to go down. Okay, Yuri, let's go. Yuri silently wrapped her hands around Watasa's neck. Watasa made sure her body was held securely by the rope, then leapt into the shaft. He then slowly descended the ladder. He could feel Yuri's body trembling slightly through his back. Yuri, are you scared? Yes. Don't worry. Trust me. Yuri didn't answer. She just held on tight to Watasa's neck so she could keep steady. Those are nice emerald eyes. I like that. It's a nice deep green color. Watasa climbed down the ladder slowly so that his body rocked as little as possible. A short time later, Yuri whispered into his ear. Eh? I'm not having... fuck no. He carried you and, June? Earlier? At the same time? Yeah, I think it was that. Watasa's cracked ribs suddenly started hurt again when she asked this, but he didn't let that show. Nope, you're pretty light. I bet I could carry another 10 of you and still be okay. That's probably true. Ah, that was a little laugh. You could barely hear it, obviously, because the volume's all low on your end, and on my end, but still. She laughed a little bit. Watasa thought he heard Yuri let out a faint chuckle, and I was correct. You did. The air grew silent again. Yuri spoke up again as if she hated that silence. I personally don't hate silences. Awkward silences are absolutely not awkward for me. I mean, these streams are obviously the opposite of that, but that's the point here. In real life, if you talk to me, I'll give you a quick answer, and then that'll be that. And I don't keep the conversations going. I don't need to. I don't feel the pressure. I don't feel a need for lengthy conversations if I don't care about, having a conversation, which I generally don't. At least in person. About subjects I don't care about. Idle chit-chat is just fuck off. I don't care. I'm here to do something else. Reality is its own thing. Online it's different. I'll engage. I'll even troll people if I feel bored enough. And annoyed. Captain Kasasagi, can I ask you a question? Sure, fire away. It feels like you're always worrying about me. Well, you are a delicate little scared bunny. So of course people are worried about you because nobody knows really much about you. Why is that? Because, Oh, does it make you uncomfortable? No, not at all. It's just, I'm a total stranger to you. So why? Because he's got basic empathy, stuff I probably don't have all that much of, but whatever, he does. And he's a rescue worker at his heart. So, people care about other people instinctively, most of the time anyway. I wonder. Watasa was happy that Yuri was actively striking up a conversation with him for the first time since they had met. So after thinking about it for a while, he answered honestly. You might think I'm crazy after hearing this, but I heard this voice when I first saw you. A voice? It told me to save you. It wasn't Tachibana or Moriba's voice. It felt like it was echoing from inside my head. She knows all about that. She knows all about that. It's not like I obeyed the voice, but it aligned with what you felt. But when I first met you, I felt this mysterious yet powerful desire to save you. I don't know if I like that phrasing. Yuri didn't say anything. Watasa felt a tinge of embarrassment come over him. Yep, I knew it sounded crazy. It was like I was hearing an auditory hallucination or something like that. No, that's not it. If you had to ask me, I think that might have been the third man factor. Okay. What's that? Well, I read about it in a book. When people are thrown into extreme situations such as disasters or accidents, they say that they hear a voice that isn't actually there. Right? So something like that actually exists? Maybe? They also say that the voice is always telling that person what actions they should take, because they feel it in their gut. There have been many reported cases of this phenomenon all over the world, usually from people who survive being stuck on a snowy mountain. Eh? Sure is a strange phenomenon, that's for sure. Wonder why it happens. After considering what Yuri had just told him, Watase suddenly remembered something. Okay, now, before that, I'm actually curious about this one. First time, there's tips. We are reading about the third man factor thing. Where are you? Where are you? Tips. Third man factor number 47 includes fiction. Okay, fair enough. But still, we're gonna read about this. First time we're reading something from the tips screen. Yeah. I'm curious about this one, like, properly. Tip. Third man factor. Category. Includes fiction. It is a tale of a life-threatening situation. Someone hears a voice that is neither their own nor their partner's. The voice tells them to keep on living for as long as they can. Encouraged by that voice, they are able to survive. The third man factor is the phenomenon people encounter during life or death situations where a supernatural existence leads the way to survival. At times it encourages them, guides them to safety, or even appears as more than just a voice, taking the guise of a person. It appears in various situations like high mountains, battlefields, remote lands, and accident scenes. It cannot be explained as a mere near-death hallucination. Are these all occurrences of communicators in the past? What? Communicator, okay. That's a proper noun here, with a capital letter. Interesting. So that's what they call their telepaths. Anyway, while the possibility of BC, what was that? By something beyond communication, I think. Users existing since ancient times cannot be denied, it may be something else. An omnipresent third man that intervenes with people throughout the world. An existence that comes to the aid of those struggling for survival. Could such a thing actually exist? Okay, includes fiction. Okay, this doesn't make a lot of sense then, to me. Okay, well, never mind. Still, interesting. Interesting. A little bit of extra world building lore. Anyway, after considering what Yuri had just told him, Watase suddenly remembered something. Wait, could that be an example of that, what did Teach call it? That BC thing? Eh? She said there's a lot of people nowadays who can use telepathy, right? Which is nonsensical, but sure. Maybe there's some nice guy out there who knows of the trouble we're going through and is using telepathy to tell us what we should do. Yes and no. That would be wonderful, but here's what I think it is. The human mind, their knowledge and memories, that is, works at its absolute best in extreme situations like this. Yeah, some parts are not really connected to your conscious mind, and so tells you what you should do in the form of voice echoing in your head. Perhaps? No, don't think so. Although people, it's hard. In the situations, it's impossible to really tell what it is because you're in an extreme situation. Afterwards, your mind tries to make sense of things and kind of embellishes certain memories to make them actually make some sense based on what you already know. So it's a little complicated. Memories, huh? But I don't have any of those. Well, they might be separate from your conscious mind. But it's said that even when you lose your memories, they leave behind a vague feeling. Yeah, your body remembers and your gut remembers. So perhaps in your case, that feeling in your mind was the strong desire to save people. I see, that might be it. Well, it's not it, because obviously when you encountered Louise, the same voice said, don't go after her. So, obviously not. That was a much more fitting mindset than the idea that someone was ordering him around with BC. But the latter is what's the actual case, sort of. We don't know, but that's more likely. Anyway, that desire to save Yuri that he'd felt back then was most certainly not vague. So maybe that's why I got so desperate to save people even without my knowledge and memories. Yes, I'm sure of it. I'm not. His heart warmed at Yuri's whisper. Even when you lose your memories, they leave behind a vague feeling, eh? In terms of abilities, there was probably a world of difference between the past him and his current self. Yeah, sure, but the core of his heart and mind might be the same with or without memories. His heart felt a bit lighter when he thought of it that way. Thanks, Yuri. I think I really needed that. Oh, you're welcome. The end of the ladder grew closer and closer as Yuri stuttered. We're already there, huh? We had a nice heart-to-heart conversation. Anyway, Watase pushed aside his desire to stay the way they were now and got off the ladder. Alright, we're finally here. Yuri breathed a sigh of relief against the back of his neck when she heard that. Phew. You did a good job of hanging in there. You can rest easy now. Okay. Kazumi untied the rope and helped Yuri down to the floor. Captain Kasasagi? What's up? Thank you very much. Don't sweat. We only made it because you were brave. Ah. Now let's get going. We need to catch up with Miss Tsubakiyama. Alright. Yeah, you're right indeed. Flash. And so Watase and the others pried open the elevator doors and entered B2. Area 5 Outer Ring B2 Laboratory. The area they had struggled so hard to get to was more or less the same in structure as its B1 counterpart. Laboratories lined the hallway. Kazumi glanced at one of them, then muttered to herself. Neuroscience laboratory? Brains! Give me your brains! That's what that's about. That's what was written on the plate in front of the room. Just then they heard voices coming from the room. I'm telling you this for your own safety. Oh god damn it. I'm sorry. Oh, it was Enna. It was Enna and Ukita. It seemed they had already regrouped. Watase's group entered the room in high spirits. An MRI machine or something. And hello. Hello, that's a suspicious brainwave scanning thing. Over there by Ukita's right shoulder. I guess the left shoulder from his perspective, but whatever. It's our perspective here. And he's scolding her for probably trying to do something with one of these machines. She has no idea what they do. But what they found was a room filled with not the joy of reunion, but rather a somewhat dark atmosphere. Ukita was glaring at Enna. Hey, what happened this time? Oh, it's you guys. Well, Miss Tsubakiyama here was fiddling around with some machinery in this room, you see. I already said I'm sorry. I was just curious because the room's called the Neuroscience Laboratory. When she said that, it finally hit Watase just how off that sounded. Really? Actually, yeah, that is weird. Old man, does neuroscience have anything to do with nuclear power research? Well, this is the Laboratory of Atomic and Biological research. So yes, these are connected. But you knew this going in. I guess he forgot. Did he? No, I think he must. I mean, he must have seen the name of this place, right? Atomic and Biological Research Facility. Like, come on now. Indeed it does. First of all, you must remember that this facility's official name is the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization. Yeah. See? Thus we study both atomic power and biology here. That's how we were able to develop a medicine like AD. Makes sense. I get it now. So what do you research then? My apologies, but I am not allowed to answer those sorts of questions. Oh dear, okay, there we go. There's the first red flag from Ukita, properly. He knows things, but he's not gonna tell us, and it's gonna be very, 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 very relevant later on. Why not? Non-disclosure agreements, obviously. Delicate. It's what they call a duty of confidentiality. I can't divulge the details of our research to outsiders like yourselves. Sure. Some of our research is also related to national policy and national security, so we can't make exceptions. Otherwise, every last one of us would pay the price. Jail time! At the very least. We understand. However, we are permitted to enter laboratories for the search, correct? Rather late to be asking, wouldn't you agree? Anyway, of course you are, what with the situation being what it is. Regardless, the things contained from Area 5 onwards are about as top secret as you can possibly get. Well, sure. Even if we can make it out of here in one piece, I strongly suggest that you do not tell anyone on the outside about what you saw here. I mean, we haven't really seen much of anything so far. The consequence for doing so could prove unexpectedly dire. Well, that took a turn here. Sure, Mr. Government Man. Fukita's words had a heavy weight to them. We'll worry about all that after we get out of here. We need to focus on finding AD right now. Yeah, we're not getting out of here without, being directly confronted by, government agents and whatnot. The equivalent of Japan's FBI, whatever that is. Watasa joined the others in searching the room, though he had a bad feeling weighing on his mind. Oh, they still print papers, like stacks and stacks of papers there. That's really outdated, although if this is a government thing, then that makes sense. Those things typically have technology that's they tend to keep old technology because it's super reliable and been proven to work for 20 something years or more. That's why government stuff tends to. You can find a lot of old stuff like fucking Windows XP or older running really important things. Because it's reliable, it's been proven to work and it doesn't fail. Plus, actually no, what was... No, that doesn't make sense. Forget I even attempted a thought. Naturally, the large machines in the room caught everyone's eyes. Kazumi inquisitively spoke up. An MRI apparatus, a CT scanner, and isn't this an EEG instrument? Oh, you're quite well informed, aren't you? Yes, I'm certified first aid practitioner. You see, the same goes for the captain. Well, but he doesn't remember shit. I'm pretty sure I could do simple surgery myself, but well, let's just say it'd be illegal for me to do it. Legal or not, it's... emergency situations, if you have some practical experience, then that's fine. It's acceptable. I mean, for fuck's sake. You call up the brightest doctors, quote-unquote, from the 19th or early 20th century, and they're fucking, they wouldn't be allowed anywhere near a scalpel, let alone even patients. For fuck's sake, with their level of knowledge, massive quotation marks. Each quotation mark is bigger than the entire word. I got some problems, here's some cocaine. That'll fix you up, right? Nope. You died? Oh well, you probably didn't drink enough gin. Or something. Or here's leeches, always with the leeches. Or stuff like that. Anyway, people thought lobotomies were a good medical practice. Just acknowledging that, no, doctors from the past are not doctors. Fuck that. They're killers that people are okay with, sometimes. But probably not. These days, nowadays, yeah, absolutely. We know biology, we know germs exist, for example. We didn't know germs existed a couple hundred years ago. And people were calling themselves doctors back then. Without that basic knowledge, you can't be a doctor. Fuck you know. Grandma's, life experience had more medical backing than, doctors. Seriously. Don't, anyone who thinks, all these time travelings, I wish to go back in the past, live in the Renaissance. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. No, you fucking don't. We live in the best time possible right now. You go back there, you're gonna fucking die. Get a cut somewhere. Uh-oh, that's an infection. You might lose an arm. If you're lucky. Washing hands? What's that? Eh? Why would you wash your hands? That's silly. Other things like that. Yeah, no. No, absolutely not. Don't go back in the past. You'll die from basic things that we have a million solutions to. Because we figured things out, and they haven't yet. They had not back then. Anyway, I ramble. It happens. Deal with it. That's the whole point. If you can't deal with it, then you're not here. Then you already left 10 minutes in. Well, you probably didn't even make it 1 minute, and if you can't handle my rambling. Anyway, they searched as they talked, but found no AD. Yuri then spoke up. I don't think this room has anything we need. How can you be so certain? I mean, I'm pretty sure of that too, but how can you be so certain? I concur. Why don't we search the other rooms? Good idea. Then let's split into 2 teams and search the floor. Indeed, that would be for the best. Then let's go with the same team configuration as last time. but Watase interrupted Kazumi before she could finish. No, I think that would be too inefficient. The inner ring is more consolidated than the outer ring, so let's split into the teams of 4 and 2. Moribe and I will check the inner ring. Jun and Enna's eyes widened when they heard that. Oh my, and I should join up with Miss Tachibana's team, correct? I have no problems with that. I think it's a good setup. Yeah, inner ring is much smaller. Alright, you okay with the two, Moribe? Yeah, what's with that hesitation? Why are you so bashful all of a sudden? Discussing the subject in detail would just be a waste of time. Watase quickly wrapped things up and dashed out of the room with Jun. She called out to him as they ran through the hallway. Hey Captain, why'd you ask to set up the teams this way? Because the two of you are the most agile and fastest and you know what you're doing? And searching around and 4 people who are less experienced with these things, but Kazumi is the most reliable who can, keep the group together. It's a very logical setup. Oh, no big reason really. Yuri looked tired, and I figured the two of us wouldn't have much trouble coordinating our search, so we were the best pair for the smaller group. That makes sense. Oh really now? That's pretty damn well thought out. Think your instincts have finally come back to you? That little cheeky cat grin of hers, I love that expression. That's great. Well, my memories haven't, but my instincts are somewhat back. That's great. You're becoming real reliable now. While chatting, they finally approached the connecting passageway to the inner ring. Beep 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 beep. But was stopped dead by the shrill ringing of the Procyon's alarm. Great. The reading was 8650 MSV. It's a contaminated zone. Crap, let's fall back. Watase and Jun immediately ran out of the connecting passageway and shut the gate. The ringing stopped when the gate shut, but it would probably go off again if they reopened it. Watase gritted his teeth and thought the situation over. What lay ahead of them was B2 of Area 5's inner ring. In other words, the block right next to the contaminated zone where that girl had gone or running off into. Then that means both blocks are completely contaminated, eh? To search this place would be dangerous. There was a chance he'd faint again. Watase hesitated and... Captain, what's wrong? Well, would you stop me if I said I wanted to search the contaminated zone? Eh? Are you out of your mind? Hey, remember the girl we found in Area 4? You mean Louise? Alright, the last place we saw her, Watase took out his PDA and pointed to the map with one hand as he explained, was in B2 of Area 4's inner ring. If she had a security cut, there's a chance she ran into Area 5. In other words, she's right past this connecting passageway, eh? Yeah, but both areas are contaminated zones. If she wandered in there without knowing that, then it's possible she might have passed out just like you did back then. Bingo. If she did, it might be too late for her. But we can't leave her alone. Am I wrong? Good point. And we need to find some AD too. Jun thought it over for a bit, then finally made up her mind and spoke. Okay then, if you're going, then I'm coming too. Wait, you too? Oh yeah, she's the hot-headed one. But we'll only take 3 minutes. We'll have to search the whole place in that time limit, so make it real quick. According to the map, there's apparently 6 rooms there, so we should be able to take care of it if we search one room each in 1 minute. Hold on, this'll be dangerous, you know. Well, yeah, of course she does. She knows that better than you. Are you listening to yourself? It's more dangerous for you to go alone, right? Jun was absolutely right. With such a strict time limit, he needed all the help he could get. Okay then, we'll do it together. Okay, but keep this a secret from the lieutenant, you hear? Watase and Jun turned back to the connecting passageway. Switch your watch to timer mode and set it for 3 minutes. Got it. When the alarm rings, call off the search immediately and head back, even if you're not done yet. Okay, then, let's go. Watase and Jun both broke off into a dash and charged into the inner ring. The place was scorched black. They were now in a battle against time. However, A dull pain ripped through Watasa's head. Is this? It was the same headache and numbness in his skin that he had felt when he had last entered the contaminated zone. So what? Watasa pushed it aside and continued running down the hallway. Moribe, we'll meet up in the center. Roger. He and Jun split up at the fork in the hallway. He started off by running into the farthest room to the right. The room itself was just as charred as the hallway. Watasa then opened his mouth. Is anyone there? Say something if you are. But there was no response, and no AD to be found. Watasa checked the place for a minute, then ran out of the room. He immediately went into the next room, but there was nothing there. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing that there's no survivors here. If one of them had been lying unconscious here, they would have definitely been exposed to fatal levels of radiation by now. Watasa burst out of the room as he thought that. He then saw Jun running up to him at that exact moment. Moribe, any luck? I checked all 3 rooms, but got nothing. Same here, and this one's the only room left. Watasa said that and looked at the last room. There was a plate attached to the door. He had trouble reading it because of all the soot covering it, but Dr. Miyoko Tenkao, the male character, that schoolboy's dad. Okay, there we have a connection. Okay, that makes sense now. Why he was here, at least loosely. At least we have something to anchor something to. Something, yes. Something played back in what Watasa said as soon as he saw that name. Hey teacher, what are the names? Something Tenkawa, Luis Sanami, and we now know Toba. The boy is Natsuhiko Tenkawa. His mother is also a co-worker of mine here. Oh, both parents work here. Isn't this Natsuhiko's mom's? Oh, okay, just his mom. I guess it was doctor. I see, so this is... But before Watasa finished that thought... Oh, hello. That was the third girl. He saw a strange sight flash before him for a second. It looked like someone had been crying. Watasa felt a bad feeling overtake him and guide his voice. Moribe, let's go in. Yeah. The two of them then ran inside. Unlike the other rooms, the fire hadn't done any harm to this place. Louise, say something if you're there. However, there were no survivors to be seen. Was that vision I had just a delusion of mine, or a prediction? Watasa thought that and looked around the room, when his alarm suddenly rang. Already? Already! Let's get out of here. We promised we go back after 3 minutes. Watasa hesitated for a moment, but you have to. They had confirmed that there were no survivors here, but they couldn't say the same about AD. I don't know what to do with this one, fuck it. He was also concerned about the strange vision he had just had. His mind made up, Watasa addressed Jun. Moribe, you go on ahead. What about you? I'm gonna search this room a little while longer. I have a feeling there's something here. Watasa said that over his shoulder, then started searching the room. The hell are you talking about? If you stay in the contaminated zone any longer, just go already. I'm doing this for my own satisfaction. Then I'm staying. God damn it. Of course she is. What? Come on, dude. Stop arguing and start searching then. Watasa was about to shout, you idiot, go back, when... I mean, you idiot, go back too, yourself. Right back at ya. Your intuition's as sharp as hell most of the time. If you think something's here, then I bet you're right. Jun then immediately began helping with such. Okay, good. She's, no time to argue. Fine, but 30 seconds and we're out of here. There wasn't time to argue, exactly. Watasa checked behind the desk for the something he was looking for. And while there weren't any survivors there, a lone desire, he did find a metal box. I found a medical box. Seriously, is anything in it? Watasa opened it to find 5 ampules. Hey, we found 7 earlier, so we got 6 again. Cool. We did it. Alright, good work. Let's get back to the outer ring now. Yee. Watasa and Jun took the medical box and raced out of the room. Watasa and Jun, over 80%, huh? This next section is called over 80%. Watasa and Jun let out a deep breath as soon as they made it back to the outer ring. Phew. That was nerve-wracking. Still, the danger was well worth it, wouldn't you say? Maybe. But Jun's face soon clouded over. Yeah? Huh? Hey, what's wrong? No, sorry, I just feel a little... Well, they did run through a thing. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Jun covered her mouth and bent over. Radiation sickness. Vomit. Moribe. Captain, don't look. I'm gonna hurl. Wait, what's the mean again? At least they're not all that realistic hurling, vomiting noise. Those are like the worst things to listen to. Honestly, no one likes listening to people vomiting. It's just not great. It's just... It reminds us of sickness, and it's like the most clear indication of something is wrong. So we instinctively don't like that noise. Jun turned her back on Watase and threw up in the corner of the hallway. Watase watched all that in dumbfoundment. Okay. Jun soon finished vomiting and managed a smile on her pale face. Man, sorry you can't see that. I'm so embarrassed I want to die. Moribe. Hey, don't tell me you got radiation. I mean, it would be surprising if she didn't, and would be even more surprising if you didn't. No, that's not it. Are you certain? I was just so nervous and ran around so much that my fatigue finally caught up with my stomach. That's all. If you say so. Seriously. Hey, let me see your wrist. Watase grabbed Jun by the wrist. Hey, the hell you doing, you... Fuck's sake, you perv. Shut up. Keep it down for a minute. Jun complied, and Watase examined her vital checker. Normally all 5 lights would be green, but this time, one of them was bright red. It's red. That means there's something wrong with your body, right? Well, obviously. Whoa, hold your horses, that's just a pulse indicator, right? My heart's just racing a bit because I just got done blowing chunks all over the floor. It'll be green again soon. See? Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. The light turned green again shortly after Jun said that. See, I'm all better now, right as rain. I see. Well, okay then. But hey, are you okay? You having another headache? Yes, he is. Oh, no, I'm all good. Liar. He then realized something. The strange feeling he'd felt when he'd entered the contaminated zone had vanished. Oh, okay. So it really was the effects of the radiation. But that's why Watase was worried. Like him, Jun had also been in the contaminated zone twice. Watase was stronger than her, and even he had fainted, meaning there was no guarantee someone with such a small body like Jun's would be okay. Tell me right away if something comes up. Thanks for worrying about me. You really are acting so nice today. What are you talking about, you idiot? It's only natural for a captain to worry about his subordinate. The two of them smiled at each other, frail smiles, but smiles nonetheless. Anyway, looks like we found quite the treasure back there, eh? No kidding. It's too bad that we didn't find any survivors, but it sure is good we found the AD so quickly this time around. With the 5 he'd found in the contaminated zone, Watase now had 6 AD on him. They still had plenty of time left until the next injection, so they could take it easy for a while. Alright, then let's regroup with the others. I'm sure they'll be as happy as we are. Yeah. Watase and Jun then ran off together. They headed for a large room in the outer ring. Kazumi and the others were already there to greet them. Oh, that was rather quick. You're done searching the inner ring? Yeah, and guess what we found? More AD. Everyone's eyes widened at once. How many did you find? Enough for everyone, so you're getting a shot again. Again, Yuri. Keep worrying. 5. Now we have 6 altogether. This is wonderful. It's a good thing you found them quickly this time. So there was a lot of AD stored at 85. It's just like the disaster prevention manual said. Indeed. Now we can rest easy. For an hour. They chose to keep the fact that the inner ring was contaminated a secret. With their search of it over, they didn't need to give the rest of the group any unnecessary worry. Keeping secrets. Not sure that's a good idea. By the way, how about you guys? Find anything? The rest of the group faces dimmed slightly. No. Fuck all. No, nothing on our end. No AD and no survivors. However, we did come across these. Lukita held out a bunch of security cards, all labeled level 6. Okay, that doesn't really help us any more than we already could do. None of them are labeled Area N, that's what we need. That's what we're gonna need, that's what we're gonna get eventually. You found that many level 6 cards? We found those 3 in the same room. It appears they belong to the person who manages and creates those cards. Or perhaps they belong to the facility inspectors. Either way, they now had 4 level 6 cards. Woo! But there wasn't much use in having so many cards of the same level. The cards don't matter. The survivors are much more important. That is true. Hey, but something is something. I wonder why we can't find any of them. Area 6 is the only place we haven't searched yet, alright? Yeah. It really is kinda strange that we still haven't found them. They had already finished searching over 80% of the facility, meaning the survivors were either somewhere the group didn't know, or were already dead. Now they're moving about too. They got their own agenda. Is there any place we were overlooked? Are there bodies there? The air grew heavily still, as if Watasa's sentiments had spread to everyone else. But a timid voice rose as if to cut through all that. Hello, Yuri. I think it'd be better if we think positively instead. I mean, that's generally true, yes. Eh? Wouldn't it be best to believe that the fact that we haven't seen them yet means that everyone's still alive? I mean, yeah, they are scurrying about like little bunnies themselves. I'm sure they're all in Area 6. Watasa was astonished at the longest declaration he'd ever heard Yuri speak. But something gradually crept out of the depths of his stomach. You're right. Indeed. Yep, Yuri's absolutely right. See? Yuri's peaceful smile dispelled the shadows shrouding everyone's faces. Indeed, thinking dark thoughts all the time won't do any good. That's right, Miss Sanami and all the others are strong kids. Alright, then let's continue with the search, people. Yes, even if they haven't escaped, we should definitely find them in Area 6. The group all nodded at each other and started walking off. Their final destination was Area 6, where all of their hopes lay. Alright, and I believe that is a good spot to take a break on. Indeed. There it goes, there's the music, there's the intermission screen, let's drink some water, let's save the game, and I believe we can depart for a moment now. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you soon. Nothing has happened in the meantime, obviously, so there's really not much more for me to say here, other than, you know, kill some time. I'm not even sure what. I mean, we can look at the music. Kenji Kaneko, Hands Off. Hyperdimension Twin. I like that series, honestly. That's a fun series. It's dumb, but I like it because it's really dumb. Although I haven't really kept up with it because there's so many nonsensical things out there as well. Billy Idol, Bitter Pill. That's a good song. The Beatles come together. Most of what they do is good, although not all of it. REO Speedwagon. Oh, what? Wagon? How the fuck did I fuck that up? I'm sorry. That's very, very wrong. Oh, come on. Come on, me. How did I mess that up? God, must have rushed these at some point. Anyway, Speedwagon. Speedwagon is best girl. Of course he is. And Buffalo Springfield for what it's worth. And yes, that's it. That's it for now. See you in mere moments. Many hours, potentially days, who knows? Who knows? However my whims decide on. Whatever they decide on, that is what we shall be continuing on next time in but mere moments. Ta-ta for now. Bye. Yeah. And that should be up. Oh, that disappeared. That should be back. There we go. Sometimes I am uncertain of what I am doing. Most of the time, actually. Mm, it wouldn't be actually. How do I come across it? Do I come across as sufficiently out of it, insane? I mean, I should, because I am a little bit, or maybe a lot. It's hard to tell. Self-diagnosis is not a useful thing to do, actually. But anyway, enough about, well, nothing, actually. That was a whole lot of nothing. Anyway, it's been a couple days, I think, from my end. That's nothing to report. Other than, yeah, absolutely nothing, honestly. So this is gonna be a little bit shorter intermission, I suppose. Although, how long did I do previously ending the stream? I don't remember. I didn't look it up. I should have, to remind myself of what happened last time as well, which I didn't. So now we're gonna be a little bit surprised by my own memory. I'll have to do that. But before continue with that, obviously, since this is an intermission and we have like 170 of my little short stories from 2017 and 18 left to go, it's time for the next one. Next one is, once again, some kind of poem about nothing, honestly. It's got a title. It's only a couple little remaining title. Let's just get through this. My embarrassing past. Although the things I write now are no better. Well, I don't publish them anyway. This is the only place where you see this stuff. Anyway, regardless, vocal exercises. These are, I suppose. We can double that. Yeah, let's use that excuse. Let's use that as an excuse. Anyway, the March of the Titans. And they march on, forever in their wake, beauty turned to waste. And the guns bellow, never ceasing, always hungry, for the iron of death. And the mountains crack, the seas boil, civilizations crumble under the boots of fury. And spirits long gone from the halls of the beasts, nothing to stop the march of the Titans. Okay, that's a thing. My visual imagination is very, very vivid and strong. My ability to transfer it into words or pictures or anything like that is virtually non-existent, and these are the best attempts that happen, I suppose. And that's about it. That was a thing. At least it was about something, I guess. Imagining giant metallic beasts eternally marching like a convoy of death and destruction, firing their weapons indiscriminately for no purpose at all, other than that's what they are meant to do. Forever, eating the land beneath, absorbing it, converting it into more weapons of destruction. I got distracted again. That will happen. Stream of consciousness is what these are. But anyway, enough of that. Let's get back to root double after days. We previously something happened. Okay, what happened? Watasa and June went into the contaminated area, though they didn't tell others that it's contaminated, to find some AD, and they succeeded, so good job. They didn't find any bodies, no other survivors, so at least no one's dead yet. So that's also very good. And they are regrouping back with the rest of them, and are going to further examine the rest of the area. And earlier Watasa and Yuri had a nice little heart-to-heart conversation. That was a little, that was wholesome and sweet, or something like that. And that's it. I think that's it for the amount of plot that happened previously. In the last hour and a half, recapped in like 20 seconds. I'm probably missing a bunch. But no matter, we march forwards. Chapter 3, C, titled Factory. Let's go! The group opened the security gate and went through the connecting passageway. The Procyon's alarm didn't go off, meaning they didn't have to worry about radiation here. Well, relatively. It's still like almost 4,000, which is really bad. And when they cleared the passageway... Beep beep beep. Ooh, nice change of pace. A broken forklift. Everything's... well, it's a hand-drawn thing, so that's always nice. A big warehouse. Lots of hooks and crates and steel bars, rebar. That looks like it's melted, but that's the consequence of hand-drawn things. Everything just looks wobbly. It gives it an interesting vibe. Kinda like it. Gives this personal touch. Anyway, they found themselves face to face with a bizarre room. I mean, it's not really that bizarre. It's a warehouse that's been... oh, fuck me again. Again! Forgot about this. Transition the scenes to the full screen thing. God damn it, me. Every day there's something I forget. A little thing. Sometimes not important, usually not important. But it's something. Every single day. If it's not at work or in my personal life, it's something else. It's always one little thing that I forget every day and only remember about it a little bit later. I don't know what it is about me, but anyway, moving on. I keep digressing. That's kind of... they found themselves face to face with a bizarre room. Tasu was speechless at the sight he was staring at. Well, I guess he's got amnesia, so he probably doesn't have concrete memories. It's just a warehouse that's been ravaged by explosions and fire, so it's like, I don't know what they're so shocked by. I don't get it. I work in a warehouse type of place. This is, I mean, it's dark, but that's it. Like, the room is more like something out of a factory instead of a research facility. Well, I mean, this is on-site production and construction. They would have to have something like this. It's really inconvenient. Logistics is hard, especially for top-secret research facilities like this. Like, if you can, you want to build your top-secret, bioengineered, nuclear radioactive, ESPA people on site. You don't want there to be the additional risk of, something happening along the way as you're transferring them from the factory and whatnot to the place. It's also just problematic. Some things, if you're making something big, like stuff that NASA does, that's logistics. Just getting a thing from place A to place B is an entire, plan. It's not something you can just pick up and go. Like, moving big things, complex things, is in and of itself a massive undertaking that requires weeks, maybe even months of planning and preparation, just to move a thing from A to B. Large machines, forklifts, cranes, and mountains of materials were lined up. The ceiling was also much higher than it was in the other areas, which explains why these floors are so long. Big, tall, why it takes so long for the elevator to go from one place to the other. Yeah, should have thought about that. Like, why did I think? For some reason I thought this place was relatively small, like an apartment building, floors, like only a couple meters separating each floor. No, it's probably like 50 or something, easily. It appeared that the room covered both B1 and B2. Okay, that might be sensible as well. A catwalk surrounded the B1 area and encircled the entire floor. What the hell is this place? It's a factory. This is the development block, nicknamed the Factory. Even in Japanese they say Factorio or something like that. This is my first time here too, but I never imagined the damage would be this bad. The machines there had been burned to hell and back, just as Ukita said. The ladder leading up to the catwalks had been warped horribly, leaving them unreachable. Looks like the fire here was really bad. Just as Watase muttered that, and dust and sparks and yeah, something that looked like sand fell down from the ceiling. That's bad. That's metal dust probably. That's real bad. You don't want to inhale that. Sand is fine. Sand is just whatever. Metal is fucked. Best thing you can breathe in is, in terms of dust, is wood, because that's biodegradable, and it's like, it's just wood, whatever. Metal will fuck up your lungs and everything. It's metal. Can't digest that. Nothing can do that. Anyway, it looks like the ceiling's collapsing too, doesn't it? Be careful, everyone. It's still a bit dangerous. A bit. A bit. That's an understatement. We're gonna have a red anagram appear here, probably. Jun then checked her Procyon. The reading is 3711 MSV. Still within the safety standard. Just barely. Now then, hey, there it is. Well, it's a yellow one for now. Now then, this factory is quite big and it appears to be in complete shambles. So, why don't we split into teams of 4 and 2? The team of 4 will search the factory, while the team of 2 will search the inner ring. No one offered any objections to that proposal. Okay then, I'll take care of the search of the inner ring. Watasa then thought about who he should pair up with. Fuck's sake, I haven't heard enough of the scene to decide like that. To make changes. But he couldn't make up his mind. Oh shit. What's wrong, Captain? Hurry up and pick someone already. Oh, okay, I straight up have to pick someone. Fucking hell. Okay. I mean, as before. Let's go with that, I guess. That worked. 2 spry and agile ones, and the rest are, competent, capable, and little rabbit. I guess. Fuck it. I'm not like, you're making me think, game. That's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. Making me think is really useless. I'm not even trying to think. Like, my brain is unfiltered and I'm not focused on much of anything. Except when I am, I sometimes get hyper-focused, but not really. I don't think I've shown that here. Yet. Or maybe never. Maybe that was a lie. I get hyper-focused. Because I clearly haven't shown that at all anywhere. Anyway, alright. Watasa nodded and looked over the members of the group one more time. I should probably go for a good balance of gender. What the fuck does gender matter here? Fuck. And ability. Like, come on. Really? Having a team of all men or one of only civilians would be a bad idea. I mean, yeah. That's why we previously had, that split. The logical split. Moribe, will you join me? There we go. Sounds nice. Don't change what ain't broken, right? Exactly. Like, then please leave the search of the factory to us. Okay, let's get to searching, people. Roger. With Watasa's command as the trigger, the group split up into their teams. Watasa and Jun first entered B2 of the inner ring. Buddy and Buddy. The scene title. Those kids should be in this area, right? Well, maybe. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Are you? I'm not. After that brief exchange, the two of them checked all the rooms in a hurry. All the while believing they'd find the survivors in one of them. Nope. However, nada. The search yielded no results. Zilch. They're not here? Well, yeah, they're moving about. You saw Louise. She wasn't staying put. No, hold on. Let's check B1. They then headed in the direction of the stairwell when suddenly... But the inner ring's emergency staircase was unusable. As, typical. The part on B1 was intact, but everything below it had crumbled, leaving it impossible to climb. Not again. Boy, this is the pits. The factory is basically 2 floors in one room, so this is the only staircase. Should we use the elevator shaft again? No, wait. Is there any way we can get up? It was at that moment that Watasa remembered what he had with him. The rope! Hey, finally! God damn it. The 10-meter rope he'd been carrying around this whole time. I think we'll be able to get up with this. Watase calmly picked up some debris and tied the end of the rope to it. He then tossed the rope up and caught it on the B1 staircase. He tugged it several times to test its strength, but it appeared that the rope was firmly secure. Good. We can do this. Nice one. Okay, first one to the top wins. It's a rope. Come on now. That's not how ropes work when there's only one. Hey, how are we supposed to race each other when there's only one rope? Just climb normally. God damn it, Jin. I like her. She's fun. Ah, come on. You're such a killjoy. Well, sure, but you're not making a lot of sense here. I know you try to do like Jin, but come on. Come on. The two of them climbed the rope as they smiled at their playful exchange. The two of them then left the rope where it was. Is that a good idea? Since you're up there, you can just pick it up and descend it at any point. You might want... I disagree. That way they could use it again when they had to go back down, and there was a chance they might need to climb back up anyway. Yeah, they're up, so they're at the rope. If they need to go back down, they can just tie it there, where they are. Yeah, now leaving the rope in this situation is dumb. If it was the other way around, if they were climbing it down, that would make sense leaving the rope, because it would be, a little bit more difficult to guarantee a safe grip. Because they could, if they were up, they could tie it to one of the railings here, make sure it's sturdy and everything else, and then climb down. That would be fine. They're up there. They can secure it more firmly when they're up there going down. Leaving the rope is a bad idea. I would not do this. Okay, then let's move on with the search. This is the only other block we haven't explored yet. Yeah! The two of them then started searching the floor in high spirits. The first room they went to appeared to not have been touched by the fire. Okay, the rope's probably not going to be relevant, but still, they brought it up. They specifically mentioned they keeping it there. So I'm gonna hold them to that and hope they actually address that. Like, make use of it, not address it directly, but something, I don't know. Jun shouted as soon as she walked in. Hey, isn't that a Procyon? Eh? Watase looked closer to find a familiar device was lying in the corner of the room. It's probable that one of the other rescue members was here, like Dojima or Hayami. I mean, Hayami did have level 6 security clearances, multiple of them even, I think. No, only one, so it's possible that he was here. What's something like this doing here? It's not that surprising. Labo was the one who gave us... Ah, right. I forgot about that. Never mind. Never mind. I'm being dumb again and forgetting critical pieces of information. Labo was the one who gave us the Procons in the first place, after all. Oh, right. Anyway, this is a pretty good find. Yep, now we can split into 3 teams. They didn't know if the need for that would ever arise, but the two of them decided to take it just to be safe. They looked around to see if there was anything else worth taking with them. Though they didn't find any AD, there was a bound stack of papers on the table that Watase took interest in. Disaster Prevention Manual. Didn't we read that already? Isn't that the thing Yuri found a while back? No, it's a bit different. This one is for Area 5 and 6 staff. That's interesting then. That's useful. This is the more higher classification areas and stuff like that. Watase and Jude stood together to read the manual. You're not clear to read this thing, but never mind. This is an emergency situation, and who knows. Most of it was more or less the same as the one Yuri had shown them, but there was a new page at the very end not present in the other manual. Disaster Prevention Manual 2030 edition for Area 5 and 6 staff, regarding emergency evacuation routes. In the event of a fire, earthquake or other such disaster, they call them acts of God, typically, although this isn't a legal document, so force majeure is the technical term. But anyway, manual, not a legal document. The elevators will automatically ascend to the surface floors and stay there. Right? Okay. This is because there is a risk that the elevators could stop while in the operation due to an unpredictable shock, therefore trapping their passengers. Okay. I'll accept that explanation. Please use the emergency staircases located in each block to evacuate. Well, those were shittily built if most of them collapsed like this. Or was sabotage. But like, yeah, they were shittily built, I'm gonna say. Like these spiral things that's just hanging on at the central pole. That's... no. No, I disagree with that kind of design. That's a silly design. For an emergency staircases like that, those things need to be built to last. Like, they need to be carved out of the stone there and just reinforced. You can keep the spiral design, that's fine, but like, make it in the wall itself, and like thick and sturdy as fuck. It's an emergency staircase. You can't have it collapsing this easily like that. That's pathetic. God, this place is really not up on its security measures and infrastructure. However, Area 6 Outer Ring does not have any emergency staircases due to security risks and the facility's structure. Bull. I call bull on that. Due to security risks. As in, you don't want stuff leaking out. You'd rather this Area 6 and Area N be buried and forgotten than potentially, looked into. Therefore, all staff should evacuate through the inner ring, but if a situation arises where that becomes too difficult, please evacuate through the cargo lift. Regarding usage of cargo lift for evacuation. Unlike the normal elevators, the cargo lift is extremely sturdy. They should all be sturdy. In theory, it should be able to resist even magnitude 7 earthquakes and have very little risk of stopping. Sometimes I skip words apparently. Damn. That happens. Even when I write, sometimes I'm like, wait, there should be a the or some word in there, and like, always double check when you write stuff. I should take that to heart. Why don't I do that? Made a mistake previously and had to recheck it, correct it, anyway. Therefore, all staff members are granted temporary permission to use the lift to evacuate during a crisis. Please use it to promptly evacuate to the surface. The same rights will also be granted in the event of a case N. Should evacuation facility become impossible due to the bulkhead lockdown, the cargo lift can be used to evacuate to a safe zone in the surface floors. Well, promising, but there's gonna be a snag? There's gonna be some kind of contrivance to make that a lot more difficult than it sounds. A cargo lift? Oh yeah, I mean, they're producing stuff, so there should be a cargo lift to get materials and stuff like that down here too. The two of them started trembling when they read that passage. Evacuate the safe zone. Does that mean that there's a way for us to escape to the surface, even in this situation? Yes, but no. We'll see why there's a no. I'm looking for it. I hope the reason why it's no is a good explanation. Bottas and Jun looked at each other, and that, like, hopefully it's better than it's broken. It better be better than it's broken. Bottas and Jun looked at each other. They were both grinning from ear to ear. After being trapped in the basement all this time, they'd finally found the clue they needed about the one escape route that still worked. Allegedly, supposedly, technically worked. Don't know it for certain. Oh, where the heck is it? It should be on the map. It might be somewhere in that burnt to hell factory, though I didn't notice anything earlier. But we need to look for the survivors first. Locating an escape route means nothing if we don't find them. Damn right. Watashi shoved the manual into his pocket and ran out of the room. However, in the end, they went through all the rooms, yet found no hide nor hair of the survivors or any AD. Let's check the connecting passageway. We can't leave any stone unturned. The two of them headed for the connecting passageway that led to the factory. But the passageway was blocked by debris further in, so they couldn't travel past that, yet again. Wop wop. The only thing up ahead was the factory, meaning that they'd completed their search of the inner ring. Jun frowned in puzzlement as they turned around. That's odd. We didn't find Natsuhiko or anybody else here. Because they're moving about Area N. Or something like that. I suppose teleportation. I don't. Yeah, it's not gonna be aliens. It's not gonna be teleportation. Other world. Maybe. I don't know. I know nothing about this. It could be a surprise, like, hey, portal to hell or something. Probably not. Anyway, yeah, I agree. But maybe they're in the factory. No. Then let's go back and help the other team with their search. Yeah. Or maybe they... But before Watase could say any more, he suddenly heard a sound at his feet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, shit. What was that? Both of them looked down in surprise, and found that there were cracks where Jun was standing. The floor is giving way. Just as Watase thought that, time slowed down for him. Was seeing everything in slow motion. Jun tried to jump back at once, but the floor at her feet collapsed right then. But wait, if this facility is so massive, wouldn't the floor literally be like 30 meters thick? And I mean, okay, fine. There were intermediate, like the engine room, like a floor between floors, so that might be a case, but still. Imagine that in underground. Never mind. Never mind. I don't know what I'm thinking. It feels cheap. This kind of infrastructure failures. They feel really forced, and like, come on. Oop. Yikes! Moribe! Watase shot his hand out as fast as lightning and grabbed Jun's arm. Pain ran through his cracked ribs instantly. Pain! But he put up with it and grasped Jun's arm tightly. Dust blew up from the crumpled floor, but it soon began to clear up, revealing Jun's face on the other side. Whoa, hang in there. Phew! That sure was a close call, wasn't it? A surprised face. Whoa, Captain, incredible! It all happened so fast that I couldn't react, but his instincts kicked in. Well, I thought it looked dangerous, that's all. Also, goddamn, look at that. Beside her, there's literally like these rebar, like steel rebar things in concrete layers, like multiple layers of that. At least 2. Plus the floor itself. How did that collapse? That's a massive sinkhole. But that's not a sinkhole. How does that? Okay, I don't know how that kind of stuff happens. Anyway, still, I nearly had a heart attack there. I didn't think the floor would just collapse so suddenly like that. Yeah, me neither. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, that was scary. It must have been your weight that broke the passageway. Har har. Hey, were you born with no manners at all? That's not something you tell a lady. I mean, she's tiny. She's 20 years old, she's an anime character, she's not that tall. She's like, what, she's 40 kilos or something, 45, 50 maybe. That's fucking nothing. Pouty face, I like that though, that's cute. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna pull you up now, so give me your hand. Roger Dodger. Watase grabbed Jun's other hand and pulled her up. You're not hurt, are you? Just a little dusty. Nope, not physically, but my heart's been horribly wounded, no thanks to someone. That's great. That's good, but still, that's a big hole. Watase looked at the now partially collapsed passageway. I guess Area 6 got damaged really badly by that fire. And more. A psychokinetic battle engulfed the place. That's why I got so fucked. Even the floors that's like several feet of concrete and steel. That kind of stuff doesn't just collapse like that from a fire. Or at least it shouldn't. That's an yeah. I hope the others are okay. Let's get back to them and make sure. 2 of them nodded at each other, then ran through the passageway together. Team climbed down the rope at the staircase and returned to the factory on B2. I hope they took the rope back with them, only to find the others running towards them. Captain, did something happen? Heard this strange thump. Oh, it was no big deal. Just a connecting passageway collapsing, that's all. That's all. Anyways, did you guys find the survivors? Nope. Unfortunately, no. They are skittering about elsewhere. They have their own agenda. Made sure to leave no stone unturned, but we found not even a trace of the survivors. Did you find anyone in the inner ring? Nope, no one on our end either. The group had already finished exploring all the areas in Labo. Well, all but one. But they hadn't found the survivors anywhere. Not even any bodies of them. Plus they're alive and moving about, then I guess there's no doubt about it. Eh? They are already escaped through the cargo lift. That is a bold assumption to make, and it's wrong. It's 100% wrong. We saw Louise here. She was running away from us. Like, no. I mean, fine, we have meta understanding that this is a drama story, and they don't. They're not, they're not Deadpool. They don't analyze this thing from, like, they're not self-aware that they're inside the story, but we are. And what's drama? If everyone makes it out safely through a logical path. Oh yeah, of course, that makes total sense. But it's completely wrong. Just because something makes total sense doesn't mean it's going to be correct at all. Kazumi and the others look confused at Watase's proclamation. Cargo lift? What do you mean? It looks like there's a lift in the factory we can use to escape to the surface. Here, take a look at this. Watase said that and showed the disaster prevention manual he'd found earlier to the others. I see. I never knew we had something like that. I mean, it's a logical thing to assume that you would. How else are you gonna get all these materials down here? I already said that, didn't I? I said I'm going mad is incorrect. I've always been mad. Yeah, always been a little mad. Yes, it's possible to get out this way, right? So did any of you guys find anything that looked like a lift in the factory? Fuck no. No, we did not. Or perhaps that's what that was. Past tense. Kazumi turned around and looked at a corner of the factory. She was standing at the farthest wall from them, where, for some reason, a security gate stood. What's a security gate doing in a random place like that? Well, it's clearly not random then. We found it strange as well. It didn't seem to fit with everything else, so we investigated it, but we couldn't get in because the security slot was burned in the fire, so we gave up on searching it. Well, we have to get through there. But past that gate is the only part of the factory we haven't searched yet. Indeed. If there really is a cargo lift, then it must be there. Get the engine kata. The whole group was all smiles. They only had 6 AD, but if they managed to escape, then they wouldn't need them anymore. I mean, rescuing 3 out of 6 survivors is not terrible. It's not great, but 50% is better than 0% in terms of rescues. It's a catastrophic thing. Plus, we don't know how many other people were successfully evacuated and rescued by Dojima and Hayami before they met their demise. Who knows? We don't know. We don't have any facts on that matter. You take the win where you can. You can mourn the losses, but you can't regret them. Like, you did everything you could, and you got 50%. That's fine, but we're not gonna stop at 50%. Oh no. Their journey full of hardships was finally coming to an end. Fuck no, it's not. Alright then, let's find a way to open that gate. Couldn't we use the air ducts to get over it like the other time? Unfortunately, the ceiling is too high up, so we don't have a way to get in there. Then what if we use the engine cutter to break down the gate? There we go. We already tried that. Oh, we went back to the makeshift base and got it. But seeing as how the cutter failed to make even a dent in it, that gate must be quite sturdy. Okay, fair enough. It's a bulkhead. Great. Just great. Yeah. How can we open it? That is a good question. Well, we are in a factory with industrial equipment, but most of it's broken. All of it is broken. But we can try. If we can, like we saw in those giant, cranes, things like that up there. If we can manage to get that to work, even if it's with a hand crank, winch it, get that, hook down from there, like hook it around the gate or something like that, and just crank that sucker all the way. Like, it's industrial thing. It's designed to lift several tons worth of materials. If you can manage to make that work, that would be a solution. That's one of the first things I would try. Watase looked at Yuri. Damn it, the exit's right in front of us. Allegedly. We have to get that gate open no matter what it takes, so that we can save Yuri and Enna and Ukita, because they're also survivors. But just as Watase thought this, he and everyone else suddenly heard a strange noise. Also, if the previous survivors had managed to get into the lift, the security gate should be open. Why would they close it? Like, why would they close it? I guess it would be automated thing, but anyway, stuff is falling down. It's gonna be dangerous. Watase instantly felt a shock run through his spine. Several large objects were falling from up above. Taken aback by this, he looked up to see the ceiling breaking apart. Guys, get out of here! The ceiling started to collapse at the same time he shot at that. Oof. They screamed, and the debris, pebbles, scraps of iron, steel frames, and iron plates came falling down one after another. Like, pebbles? Really? Pebbles. Rocks. Like, scraps of iron, sure. Debris, scraps of iron, steel frames, iron plates, like, that's dangerous and stuff. But pebbles? Really? Pebbles. Pebbles. The word pebbles does not instill any kind of fear or respect. Pebbles. Pebbles, pebbles, pebbles. Too many B's in there, it's too cutesy sounding to be taken seriously. Oh dear, Yuri. Yuri tripped and fell on her backside. It was at that moment that a remarkably huge ceiling panel, one about 5 square meters big, that's pretty big, fell straight towards her. Yuri! Yuri! Watase darted for Yuri and shielded her with his body. A moment later, an impact ran through Watase's back. Ow, if it's that, fuck, that's heavy. Like a wooden plate of that size is like, 100 kilos, 70, depending on how thick it is. And that can fucking crush you. A steel one? Fuck that. He had intercepted the fallen ceiling panel with his back. Like, 5 square meters is fucking massive. That's big. That's the size of a, like, not a massive room, but that's the size of a room. You can live reasonably within a 5 square meter room. It's not comfortable, but you can make it work. That's big. That's big. The panel itself was only about 20 kilos, not all that heavy. What? Okay, so it's just a facade. Okay, I didn't say what, that was a metal one. It was a moment that a remarkably huge ceiling panel with a square meters big. Okay, only 20 kilos? That's like made of like fucking styrofoam or plastic or nonsense like that. Like, that's pathetic. Okay, so it's super thin and made of a light material. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's totally just a facade. It's not structural in any way. With Yuri lying under him, Watase got up on all fours and tried to push the panel up and off him with his back. I mean, 20 kilos is not a lot, but if it still falls on you, it still hurts. That's gonna hurt. 20 kilos is still 20 kilos, although it's dispersed amongst a massive area. If it's 5 square meters, they wouldn't fall at terminal velocity. I mean, it's not high enough to reach that, and it wouldn't because of the wind resistance, air pressure, it is whatever. That's fucking light. That's nothing. That's nothing. I need to get this off of me quickly. It's only 20 kilos, you can just lift that easily. That's nothing. Spread across 5 square meters, that literally will feel like it weighs almost nothing. 20 kilos. 20 kilos is fucking nothing. That's embarrassing if you can't move that easily. But yeah, there's other stuff falling on top. But if it's 20 kilos, then it can't be sturdy. Although maybe it might be like carbon fiber, that's light, I guess. I haven't looked into that. Carbon fiber might be a very light but sturdy material. That might make sense, I don't know. Again, I'm talking completely out of my ass here. Anyway, but even more debris came falling down at that moment. His back was assaulted with impacts that passed through the panel. Through the panel. Okay, so yeah, it's completely bullshit like styrofoam panel. Ouch! The panel's weight suddenly increased tenfold at the same time with great force. You get crushed by that. Watase tried to break away from it, but his body wouldn't respond. No shit! Your ribs are cracked and you're mostly dehydrated, you haven't eaten anything in hours, you're stressed the fuck out, you know, your adrenaline's probably used up in previous life or death situations, like very recently with helping June. So your body is spent. And getting assaulted by these things, yeah. Shit, he had no way of estimating how much the debris piled up on his back weighed. I mean, you need to angle that shit. You can't just, like, it needs to, like, needs to be angled so that at least part of it is touching the floor, so you can, like, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Like, whatever. Like, angle it, so that, like, take some of that weight off of you and onto the floor, basically. Makes it much easier. 150, 200, whatever it was so heavy that it felt like his arms and legs were going to break right then and there. Like, tilted. But he locked eyes with Yuri just at that moment. Like, if she can move, move, so that he can also try to move. Or like, yeah, angle it, then get her to, like, prop it up with some kind of piece of rebar or something. Like, that will help. Greatly, immensely. Even if it, like, starts to bend and break, like, that's still gonna hold for a few seconds, which is enough. Watasa's face was reflected in those eyes, shrouded with fear and despair. I have to hang in there, or Yuri will be crushed with me. Watasa filled his arms and legs with strength, supporting the weight of the debris. All he could think about was protecting Yuri. I mean, obviously it's already propped up against the wall at an angle, like, otherwise he would actually be crushed and stuff like that. Still, pet peeves of mine, stuff like that. I am over eager to, like, do stuff here. The sound of the ceiling caving in soon stopped, leaving Watasa and Yuri trapped under a mountain of debris. That's an extra close-up. Very nervous. Captain Kasasagi. What's with this music? It's not sad music, it's like nighttime music. Anyway, the situation doesn't call for that, just because the visuals might imply that kind of feeling it, no. Anyway, Yuri looked up at him with wide eyes. Although what the fuck am I thinking? What the fuck was that just now? Where is my mind going with these? Like, the music makes me think of other things than they're in a life or death situation. Actually, no, it doesn't. Don't know the fuck my brain is thinking. I apologize. I'm just jumping the gun here. Just then, something leaked down onto her dusty cheeks. It's his sweat or her tears. Oh, his blood even. Oh, that's worse. It was Watasa's blood. Did I hit the back of my head too much? Probably. You have no idea what you hit. You're numb all over the place. Watasa ignored the pain and spoke. Don't worry, Yuri. I'll save you. You can bet on that. Okay. But more importantly, Captain Kasasagi, you're bleeding real heavily. You're dying. Oh, it's just a scratch. He says as he can barely breathe and eke out those words. Watasa said that and gave her an awkward smile. But you're bleeding. Yuri looked like she was about to burst into tears. If you can move, move. They then heard the voices of the others who had managed to escape the rain of debris in time. She can't move, obviously. Captain, Miss Yuri. Where are you? Answer us. Yuri, you can speak. Shout. Shout. He can't. He's under pressure. Oh no. Don't tell me they're under that rubble. Are you still alive? Yuri then started screaming as loud as she could so the others would hear. We're right here. Please hurry and get the rubble off. If you don't, Captain Kasasagi will. But how? They didn't bring the air jack with them. Fuck. That's unfortunate. The gears in Watasa's mind started turning. It would be probably very difficult to get rid of this debris with human hands. It would. And the fact that his stamina would eventually run out meant that they had to act fast. Okay, you're telling me to act fast. I mean, prioritize the girl, save the little bunny, I guess. Yourself not that important, I guess. I don't know. Let's go with that. The Enneagram makes me choose stuff. Come on, think. I should be able to come up with something. A very inappropriate voice to give given his situation, but that's just the me. What's the best way to make sure that Yuri survives? He thought he'd had something for a second there, but now he wasn't sure if it would work. Oh, that was the wrong choice. Okay, so the other way around? What? I don't know how this works. Like, I'm too stupid to understand how this works, what you want from me. You know, game. Like, I'm gonna try and avoid visual novels with gameplay elements and then just give me a kinetic story that I can read through and react to stuff in them and whatnot. Let my brain wander. Don't make me think. Don't make my brain think. That's not gonna lead to anything useful. Ever. Ever. The weight of this debris against his back felt like it was getting heavier and heavier. He could delay no longer. Yeah, your strength's running out. Watasa suddenly shouted as loud as he could. Tachibana, Moribe, I'm begging you, do something. That's not useful. What do you mean by something? It's a very good question. Moribe, use the air jack and the engine cutter. There we go. But aren't they in the area too? We don't have time to go all the way back for the air jack. Yes, we do. It shouldn't take that long if you go through Area 1 to get there. That was exactly what Watasa had been thinking. His instincts had been right after all. Moribe, please bring them here ASAP. Wait, didn't you already bring the engine cutter with you? They did. It's here. You only need to go for the air jack. Roger. I'll be back in 2 minutes tops, so hang in there, Captain. Miss Tsubakiyama, Mr. Okita, help me try to get as much debris off of as possible until Moribe returns. Okay, let's get started now. Yeah. Start moving this debris off. Yeah, I guess they can't reach in there in any way. It's like prop up like a supporting beam. That would be very helpful. Jun left the factory as Kazumi and Okita started removing the debris. But a minute later, Watasa's arms started shaking rapidly. Yeah. Holding up weight for a little bit is easy. After a while, it gets really difficult. That's a massive strain on your arms. Like, it's really unpleasant. Your arms aren't really designed to hold up heavy weights for prolonged periods of time. That's just not what the human body is meant for. Like, it's not designed for that. Well, made for endurance, but not the kind that's constant physical strain, like not this kind of strain. He couldn't imagine how many kilos he was holding up. His spread elbows creaked, feeling like they'd snap like twigs at any second. Moribe, please hurry up. Yuri's face scrunched up grimly as if she could tell what Watase was feeling. I'm so sorry, it's my fault that you got trapped. No, it's not. It's an accident. It's a crisis situation. Stop blaming yourself. That's bullshit. Come on now. You dummy. Exactly. Don't apologize for nothing. Exactly. Okay. What do you mean? But why? Because it's his job and his instincts. Because like that's just what people do. Why are you going this far to save my life? Because that's just what people do in these kind of situations. Normally. Like, she's asking this because her past is full of tragedy and people not caring for her, stuff like that. The girl who doesn't belong. Her title in the intro video from several hours ago now. Why? Well, it was then that Watasa remembered. Don't stop, save her. Oh yeah, also he has a prime directive from the voice inside his head. From Tenkawa. Yes, this is Tenkawa speaking. It must be. It can't be anyone else. The voice he had heard in his head shortly after he had woken up. I see. So ever since I heard that voice, I've been... Captain Kasasagi? Yuri looked confused at Watasa's sudden silence. It was at that moment that they heard Jun's voice. Sorry to keep you all waiting. What's the situation? Pretty bad, to be honest. Hurry up. Understood. Moribe, get the air jack ready ASAP. It's on standby now. Your orders? First, cut along this line from here to there with the engine cutter. Put the air jack in the newly created hole after that. Then lift the debris up and get those two out of there. Roger. Mr. Bikama, Mr. Okita, get back now. Now, commencing cutting procedure. The two rescue workers then began removing the debris. God damn it! But the strength in Watase's arms was fading quickly. It wouldn't surprise him if the weight of the debris won out any second now. I would have ordered Tachiba and Moribe right away back then if I had known this was going to happen. Well, you couldn't know. So, pointless thoughts. Those last 10 seconds had cost him everything. Captain Kasasagi. Yuri looked anxious, but Watase no longer had the composure to say anything comforting to her. The debris was sinking further and further into his back. That was merely an illusion, but one that felt more than real enough. Moribe, please hurry up. That 1 second felt so long. The vibrations of the engine cutter were like poison to Watase now. Yeah, I can only imagine. And at the end of what felt like an eternity of agony, part of the debris was removed and a light shone in on Yuri's face. But at that moment, Watase hit his limit. He could tell that the muscle fibers in his arms were starting to burst. He really didn't have any more time. Shit, I've gotta make sure that at least Yuri gets out. With Yuri's small body, it was probably possible for her to escape through the hole that had been opened just now. Captain, put up with it for a little longer. We're getting the air jack ready. Watase forced his voice out in order to interrupt her. Tachibana, pull Yuri out right now. Huh? Captain? Tachibana, hurry! This is an order. It was practically a miracle that he'd managed to shout that. Yes. Kazumi took Yuri's hand and quickly pulled her outside. The strength in Watase's arms then gave way then and there. Ah shit, we fucked up. We're dead again. Aren't we? His body was pulverized by the debris. Well, fuck. Okay, that's another notch on the dead end belt. He screamed without voicing it. That horrific scream burst out of his mouth. Captain! No! Bones all throughout his body broke and pierced his lungs. He nearly passed out from the sheer pain of it all. A thought crossed Watase's mind amidst all that. I'm glad I saved Yuri. But another thought simultaneously hit him. But were my actions just now really my actions? Or maybe... Don't stop! Save her! If I had never heard that voice, you would still save her. Come on now, that's silly. At that moment, it felt as if everything he'd been up until that point hadn't really been him. He had been up until that point what hadn't really been him. And just as Watase's convictions faded from his body, his mind fell into darkness. Well, pooh. Well, that really felt like the correct path, but I guess not. Bad ending number 7, the egoless. The result of underestimating the danger and not giving urgent orders quickly enough. You may not be able to avert this fate by setting Watase and Yuri's senses very high at the SS input just before descending. Oh, both? Okay. Okay. Fucking hell. Alright. Let's go back then. Yeah, no, we're not even an hour in yet. I'm gonna continue on the quick loads. Is this the thing? No. Let's go back a little bit earlier. Guess dramatic rescue here? Sure. Looked up to see. Alright, let's skip ahead a little bit. Yuri, dotted moments in his back assaulted with the impacts of that. And 20 something, blah blah, until his arms. He could talk about protecting Yuri, Kei's stone stopped, and they are in this situation now. Leaving Watasu, you trapped under a mountain of debris. Captain Kasagi, there's debris falling everywhere. Woo, excitement, blood, and everything. It's just a scratch. Anyway, before you're bleeding and blah blah. Captain Misiri, where are your answers? Don't tell me that. Are you still alive? Right here, please hurry, but how? Okay, so we have to set these both high. Okay, simple enough. Maximum. Maximov. The gears in Watase's mind started turning. It would probably be very difficult to get rid of this debris with human hands, and the fact that their stamina would eventually run out meant that they had to act fast. Come on, think. I should be able to come up with something. What's the best way to make sure that Yuri survives? Watase then allowed himself to be guided by his instincts and began shouting to those outside the debris. Moriba, get the airjack from the makeshift base. Stat! Such a tiny little change, but fair enough. It's kinda far from here. Just do it. No, it isn't. It shouldn't take that long if you go through Area 1 to get there. Tachibana, teach, old man. Get as much debris off of me as you can. Understood. There's no time. I'm counting on you guys. Roger. I'll be back in 2 minutes tops, so hang in there, Captain. Mr. Kita, Mr. Yana, let's help too. Okay, now this is gonna be a repeat of the things. Alright, what should we do? Start moving this debris off. Jun left the factory as Kazumi and Ukita started removing the debris. Alright, I got a little too fast there. Let's slow down again. Let's go back to normal speed. But a minute later, Wata's arms started shaking rapidly. The weight drilling into his back relentlessly tortured his body. His spread elbows creaked, feeling like they'd snap like twigs at any second. Moriba, please hurry. Yuri's face scrunched up with bitterness, as if she could tell what Watase was feeling. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault that you got trapped here too. You dummy. Don't apologize for nothing. Okay. But why? Why are you going this far to save my life? Even he didn't know why. He could say it was because of the voice in his head, but that didn't feel true. Oh, that's different. That's different. So he just answered with the role he'd been given. Isn't it obvious? It's because I'm a rescue squad captain. No way. Then why is it that back then... before he lost his memories. Okay. That's another hint. Ooh. Getting hints. I like that. Hints of what was before. Back then, why did you leave me there? That burning room. Alright, cool. But before Yuri could finish her sentence, Jun's shouts cut in. Sorry to keep you all waiting. What's the situation? Pretty bad, to be honest. Hurry up. Understood. Moribe, get the air jack ready ASAP. It's on standby now. Your orders. First, cut along this line from here to there with the engine cutter. Put the air jack in the newly created hole after that, then lift the debris up again and get those two out of there. Roger. Mr. Bakiyama, Mr. Ukita, get back now. Now, commencing cutting procedure. The two rescue workers began removing the debris. God damn it! But the strength in Watasa's arms was fading quickly. It wouldn't surprise him if the weight of the debris won out any second now. Watase looked into Yuri's eyes and spoke. Hey, Yuri, could I ask you to do me a favor? A favor? Please, tell me to hang in there. Aww. Okay, well that's adorable. That's really cute. I like that. Aww. Please, he needs the mental encouragement. Come on in there. Hang in there, kitty. Captain Kasasagi. Please, hang in there. Upon hearing those words, Watase felt his body become filled with renewed strength. Alright. He mustered every ounce of strength he had and pushed up the debris. At that exact moment, part of the debris was removed, and a light shone in on Yuri's face. It was then that Jun inserted the air jack into that opening. Air jack now set in place. Everyone, please give us a hand so that the debris doesn't collapse while the air jack is inflating. Leave it to me. Alright, then I'll keep this part held up. Okay, inflating air jack now. The debris was then lifted up into the air. Creaking and sounding. Hey, light! Captain, Miss Yuri, hurry! Watase and Yuri obeyed Kazumi's orders, and slipped out of the debris. Phew. Good job, everyone. I don't even know. I don't even care what this is gonna be. I'm just gonna max out. Like, good job, Kazumi and everyone else. Watase flopped onto the floor as soon as he escaped the pile of debris. Change of music. Change of music it's nice, I guess. Calm music. This dramatic situation has been resolved, more or less, I guess. For now, although the yellow anagram was here, so who knows. All of his bones were creaking and his muscles were shaking like crazy. Alright, are the others okay? Hug. Aww. Hugs are nice. Hugs are nice, aren't they? That's adorable. Watase looked around him, setting his eyes on Kazumi first. Oh, that's what this meant. And a second later, she... Captain, Miss Yuri, thank God you're alright. Ran up to Watase and Yuri as she said that, then embraced the two of them. Aw, she's the mom of the group. That's adorable. Big hugs. Whoa. That's adorable, I love it. Oh, hugs are nice, hugs are the best. Kazumi paid no heed to their surprise and started talking in a tear-choked voice. It really had me worried there. It felt like my heart was about to stop at any second. It's okay, Yuri and I are fine, but... it's a bit hard to breathe. Kazumi's just happy that you're both alive. It's great. Kazumi's arms of steel felt like they were crushing Watase and Yuri's throats. She's just that happy. Sometimes when you're super happy, you just want to squeeze something to death almost. Because you don't want to let go. It's an instinct of sorts. Eh? Ah, my apologies. She frantically loosened her grip when she realized this. However, he has cracked ribs and a broken back, almost broken. Hey, Miss Tachibana? Why aren't you letting go? It's okay if we stay like this for a little longer, isn't it? It is. It's nice. Nice little moments like this are very, very cute. I like this. I like this very much. What just happened was incredibly dangerous, so please just let me express my thanks for you having survived. Just let her embrace. Hugs are nice. It's a warmth embrace. After all, I don't want to imagine what would have happened if we had made even the slightest mistake just now. He got crushed under a giant pile of debris, every bone in his body turned to dust. But we don't need to imagine that, it happened in an alternative timeline. Kazumi said that and gave Watase and Yuri a nice pat on the back. Upon which Yuri began to tremble as the reality of what they had just been through only now finally hit her. That really was scary, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. You held up so good back there without even crying, you know that? But you're safe now, it's okay to cry. Kazumi said that and gently stroked Yuri's hair. The warmth from Kazumi's arms flowed into Watase. He also felt Yuri's heat flood into him from the shoulders that were now connected from the hug they were locked in. It was then that Watase felt himself fully reconnect with reality again. That's right, we survived. We made it out of there with our lives. There was a path to survival even in such a desperate crisis like this. You know, second time. Is the charm, at least. And the one who had carved that path open for them was their most reliable comrade, Kazumi. I mean, Jun also. Like, you know, don't disregard any of them. Everyone's useful. Watase gently hugged her back. Yuri's arms soon overlapped with Watase's. The three of them just stood in that embrace for a while, not saying a word. Yeah, everyone else is looking a little awkward. Eventually, Jun cut up the atmosphere up with a teasing voice. Yeah, of course she did. Of course she did. Nice job. Wow, it really is good to be the captain, eh? I mean, you get free hugs from Lieutenant Stoneface and everything. Oh, god damn it, Jun. She's my favorite. Honestly, Jun's great. The three of them turned around in surprise to see the rest of the group grinning at them. You know, it's the two parents and the kid. And you know, she's the sister, he's the uncle, and she's like the cousin, or something like that. I guess we go with this silly atmosphere, continuing on with silly atmosphere. I must admit, I'm a tad jealous. You must be feeling really, really nice right about now. Well, disregarding the broken bones and everything, I guess. You know, he's as comfortable as he has been in a few hours. Well, I'd say it was well deserved. It's thanks to him that Miss Yuri's alive. Watase shook his head at that comment. No, I couldn't have done anything on my own. It's a team effort. It was thanks to everyone's teamwork that we were able to save Yuri. And you, don't disregard your own life. Everyone smiled embarrassingly when Watase said that. By the way, the back of your head is bleeding. Are you okay? No, he's not. Oh, yeah. Now that you mentioned I am bleeding, eh? Come on, turn around. I'll apply some Chiron to it. Anna took out the medical ointment they had found earlier, but then Yuri timidly spoke up. Can I do it instead? Would you please let me do it? God damn it, of course that's what she says. It's my fault he got hurt, so... Oh, it really is. We haven't actually seen like her like that, I think. It's a full dress, like big puffy Victorian era type dress. Almost, okay. Like it's a shorter version, but still. Okay, well, we'll let Miss Yuri handle it. That sound good, Captain Kasasagi? Yeah, I'll be counting on you, Yuri. Yes. Yuri took the Karan from Enna and walked around to Watase's backside. She applied the ointment to her fingertips, then rubbed them against the wound on the back of Watase's head. That's probably gonna sting. Although he might not be able to feel anything right now, who knows. He could feel the gentle movements of her fingers. Before long, Yuri spoke up in surprise. Huh? Huh? What is it? I just noticed something. You have a single streak of white hair. Well, I mean, he is probably in his early 30s or something, and he's a rescue operative. So he's, you know, aging much more rapidly. The stress gets to him. I guess that's what does. I don't know. Oh, really? I can't see my own head, so I wouldn't know. He's got short hair as well. Barely. Hey, actually. Aha. Over there where the arrow's pointing, that is a streak of white, actually. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Nice little detail. It's actually at the front of his head. So he should be able to see that in the mirror, but I guess he doesn't really pay attention to the mirror. I don't either. It's true. It's like a Kasasagi feather. Kasasagi feather. Okay, right, Japanese names, they typically have meanings. I'm going to have a quick little pause and look up what that is. What is that? What is that? What is that? Okay, no, that's a bird. How does that look? A Kasasagi. It is a... okay. It's this. We can show that. No, that's the wrong one. Let's show you. It's a nice bird. It's a black bird with like a blue wings and the white part of the wings as well, or something like that. Let's see. No, that's the wrong one. Come on now, stop at me. Stop being dumb. Stop being dumb. I can do this, right? For fuck's sake. There we go. There we go. There's the bird. That's a Kasasagi bird. It's a nice little majestic looking. It's kind of like a crow or raven, but different. Neat. Anyway, moving right back on with this. Yeah. Kasasagi. You know your last name. I'll get amnesia. For fuck's sake, fine. It's the name of a kind of magpie. Bloody magpies, always stealing shit. Fucking magpies, especially the red ones. It's a very smart bird that has a single white feather. Yeah, these ones are probably not, you know, bastards that loot everything that's not nailed down. Ha! Maybe that's where my surname Kasasagi came from. Well, no shit, you're Japanese, so 100%. Well, okay, man, it's a family name, fuck it. Enna interjected at Watase's light joke. Of course not. Did you also lose all your common sense with your memories? Yes, he did, kind of. Oh, come on, Teach. I was just joking. Just try to cheer up, Yuri. I guess I don't know how Japanese last names work, but all of their names typically have some kind of meaning, not like European names. Like my name, like my real name means fucking nothing. I mean, my last name is like literally translates to sparrow, the little tiny, you know, brown bird. My first name, fucking nothing. That just means nothing. Oh, really? You know, you may be rather tough and manly, but your sense of humor sucks to high heaven. Damn you, you're as harsh as always. Always? You've known her for like 2 hours or something. Yuri let out an amused laugh at that conversation. Watase and Enna also smiled when they heard her laugh. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure that's the first time I've ever heard Yuri laugh. Hanging in there really did pay off. Yuri finished applying the ointment to Watase, then addressed everyone in the room. Captain Kasasagi, everyone. Big thanks to everyone, isn't that right? Thank you so much for saving my life. You're welcome. You're a good kid. Tell us your secrets, though. Why are you hiding from us? Tell us things. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No thanks needed. What matters most of all is that you're safe. Sure. She's right. If something happened to one of the survivors after all we'd been through, we would lose the right to call ourselves a rescue squad. Well, I mean, you can't win 100% of the time. Got that right? But man, I never thought the ceiling would just cave in like that. Yeah. Otta sighed in exasperation and looked up at the collapsed ceiling. Well, anyway, let's get back to trying to pry open the security gate so that we can confirm that the cargo lift does not work, is not an option. It was at that moment that he spotted something. No, more like his attention was drawn by it. Ah, hey, the hook, the crane, yeah? Did you finally think about what I thought of earlier? Is something wrong, Captain? Don't tell me more crap's gonna fall again. No, that's not it. I just thought of a way to open the gate. Wait, seriously? Yeah, we should be able to use that, and we'll be clear. The cargo, hook. What else I was pointing at? There we go. At a crane hanging down from the ceiling. Obviously. If we can put a notch in the gate with the engine cutter, then hook it onto the crane and have it force the gate open, it sounds like it's worth a shot. It's literally the only option we really have here. Because even if one of the forklifts was working, if the security gate is that tough that the engine cutter can't really get through it, then it's probably bolted into the the wall. Fuck, I remembered ceiling and floor but forgot the word wall for a moment there. Then the forklift would not be able to, even pull it out. Probably. Most likely not. Forklifts are tough, like they can lift a lot, but it's, although maybe. But this isn't an industrial sized forklift. It looks like a standard size one. It has the weight capacity of maybe 2 tons. And yeah, you need an industrial size one that can lift container units, like that fucking thing. That's got grip of the gods even. It'll tear up the concrete before it, slips. But is that crane actually working? Very good question. But it's a crane. It's it's pulleys and ropes. It should be possible to DIY that thing to a manual type of thing. Although that would significantly reduce its pulling capacity. Hold on a minute, I'll look into it. Ukita ran alongside the wall, then started operating a controller sitting there. Yes, it moved. We can use it. Okay, doesn't matter which movement it has. Any movement works. Perfect. Then let's get to work. Stat. Yeah, I already got the engine cutter here and everything, so this is perfect timing. But you already tried. Fine, whatever. The group all nodded at each other, then headed over to the gate that was barring their way. Alrighty then, I'll try making an incision into the gate. But you already said earlier that you tried. Whatever. Back up, guys. Sparks are gonna fly. Oof, fuck, that's loud. That's loud as fuck. June started up the engine cutter, then ran its spinning blade into the gate. A flurry of sparks bathed her body. She doesn't even... that's dangerous. You little son of a bitch. Doria. Energy. Es ahora. Phew. Phew. Captain, how's this look? That was just pure energy. I love that. That's great. Doria. Horsa. That's silly. I love that. Watasa studied the gate to see that there was now indeed a small notch etched into the spot where June had cut. Good job. Now all that's left is to hook the crane into this thing. Old man, you're up. Roger. Ukita nodded and started operating the crane again. All clear, all clear, all clear. Okay, stop. Kazumi hooked the crane's hook onto the recently carved notch. Everyone fall back just to be safe. Yeah, you are pulling out part of the wall in a room that is collapsing already. Watase waited until everyone had complied, then gave Ukita a hand signal. Ukita nodded again, then pressed the switch on the controller. The crane's chain rewound up to the ceiling, causing the hook to pull tight against the gate as it did. Watase prayed as he observed the scene play out before him. Well, one or the other is gonna give out. Please work, it should. We need to confirm that the cargo lift is not an option, after all. Just then, the gate started creaking in the blink of an eye. Notch then widened even further, and opened up to create an opening large enough for people to walk through it. Alright, it went off without a hitch. We did it! We did it! We did it! We did it! Excited! The opening was big enough for even someone of Watase's stature to fit through. They could vaguely see that what appeared to be the lift's control panel through the darkness. Thank goodness. See, now we can rest easy. Not yet. It will appear that all went well, correct? So far. Yes. I apologize for forcing a civilian like you to assist us with this task. Come on. Everyone's in a team. Everyone's in the same boat. Like, yeah. No, it was no problem at all. I'll do anything if it means getting out of here. Yeah. It's a team effort. There was no point in... whatever, fine. Politeness. I guess Japanese are a lot more polite than I was raised to be, I guess. That's good. It's good to be polite, actually. I should emulate that. Everyone's faces had brightened now that they could get through the gate that had been causing them so much grief. Watase also found himself spontaneously break out into a smile. Yeah, everyone did it. Positivity for everyone. Woo. Thank God. Now we finally secured an escape route. Well, a path to a potential escape route. Come on now, you're jumping to conclusions. Again. It was true that they hadn't found all the survivors yet, but now they could at the very least get Yuri and Nikita out of here. Plus, this would mean they had no longer have any problems with AD, and could also get backup from the rescue workers on the surface. Watase breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his comrades' faces, and then spoke to Ukita. Old man, we did it, yes. Though there are still many problems, however, I suppose this is good for now. You're right, we still have to find the remaining survivors and all. Indeed. A gloomy look clouded Ukita's face. Confidential information, NDAs, government, agents are gonna question all of us, and we're not gonna see freedom for a while. I see. So it's actually only gonna get tougher for the old man after this. Yeah, he's got a lot. Higher ups are gonna really question him. Why were you in Area 5 and 6? I know it's an emergency, but what did you see? Please sign this, and come talk to this, one of our test subjects. He'll erase your memory of these things that you shouldn't know about ever. Oh, bye-bye now. Bye-bye. With this larger crisis as a meltdown happening in their workplace, Ukita and his fellow staff members would doubtlessly be forced to take some level of responsibility for it. Also that. Ukita had risked tooth and nail to escape this hell alive, all while being aware of that heavy responsibility. Yeah, bureaucracy. Yay! So the old man must have had his own worries this whole time. No shit, everyone has. Anna has tons of worries still about her students. Watase gave Ukita a thankful pat on the shoulder. He then looked at the others. They were all covered in soot and dust, but they were still smiling. It was thanks to all of them that they were able to make it this far without losing a single life. There had been many a time where they had almost given up, but they had lost heart not even once. No matter how seemingly hopeless the situation, humans have the will to never give up and to keep moving forward, eh? It was the will to live that had welled up from the deepest part of all their hearts. It felt like the sole light of hope that shined through their despair. Hope isn't something as simple as an escape route or AD. Hope is the fact that all of us are comrades who fought to support each other through thick and thin. Watase's heart warmed at that thought. He held back his surge of emotions and spoke up. Okay then, let's get out of here. Then I'll go in first to make sure it's safe. We're counting on you. Yep, just leave it to me. June went through the opening in high spirits as the others saw her off. However, Not even a second later, she screamed. Jun's scream pierced through the darkness on the other side. What's it this time? More dead bodies or a massive chasm? Moribe, what's the matter? The rest of the group gulped and went through the opening. Okay, it's broken. The room they entered was about 9 square meters in size. There was a cargo lift or supplies big enough for people to fit on lying on the other side of the room, just as the manual had said. Jun was standing in front of it, frozen like a statue. It won't open. Moribe, what's wrong? No, not another one. Another dead body. Oh no, who is this time? We've ran out of people that we know. Except for the 3 survivors, but those kids are fine. Probably. Jun pointed to the side of the lift as she said that in a trembling voice. Oh no, oh, just that broken thing? Ah. Honestly, I was expecting a body. That would have been more dramatic. I mean, this is, yeah, we expected that. Of course the cargo lift doesn't work. Of course we're not going to escape this easily. Like, come on. I didn't have any hopes for that. That would be silly. Montase was rendered speechless at that sight, and that looks like it's been deliberately sabotaged, by the way. That's not a fire. That's not an explosion. That's deliberate sabotage. Oh. Oh, no. Okay. God damn it. Okay, it's both. It's both. It's dead body and deliberate sabotage. Okay, I jumped to conclusions again. But still. Lying there was the body of a girl who has been shot in the stomach. That's unfortunate. Who is this girl? No clue. It's a new character. Dear. One of the Case N people. Is she Mashiro Toba? No, she's not. But Anna, her face as white as a sheet, answered quickly in a low voice. No, she isn't. What? Yeah, there's tons of children here in this laboratory researching psychics. Adults don't have as much psychic potential as kids do, so obviously there's more children here. Oh, there's probably many more dead kids throughout the history of this facility. Case N has been a thing for like, a while. For at least 9 years since the previous fire incident thing. Since that they mentioned, like, come on now. We can piece things together ourselves very easily. But then, who is she? The plot thickens, as does the blood. Everyone just stared at the body of this girl who no one knew, and who had never even come up once up until this point. Yeah. A hole had been pierced through her stomach. A gunshot wound. A wound that looks like a gunshot wound. The blood that had poured out of it had already dried up into a dark color. Couple hours then, she had undoubtedly been murdered. Murdered. By the same person that murdered, Dojima? Yeah, it was Dojima who got, just tossed around like a marionette and discarded on the floor. And Hayami was the one who got burnt. I think. Maybe. Or maybe it's the other way around. Well, they were both faceless, just characters with names to serve the purpose of heightening the tension and drama. But when that happened was something that no one knew, and the bigger question was, why did someone kill this girl? The girl's face was completely expressionless. There wasn't a hint of fear or pain to be seen. She just stared at the floor with hollow eyes. Everyone was utterly dumbstruck. The room was now as silent as a tomb. It wasn't long before Ukita let out another surprised gasp. No. Ah. Yeah, notice the sabotaged control panel. He slowly staggered over to the panel. The lift's control panel that was lying next to the girl, completely destroyed. Had been completely destroyed. As if someone had intentionally broken it. Ukita silently tried to work it, but nothing happened even after he pressed the switch. The lift didn't make a sound. Might need to hotwire it, although the wires look like they've been fried as well. That's not going anywhere. Of course not. Of course not. Ukita then hit the panel in what seemed like a resignation, then shook his head. A still air filled the small room yet again. Why? Because drama needs to happen, and there's a mystery to be solved. It was Yuri who broke up the silence. Why did all this have to happen? Because the writers wanted it to. Her voice, brimming with bewilderment and despair, echoed through the confined room. No one could answer her. Everyone just stood up absolutely still, overcome with shock. After Chapter 4, 1200 hours, 5 hours until rescue thing. The end of hope. The group had been guided by hope up until now. They had faith that there must be an escape route somewhere, that survivors must still live, awaiting a rescue somewhere. And the cargo lift they had found at the end of their search should have been their only escape route. But it had already been destroyed. I mean, the lift itself is probably functional, it's just the control panel that isn't. There had never been any hope to begin with. Oh, there is something, obviously. This can't end in a downer ending. Can it? It might, but I hope it doesn't, honestly. I kind of like my happy endings. Happy endings are nice. If this does get, a little more depressing, maybe I might interject in between these weeks somewhere. Some kind of light-hearted, like romantic comedy, wholesome, little something there in between this, because this technically goes on for a while. But anyway, instead, all they had found there was the unidentified body of a girl. The group was frozen in total shock. Everyone had been struck speechless by this unforeseen turn of events. Soon enough, Kazumi, I'll run a vitals check on her. I mean, she's dead. Ran over to the girl with that declaration. She took her off her vital checker and put it around the girl's wrist. All red. Pulse, no breathing, nothing. Status, all red. She opened the girl's eyelids up wider and checked her pupils. Her pupils have dilated. Kazumi laid the girl down and spoke. Moribe, help me out. I'm going to perform CPR. What? She's been dead for so long now. Right. What's the point? Jun hurriedly sat down next to the girl. Kazumi performed cardiac massage, 15 compressions. Jun performed artificial respiration, 2 rescue breaths. The girl didn't respond. No shit. Watase just stood there in blank amazement, unable to even do a thing. Well, what can you do? There's nothing to do. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. The girl didn't respond. It's hopeless. Well, yeah, no shit. Okita kneeled beside the girl and muttered that. Kazumi and Jude ignored him and continued their CPR. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. She's already dead. Well, they don't really have anything else to do, so they, in situations like this, you gotta cling to what you do know. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. You guys couldn't save her. Nobody can save her. She was already dead. We didn't even know she existed before now. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. And neither could I. Do you know something about her? 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. 15 compressions, 2 rescues. Okay, it's like 6 times now. That's a bit too much. Kazumi didn't stop the CPR. I mean, it's too late, Tachibana. Like, at some point you do have to accept that, confirmed dead. No response from Kazumi. Wata's words didn't seem to register with Kazumi. She does need to cling on to something. Something. People in desperate situations need to cling on to something, otherwise, you'll fall into despair, which is a death spiral, which is useless. So, that's an automatic, instinctual behavior, I think. We always cling to something, some kind of routine, something that we know, something that we can understand in the face of disaster and confusion and chaos. We always need something that makes sense. That's where conspiracy theories come from. When things don't make sense, when it's just the chaos of the world, we need that something. Otherwise, it's really difficult to accept that the reality is just pure chaotic mess. that, you know, sure, it operates based on laws of physics and, you know, biology for the most part and whatnot, but it's all so many infinite variables that make it seem like it's completely unpredictable and chaotic and just maddening. Eventually, her watch alarm went off. Oh, time to take your AD. Time to wash away the telepathic presences. Become alone. Desire to be alone. Tachibana, it's time to administer the AD. Hey, are you listening? Ugh. Watase took out one of the AD ampules and administered it to himself. He then injected Enna and Yuri with 2 other ampules. Yuri was so out of it she didn't even offer up one of her usual protests. Come on, Tachibana, you guys have to take some too. Kazumi didn't reply, but her lips faintly moved. Why? Nagisa. Don't die. Oh, she knows her. Oh, okay. Jun's eyes widened at that moment. Oh, Kazumi knew her, but Jun didn't. Sis, this girl isn't Nagisa. Ah, past trauma coming up now. Okay, that's what it's happening. Nagisa? Confusion swept over Watase. Kazumi didn't listen and continued her CPR attempts. Lieutenant, stop it already. Kazumi finally stopped moving at the sound of Jun's cry. Tachibana. He couldn't say any more. Kazumi quietly turned around towards Watase and spoke. I did everything within my power, but she's dead. Kazumi muttered that. Her face seemed absolutely devoid of life. Reliving past trauma. The rest of the group chose that moment to speak up in terrified voices. Lieutenant Tachibana? Are you okay? No, clearly not. Clearly not. Nobody's okay here. I apologize for causing you all concern. I'm alright now. No, you're not. Don't lie. Don't lie. Her tone of voice and the look on her face were the same as always, and full of a harshness that wouldn't accept any further questions. What the heck just happened? Kazumi had clearly been acting strange, but her attitude made it clear that she would reject any questions regarding the reason for her actions. However, there was one thing they all knew for sure. There's been yet another victim of the murderer. We have to find and stop ourselves. It's the murderer from the beginning, the guy who said, "Not you too." Oh no, the guy with the gun. It's not a machine gun, it was a pistol, so those millions of bullet wounds in those two other guys, scientists, no, that's not a thing. That's telekinesis. The group left the room, their hearts full of melancholy. They left the girl's body where it was. Hello? What was that? That was Kazumi's voice, right? No sooner had they exited, then did the Procyon alarm start beeping. Yeah, the radiation builds up, it does that. Oop. The reading on its display showed 4000 MSV. It appeared that the contamination had spread to the factory too, shooting the radiation levels up to the first danger standard. Yeah, nowhere safe. The whole facility could suffer the same fate if this keeps up. Not if, as this keeps up. It will. That was a problem just as grave as the body they had just found. More so, cause the body is dead, you can't really do anything about it. Radiation will kill you. This meant that they weren't guaranteed to survive in this hellish place even with AD. Tachibana, Moribe, old man, give yourselves some AD too. I know there is a lot on your minds right now, but you have to. Yes. Let's do it. You don't want to die after all. Silence. Their lives had been extended for another hour yet again. But this time, there's nothing to cling on to. It's the end of hope, apparently. Our escape route's been cut off, deliberately so. At this rate, we'll need to inject ourselves with AD 5 more times. There isn't enough. But they had already used up all the AD they had, and there isn't enough outstanding elsewhere. They had searched what they felt like the entire facility so far, so unless they missed some AD somewhere, they had all been exposed to radiation. They would all be exposed to radiation in just an hour. But in that case, does that mean we'd have to look through all the areas again? Search every nook and cranny in more depth than last time? He shook his head as soon as he thought that. With their one light of hope having been so cruelly snuffed out, all his fatigue was catching up to him at once. His body wasn't in perfect shape either, what with his cracked ribs and the cut on the back of his head. His eyes that had been stung by smoke so many times suddenly started hurting. You know what, I just had a thought. Kasagi was a bird, so does that mean that the others' last names are also something like Tachibana? What is that? Oh, does that mean anything? Is that a thing? No, there's just a fuck ton of anime characters named Tachibana. Does that mean anything? Fuck knows. Nope, probably not. Okay, Moribe then. Does that mean anything? Apparently not. Okay. KG? Probably not as well. Tsubakiyama. Okay. And riveting gameplay. No, it's just a name. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Nothing to report on that as well. Everyone's faces were equally filled with bewilderment. No one's saying anything. No one said a word. They were just all so confused about the incredibly unexpected sight they had seen in the room. But we still have to keep on searching. A voice started pouring out of Wata's PDA as he thought that, oh! Kasagi, can you read me? Do you read me? Oh yeah, right, Commander Murakami, I forgot about his existence entirely. Watase took out his PDA in shock. Loud and clear, this is Kasagi. Over. Kasagi, we finally got into somewhere. There was much more static on this radio transmission than the previous ones. Reception is extremely unstable. It will probably be the last transmission that we can have at all. There's something I need to tell you. Commander, I can't hear you. Couldn't find anyone with a gun. Nope, the killer's still here, obviously. We can't confirm if there's a killer or not. They could tell he was saying something like, we couldn't find anyone with a gun, we can't confirm if there's a killer here or not. Got it. What else? According to trapped there alongside you from you guys, there's someone else. Ones possibly trapped there include the dead, Dojima and Heyama. The commander desperately tried to give Watasa's group the information they need in the intervals between the loud bursts of static. I repeat, trapped down there are in Amiyama and 2 researchers, dead. It seemed like he was repeating the same message over and over again. Well, yeah, that's what you do. When there's interference, you repeat, so that hopefully bits and pieces can later be combined. The group gathered around Watasa's PDA and did their best not to miss a single word. No, a single letter that he spoke, combined it. Dojo and Hema, 2 researchers, 3 high school students, and 2 experiments. High school, 2 girls, and rescue survivors work. You all survive as well. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So, okay. They know there were 2 researchers. The high school students, 2 girls. That would be Yuri and this other mystery girl. Wait. Anna. Wait. Anna's not on that list. Anna isn't on that list. She doesn't count as being on that list. Does she? No, wait, no. That would have been the count. I don't remember. I don't remember what we told Murakami earlier. Absolutely no recollection. I mean, I guess they would have informed him about, the group. Yeah, okay, so... fuck me. Okay, never mind. Well, all that could be heard was white noise. Was that a list of the survivors? Yes. Watase put the PDA away. Kazumi, who had finally regained her wits, spoke up. Oh, that beeping's gonna drive me fucking insane. Beep, 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 beep. Yes, He was probably trying to tell us who else is possibly trapped in here. What do you think he said? From what I can piece together, he said, the ones trapped down here, including the dead, are Dojima and Hiyama, 2 researchers, I think. He then said 3 high school students that we know of. Wait, that wasn't all. He also said one more thing after that. Oh yeah, I think it was 2 girls. By girls, do you think he meant everyone's eyes focused on Yuri all at once? Well, yeah. Who else? Ah. I think I'm probably one of them. Figured as much. Then the other one must have been that girl. What does it then got to thinking? Out of all the people the commander had said were still trapped there, Dojima and Hiyama, the 2 researchers, and one of the girls were already dead. Apart from that, there was 1 other girl and 3 high school students. So those 3 kids really haven't escaped after all. Of course not. They're main characters. Anna was taken aback at Watasa's words. Then those kids must be lying unconscious somewhere. Nah, they're up and about. They're doing their thing. This is bad. Must have overlooked them. Nope. Luis was up very spry and nimble. She even got injured somewhere. Please calm down, Mr. Bakiyama. There's still a possibility that they're moving around. Oh, absolutely. We have been moving together as much as possible, and have consistently been searching in only one direction for the most part. That means there's enough room to assume that we have merely missed each other. Yeah. It is entirely possible that we might not we will encounter each other, though. Of course we will. The group had indeed searched all the areas, including the contaminated zones. So if Kazumi's theory was correct, that made total sense why they hadn't found them yet. But still, that's all the more reason we need to look for them right away. Hold on, teacher. You still need to think some things through before you go do that. Like what? Like the situation we're in right now. No escape routes. No AD. Radiation in danger zone. No food, no water. And the constant potential of the facility collapsing in on us. It's a lot of things to keep track of. Yeah, Watase was talking about the cargo lift room, the room with the body. Awesome. When you consider the fact that there was a mysterious girl's body right by what was supposed to be our ticket out of here, you have to ask, just what in the hell have we gotten ourselves mixed up in? Very good question. There was no one who could answer that question. Indeed. 12:21. Flashback. In the end, it was Kazumi who broke the heavy silence. Let's go over what we do know. If you had to ask me, I would guess the girl that died trying to escape from here. Here's my basis for that. Kazumi then took a security card out of her pocket. The name Shuya Eriguchi was on it, as were the words Level N. Yes! Perfect. Level N. Where the hell did you find this? On the girl's body. It was ranked higher than level 6 cards that the group had. It was lying right next to that girl's body, or next to her. Close enough. Like someone wanted us to have it. She probably used this to get all the way over to the cargo lift. But what was a girl like that doing with such a high-level card? Who in the heck was she? She was one of the Case N subjects. Perhaps she was a family member of one of the staff here, just like Yuri. I didn't like that stutter of yours, Zukita. But he's got only level 4 clearance, so he knows more than he's letting us, but not enough to actually know the full story. Whatever the case, she desperately made it all the way over here, but lost all hope when she saw there was no exit, then passed away. That's an assumption, we don't know that. But if that's how it went down, then who the hell killed her? Broke the lift. Everyone's faces froze over that question. Broke? Well, obviously. That panel wasn't broken by accident, no matter how you try to spin it. Someone clearly broke that thing intentionally. Think that girl could have done it? Impossible to know. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's still rather implausible. But either way, what would they have had to gain from doing that? The fact that it's destroyed means that whoever the culprit was is still down here. Yeah, because they want to be down here. But I do not believe there is anyone who would voluntarily wish to be trapped in a place such as this. Well, that's assuming basic logic and your knowledge base. We don't know everything. We know nothing. We know nothing. We know fuck all, honestly, about the situation, about the case and the most critical thing. What is that? What is the psychic research that they're doing here? Ukita, you know something about it, but you're not telling us. God damn it! Fuck! I want answers. That's... Watasa didn't have a clue either. Yeah, neither do I. Fucking neviens niko ne zna. Vi si vien mar kokadi multi uzvadas ka kokadi multi ta. Everyone's acting like a fool. Don't know things when they know things. Who in their right mind would be willing to brave the risk of being trapped in this place to the point of cutting off their own escape route? Someone who has another agenda and knows more than we do. But his thoughts were interrupted by Anna's subdued voice. Maybe it was the killer. That would make a lot of sense too. Yeah, the killer? Teach, what are you? I mean, duh, what else? I'm talking about the one who killed that girl. And who killed Hayami and Dojima and the other two researchers. Whoever it was is most likely the same person who killed those people in Area 3, right? Obviously. Wata's mind flashed back for a second to the grotesque sight he had witnessed in that room. Oh, we're flashing back to what we already know. Okay. Thing we already saw just a few hours ago. Yeah, we know. Two of the corpses there had bullet wounds, just like the girl. I mean, it looks like a fuck ton of bullet wounds, but okay. Yeah, it is possible that the killer of those people is one and the same. We've all been trying to ignore those three bodies up until this point, haven't we? Especially you. You were the one who brought up the idea that the killer wouldn't be here. We shelled away any discussion of it by going with the theory that the killer had escaped, which you pushed. You're the one who pushed it the hardest, I believe. We all Alright, fine. I mean, we all did agree to decide, basically. Subconsciously, we all agreed to, We all figured that we would worry about searching for the killer after we get out of here, yes. Yeah, that makes sense. Yes. Kazumi had sternly told everyone that back when they found the bodies. Or maybe it was Kazumi who said the killer escaped, obviously. Okay, maybe look, it's been hours for you. It's been literally like a week and a half or something for me since then. Or something like that. And like, I'm not using my full brain power. I'm relaxing here. I'm just letting my mind go. But the assumption has been completely invalidated. It would appear that they could not have escaped so easily. So I'll say it again. This was no mere accident. This whole thing wasn't an accident. Anna's sharp voice echoed in the silent factory. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, the everything? To see someone who's been shot to death lying next to our escape route means that it's natural to assume that she was shot while trying to escape, right? A murder happened right in the basement of a facility that's currently impossible to escape from. Then isn't it possible that the killer's the one who created this closed space? Well, that would make sense, yes. Trap the victims that you want to kill. Impossible. Why would they do that? Because they want to kill someone specific. Maybe they wanted to kill someone here, and therefore stayed behind so they could do it. They engineered the whole mess. For example, if they did it during the lockdown, then all the evidence would go up in flames with the bodies. Yeah, it's smart. Cut it out, Teach. That's just speculation. All you're going to do is get people worked up over nothing. Well, I mean, it's a logical assumption. I would work with that. I mean, that's my working theory as well. Watase finally grew sick of Anna's conspiracy theories and objected. I mean, okay. I mean, she presented things with logic, making logical assumptions, deductions based on the best information we have. What's your argument, Watase? I want to hear that. I want to hear your side, of this debate. But then June cut in. Hold on a sec, you guys. What? Well, I didn't think it had anything to do with all of this up until now. That's a different music. Of an exciting kind of music, like revelations, information or something, I don't know. Now it's giving off an energetic feel, like it's a positive, upbeat kind of thing. Jam into it, yeah. But recently it's believed that Rokume City, the city where Labo is located, may have been invaded by terror. What? Okay, that's just suddenly completely out of left field. Terrorists? What the fuck are you talking about? That sudden phrase left Watasa in shock. What's the basis for that? Yeah, this is completely... Well, there might not be anything concrete on the matter, but there's been rumors about that floating, but that's okay. Rumors, great, that's not useful at all. Jeez, there's been similar incidents happening in this city recently. Oh really? And there was this other huge research facility that was bombed but only yesterday. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, well that's news to us. Huh. I wonder if that accident that, where Kazumi and Jun encountered Enna? Rescued them or something like that? No, the 3 students. Because they know them, they had an encounter a couple of days before this. Maybe that was related as well? Maybe. Terrorists targeting a nuclear reactor. Yes, that would make sense, I guess. Sure. All those seemingly random explosions, fires, sprinkler system being suspiciously offline, well, that was an inspection and infiltrators. When you think about it, these are all clearly human acts. And if all of that were to be capped off by a nuclear reactor blowing up, that would practically be a masterpiece in terms of an act of destruction. Pure chaos. If that theory was indeed correct, then it was no surprise there'd be bullet holes in all those corpses. Well, 3 of those corpses, 1 was mangled by psychokinetic powers. If terrorists truly are behind this, that would also explain why so many unnatural situations have kept on piling up. But Ukita scoffed. Have you people been watching one too many movies or something? I mean, what's your working theory, dude? Like, terrorists, it seems a bit far-fetched and suddenly just brought up out of the blue. The killer has an agenda, obviously that's the most logical one. Eh? Terrorists? Seriously? How preposterous. Are you not aware how strict our security is? Facilities like this that house nuclear reactors have been granted permission to possess security measures beyond the law. Beyond the law? The fuck is that supposed to mean? I do not like that phrasing at all. Beyond the law. No. No. That's, no. No. You should be, like, the most scrutinized in, like, what's it called? The IAEA? International Atomic Energy Association or something like that. That should be, like, why isn't that organization just constantly has, like, transparency with all nuclear facilities? Like, that should be a fucking thing. Like, if you do nuclear stuff, it's public fucking knowledge. What are you doing? Where are you doing it? How much of it? Everything. Like, fuck your secrets. Fuck secrecy. Fuck keeping stuff secret. That doesn't help anyone. Full transparency. Absolute full transparency. We have a 24 security team comprised of ex-JSDF soldiers equipped with rifles and riot guns. Only in fiction could a terrorist hope to even dream of overcoming such defenses. Well, what if they work on the inside? This is fiction, though. This is fiction, though. Come on, now. You talk a big game, but your so-called perfect disaster prevention system breaks apart if anyone so much as opens the lid on the whole damn thing. Yeah, I mean, she got you there. The whole place is a fucking disaster. A mess. So, I mean, yeah, your theory is great. In practice, look at where we are. Look at this whole fucking place. Isn't there any possibility that the terrorist could have taken advantage of a hole in that security and snuck in unnoticed? Are you sure there's no loopholes anywhere? Of course not. Of course there's always loopholes. It's a massive facility, an organization, the 6th lab. Like, it's a bloody bureaucracy. You just figure out how it works and then you can get in quite easily, I would assume. If you're the dedicated terrorist. A loophole? How the hell would I know something like that? He's just an honest worker, I think. You're getting obsessed with your leader theory and not thinking logically about this. Okay. What is your logical deduction, Mr. Ukita? Oh, really? And isn't it also a fact that the mysterious girl lying in that room managed to sneak in here somehow? Yeah, come on. Mr. Ukita, the ball is in your court. What is your logical reasoning for how this happened? What could possibly be the most logical explanation? Because I've been presented with a logical enough. What's your take? Come on. Give me something. Give me something to work with, dude. Face it, the defense systems you've put up so much faith in aren't looking all that reliable at all. Are you that intent on having me take responsibility for No, that's not the point. Like, for our facility. No, dude, that's not what... Come on. Ukita and Nena felt like they were standing right next to a powder keg ready to explode. Please stop. I feel like the music is really inappropriate for this situation. I mean, listen to it a little bit. Like, that's... It really doesn't feel like appropriate for this kind of tension and drama and whatnot. Yuri timidly interrupted, but then someone least expected also spoke up. Kazumi? Yes, perhaps we should consider the involvement of terrorists for the time being. Let's walk on eggshells here. What? I mean, we don't know anything, dude. Let's walk on eggshells. You believe her, Lieutenant? Not necessarily, but it's better to be cautious. Yes, somewhat. However, the idea that the terrorist is actually here is merely a hypothesis. As I said before, I believe that there's a high probability that the killer escaped before the lockdown commenced. But no. Huh? What are your grounds for that? Because if the terrorists were trapped here just like us, then why have we not run into them in nearly 5 hours that we have passed since the start of the lockdown? It's a big facility, you know, it's a really big facility. So it is entirely possible that you could have missed them. Like, it's just a possibility, you know? It seems improbable, but not impossible. If they have a gun, then they could just hold us hostage and take as much ID from us as they liked. Sure, and yet they have not done so. It doesn't make sense no matter what angle you think about it from. These are my thoughts on the matter. And the truth is option F for fucked. A really fucked up thing is happening, stuff that we just don't know yet. But that person on the radio just now said there wasn't anyone who had escaped to the facilities with a gun, right? What about that? They might have left the gun here, you know, to burn up. That only holds water if they didn't simply discard their firearms somewhere. What's more, if they slipped into that huge panic that was going on before the lockdown began, they could have escaped whenever they wanted. It was a well thought out, logical reasoning that befitted someone like Kazumi, but that doesn't account for the fact that this girl was shot and killed, like, you know, some hours ago, who knows how many. But, fine. Again, zero facts. I'm a man with zero facts arguing against someone with zero facts as well. The most pointless debate ever. I think you're right. Yuri voiced her own opinion, a rather rare occasion to say the least. Hold on a sec, Lieutenant. Don't you think it's too soon to decide that? It is, but we have to work with something. We have to decide on a probable reality and work with that. And why is that, Morime? Aren't you the one who's always telling me to always assume the worst when at work? Oh yeah, good point. If there's terrorists down here with us, then we're in a whole different league of danger, right? Like, there's a probability that that is the case. Those are completely different matters. We are not detectives. Well, we don't have a choice right now. But it's important that we consider the possibility. Exactly. Kazumi, you're being a little stubborn here. We have to tread lightly. And what are you saying? Are you implying that one of the 9 still trapped here is a terrorist? There's a 10th. At least. Never took you for the type who would doubt her own students. Come on, that's not... For fuck's sake. Impossible. Don't be ridiculous. No one's saying that at all. Exactly, you just made that up, dude. Are you deliberately sowing discord, Okita? Then do you mean to say there's terrorists among the sick? Come on, no! For fuck's sake. God. That's even more unlikely. If someone full of malice was among us, then we wouldn't be in a far worse straits than we are now. And there's a 10th person, for fuck's sake. God. Everyone's stressed out, everyone's, you know, really not in a good spot. Like, fine. But still, rational thought is just, fuck off with this, apparently. Everyone was voicing their own opinions, and what also thought they all had their own good points. Kind of. But having this debate drag on for so long was truly getting unpleasant. Alright, let's just all calm down for a minute, guys. What's your problem? You're the only one who hasn't spoken their thoughts on the matter, right? I mean, that's the point, because it's dumb conversation, ultimately. Like, we're working with zero facts, it's all assumptions, and we are making asses out of you and me here, entirely. I know that. Let's all rein in our own personal opinions for the time being. But before Watase could say any more... Ah, his ribs and his back and his muscles and his head. And everything, and his heart. A shock ran through his head. Memories. And right after that, countless scenes flashed through his brain. What? You're flashing back. Watase was confused by this random phenomenon. All the CGs that we've seen so far. Events of the last few hours flashed before him. Everything from when he had woken up in Area 1 to arriving in Area 6. It all streamed past his eyes like a muddy stream for some reason, and then disappeared. Eh? Hey, what's with the sudden silent treatment? Enna and the others were staring at Watase with wide eyes, but he was so surprised that he was at a complete loss for words. What the hell was that? It was clearly bizarre. It wasn't like he'd been reflecting on his memories. No, this was totally different. This was psychically induced. He had remembered everything that had happened up until this point in a second, and in such minute detail at that. And at that exact moment, he made several connections about a few of the things he had observed up until now. Ooh. Connections! Excellent! Yes, yes, yes. Wait a minute. Let's say there is a terrorist down here. Which one of the 9 trapped in this facility would be the most likely suspect? Yeah, Tenkawa or Louise? Louise! She's a transfer student. Suspicion started flaring up in Watase's heart. Okay. This is our attitude from minimum, like our opinions of people, so it's not Okita, come the fuck on. I mean, he's suspicious as fuck, sure, but it's not him. He's a different kind of suspicion. He knows more about this facility and what the research they're doing here, but he's not allowed to tell us. Like, no. He ain't the fucking killer. Come the fuck on. I mean, you're the killer, Watase. That's probably correct. That's more correct than anyone else. Either him, Luis, or Tenkawa. Like, those are the only options. Kazumi and Jun, no. Yuri, no. Enna, no? No? Okay, Enna, maybe. Oh, knows, but probably not, though. Yeah. Watase, Tenkawa, or Luis. Maybe Toba, but we don't literally know nothing about Toba. They swiftly grew bigger. He said that Labo's security is so strict that no terrorist could ever sneak in. But the old man's a staff member here. It would have been easy for him to let a terrorist in. What are the odds that the loophole in security teacher was talking about could be the old man, Kita? Nah. No, wait. It's not restricted to the old man. Maybe it was one of the other researchers who had already evacuated. Also that. Enna's circumstances of being here are weird and suspicious, but I personally, no. Those doubts begot even more doubts. No, what if it's the other way around? What are the odds that teaches there? Fuck no. Come on now. Maybe. Now that I think about it, her reason for being here is flimsy to begin with. We have no clue if she really was summoned here by a staffer. But Watase immediately denied those suspicions. Yeah. Jun Kazumi? Fuck no. Come on now. Bull. Enna was a normal teacher, no matter what angle one viewed her from. There was nothing about her that seemed remotely like a terrorist. Like, I mean, that could be an elaborate act, but, couldn't said no. What about Tachiba and Moribe? There's nothing strange about anything they've said or done. They've always acted in the interests of everyone's safety. I'm sure I can trust them. In fact, there's 2 more characters we need to discuss, Yuri and yourself. In fact, isn't the reason that the lockdown is still going on the thing that's fishy here? It's really because of the radiation leakage control system. His doubts just kept on summoning more doubts. Why couldn't we give opinions on ourselves? On Watase and Yuri. I mean, Yuri, no. Watase, prime suspect. prime suspect. He's got memory loss. And like he did some odd things before his memory loss, like leaving Yuri behind in the room, locking Ukita in the observation, the security footage room, and maybe some other things. And then he talked about encounter with the other guy who had the gun and said, "Not you too." I said I would remember that, and of course I'm remembering that. So yeah, Watase, you are the prime suspect of being the cause of this. Terrorist? No, that seems bullshit. The whole terrorist nonsense. That's nonsensical. But something else. Something else. But something was bizarre. Putting aside the images he had just seen and his chain of arising doubt, it feels like someone is commanding me to recall everything you've seen so far and think about the path that has led you up to this point. But who could that someone be? It's Tenkao, it's the other protagonist from the before crime route. Watase looked over everyone's faces, still just as perplexed about that phenomenon as he had been from the start. He glanced at Kazumi, Jun, Ukita, and then... It was then that he noticed it. Yuri was... Oh, again? God damn it. Fuck's sake, Yuri. Yuri's gone. For fuck's sake, come on. Ugh. Second time now that she's done this. Ugh, god damn it. Watase's surprise declaration sent everyone turning around. You're right, but why? It's a very good question. Don't tell me she ran off again. Miss Yuri. Kazumi frantically looked around. Oh, Watase also turned around and saw that Area 5 gate open with Yuri running through it. She got psychic telepathic communication as well. Found her. She headed for Area 5 for some reason. No way. How did she get the gate? And we have multiple security cards on us. Was she hiding a security card on her? Also that. Possibly. Enough talk. Let's go after her. Indeed. Why the hesitation, Mr. Ukita? The group all broke off into a dash at once. Everyone knows things they're not telling me any of them, and that's annoying. They're acting based on knowledge that I just don't know. I mean, that's the point of the storytelling. It's, tension and mystery and drama, but it has to be answered. It has to be answered. Area 5, Outer Ring, B2. Kazumi spoke up to the rest of the group as soon as they all ran in there. It's possible that we'll also get separated. Gather in the neuroscience laboratory in 10 minutes, whether you find her or not. Watase checked the time on his watch. It said 12:31 p.m. Got it. The group all gave similar answers and split up. Kazumi and Jun kept going straight towards Area 4. They probably planned to seal off the other exits before Yuri could flee to another area. Anna and Ukita checked all the nearby rooms, and so Watase headed for the inner ring. I don't think Moriba ever told Yuri that the inner ring was a contaminated zone. If she ran there, then that means... Watase's thoughts were interrupted by a voice echoing in his head. Go! Save her! Is this a flashback or is this a fresh order? It was the first time in a while he heard that auditory hallucination. It's not a hallucination, dude. Watase headed to the contaminated zone as if guided by the voice. He ran through the connecting passageway and plunged straight into the inner ring. His Procion's alarm immediately started beeping. The indicator read 9355 NSE. Oh, that's beyond the second danger level even. But he ignored it and started shouting. Yuri, where are you? Yuri! He checked every single room in his search, but Yuri was nowhere to be seen. To be safe, Watase went to check the elevator hall, and that was where he found her. Yuri! Upon hearing Watase's shout, Yuri twitched with a start and turned around. Again with your Come on now. Answers, for fuck's sake. So you really did come after me? Well, yeah, you went missing. Tell us things, god damn it. Little child, fuck's sake, child. Tell us things, tell us. What do you mean, you really did come after me? Of course I did. Anyway, this place is dangerous. It's a contaminated zone. A troubled smile arose to Yuri's face at those words. I see. And yet you came running through it just for me. What's with that smile? Yuri, she's acting a little weird. What is that? Yuri paid no heed to Watasa's confusion and looked him dead in the eyes. You're always worrying about me like this, aren't you? But then why, at the beginning, before you lost your memories, why did you do something so horrible to me back then? Be more specific. What? Watase gasped. He had no recollection of ever doing anything of the sort. Well, yeah, you got amnesia, quote-unquote. You felt at the beginning that's probably not it. Your memories have been sealed. What do you mean by something so horrible? Do you really not remember? Of course not. Her voice was filled with some unknown emotion. A minute later, and I would have died. Or was he, like, choking her or something? Because she's the case N subject? A mixture of confusion and terror. I was really scared when I found myself trapped all alone in that sea of flames. Her words were shaking Matase up. And yet you were also the one who saved me. You know, a little bit later. Matase felt something new gripping his heart. What are you trying to do? He has no memories, like fuck's sake. An intense fear of who he was before, yeah. Yuri, what are you talking about? Specifics, damn it. Come on, this is a perfect opportunity. He somehow knew that Yuri was about to reveal something truly horrifying. Don't interrupt this scene then. Please don't interrupt this for fuck's sake. Something he didn't know. No, something he shouldn't know about himself. But Yuri shook her head. If you don't know, then I don't know. God damn it, that's not an answer I accept. I do not accept that answer. No, that in. Kāpēc nevar vienkārši atbildēt? Kāpēc nevar atbildēt? Just, this is nonsense. Come on, don't anger me like this, game. I don't know what to believe anymore. I mean, everything that happened, so there's no point in believing it. You don't need to believe anything. You have facts, you have knowledge. Belief doesn't change any of that. Yuri quietly walked over to him. So, Captain Kasasagi, please let me know your mind. Yeah, she's a telepath. Yuri said that and turned her palms towards Watase. There we go. Only for a bizarre scene to play back through his head. Again. What? Hey, there we go. Hell yeah. Wait. Wait. Yellow suit. He's the one holding the gun. And this guy, probably Timecodes, the student, is restraining him instead. Ah, I didn't see that clearly the first time. It was a memory he had no recollection of. Something was grabbing his wrist. Yeah, it's Timecodes, the kid. He then laughed ominously. The man spotted the broken wristwatch out of the corner of his eye. And a second later, was assaulted by an intense pain akin to his brain being crushed. Something else was also welling up inside Watase. It was unmistakably fear. And Watase felt that very same emotion towards the girl standing right before him. Yeah, she's a psychic. Oh, okay, that's his reaction. Running away and screaming like a little baby. Watase immediately ran out of the elevator hall. No answers. God, running away from answers. Great, good job, Watase. You were about to get... fine. It's an acceptable reaction. He's assaulted by memories that he didn't know, presenting himself in a situation that is confusing and contradicts his understanding of who he is. And also, she's a psychic. Maybe something more as well. Once he shut the door, he suddenly came to his senses. Go back there. Get answers. Shit, what the hell am I doing? You're panicking. Why do I need to run from Yuri? She's Yuri. She's not that monster. Not that person. It's not a monster. He is not a monster. He's just a person as well. With monstrous powers, potentially. Sure. Still just a person. People are worse than monsters. Not gonna let that go. I'm not gonna have any arguments about that. People are worse than monsters. Just as he thought that, Ah, pain! A sharp pain shot through his head. Again. He screamed once again. Watasa held his head and screamed. The scream echoed in his skull, jumbling his thoughts into disorder. What the hell is this? I've never felt anything like this. Until now. Is this radiation damage? No. Is it because I've been to contaminated zones several times? No. He had a horrible headache, like something was piercing through his head and scrambling his brain. The pain spread to his whole body, and his stomach felt like it was being stretched out. Shattered. Painful groans. Watasa threw up. There was nothing in his stomach, so all that came up was stomach acid mixed with blood that splattered all over the hallway. His consciousness was fading away quickly. My memories were shattered back then, and my past self's memories, my pain. Watasa screamed again and forced his consciousness to stay where it was. His memories had been muddled by that intense headache. He looked down to find there was red vomit at his feet. What just happened to me? What was I doing? He shuffled through his memories and quickly remembered that he had been searching for Yuri. Did we just erase his revelations of just a few minutes now? Did they do that now? Did they really do that just now? Please? Damn it, if I suffered this much damage from the radiation, then Yuri's... Okay, he did forget. Did forget the fear, he did forget the memories, he did forget again. God damn it, fuck. Okay, I mean there's a mystery to be solved still. Come on now. Come on, I wanna know. But they're gonna hold back for quite a while. That frail girl could never survive in such a dangerous place. Yes, she can, she did, she will. The only thing Watasa felt was concern for her. It felt like he'd just been feeling some other sort of emotion for her, but whatever it was had completely vanished. Watasa spat out the disgusting taste filling his mouth. He then ran back over to the elevator hall. She's not there, but Yuri was no longer there. There was nowhere to run from the elevator hall, so where had she gone? Did she climb the ladder up to B1? Watasa opened the elevator doors with that thought. The elevator car was still up on the surface floors, just as it had been earlier. Watasa climbed up the ladder through the darkness. But when he got to B1, Yuri was still nowhere to be found. Watasa ran around the block. However, even after looking through all the rooms, there was still no hide nor hair of Yuri to be found. Why? Where did she go? However, wondering why she was gone wouldn't do any good. He had to keep searching. Yuri! Where are you? Yuri! He ran towards the outer ring as he shouted that. Once he approached the connecting passageway, he saw Kazumi and Jun. Tachibana, Moribe, Captain. The two of them rushed over to him as soon as they heard his calls. Did you find Yuri? I spotted her in the inner ring just a few minutes ago, but I lost sight of her, somehow. We've had no success either. We secured the perimeter around the Area 4 gate, so she couldn't go through there. But she's not here. Three of them all exchanged glances. She vanished. But why? How? Are you positive that you didn't just miss her? This whole thing's weird. And how the heck did Yuri get into Area 5 to begin with? Yeah, that's bugging me too. It went without saying, but you needed a level 5 or higher card to open the security gate to Area 5. But all the cards they had acquired so far were in the possession of Watasa, Kazumi, and Jun. No one else should have had a card. Was Yuri hiding a card on her? That's the only possibility I can think of. But why would Yuri hide something like that? Because she's a psychic and one of the research subjects here. Yuri's motives had suddenly become incomprehensible to her and them. Yet another silence descended upon them. Eventually Kazumi broke that silence with a sigh. We won't get an answer by standing around here and speculating. Let's head for the neuroscience laboratory for now. It's almost time to rendezvous with the others. Wait, already? Watasa checked his watch. It was 12:35 and... yeah, it was indeed almost time for them to meet up. Have I really been searching for that long? Yes, but you know... About a couple minutes of your memory were erased. Again. Watase followed Kazumi and Jun as a vague sense of dissatisfaction coiled around him. He then called out to Kazumi as they walked. Tachibana, the inner ring is contaminated. I'm worried about Yuri's health. Eh? I told her that it was that contaminated zone, but she still ran off. Impossible. Why? Because she's not affected by this psychic radiation. I've got no clue either. I mean, I know she ran off that one time a few hours back, but... Kazumi hung her head when Watase said that. The AD will only last about another hour. She'll be in big trouble if we don't find her before then. Yes. Though that said, if Yuri was hiding a card from us, we can't fully deny the possibility that she was hiding some AD on her as well. Tachibana. She's thinking. Kazumi was dead silent. Perhaps she hadn't heard what she heard everything. No, she's thinking. She's just thinking. It was then that her lips faintly moved, releasing a small whisper. Please be safe. Kazumi picked up the pace once she said that. Hey. She didn't turn around even from that. Watase glanced at Jun. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Jun looked sadly at Kazumi. Yeah, something's definitely up. Watase ran up to Kazumi as soon as he thought that. Hey, Tachibana. She finally looked at Watase after hearing him shout. Eh, haven't you been acting a little weird for a while now? I remember you acting like this back when you found the girl's body at the cargo lift. I think you said Nagisa or something like that. So you heard that. Oh yeah, you were kinda out of it. Yeah, it feels like you're acting just like you were back then. What's this Nagisa? Who? Why is someone so cool-headed as you acting this way? Kazumi breathed a deep sigh at Watase's question. It appears it would be better if I told you. Yes, it would. Information, please, information, give me information. She then began quietly talking. Nagisa was my little sister's name. You have had. Yes, she was my only family until she passed away nearly 10 years ago. Oh, that was a long time ago then. Okay, you're in your late 20s, back when you were a teenager. Watase gasped. Kazumi continued with her story. I wasn't a rescue worker or a firefighter at the time. I just had a normal job. My sister and I lived in a single-room apartment. We didn't have much, but it was a happy life. But one day, I was on my way home from work, same as always, only to find the apartment complex where Nagisa was waiting for me collapsing. Collapsing? How'd that happen? It was a gas explosion, one powerful enough to partially destroy the complex. I just stood there the whole time, unable to do a single thing. The fire trucks came soon enough, and Nagisa was taken to hospital, but it was no use. Kazumi's voice was as calm as always. I mean, she's had 10 years to process this, thing. Seeing the girl who probably looked like her sister just brought up some traumatic memories and, go into a state of shock and try to cope with these things. In contrast, Watase's heart felt like it was shaking. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have forced you to open up such an old wound. It's alright. This isn't the first time I've told you about this after all. Yeah, memory loss. Watase had never cursed his amnesia more than he did now. I've gone and made her relive this painful story twice. I mean... But Kazumi didn't seem bothered by it. She hung her head down and spoke. I mean, you get used to it. The human mind gets used to everything. Everything. If Nagisa were alive, she'd be about the same age as Miss Yuri, or that girl who died by the lift. Okay, wait, you... Okay. So much younger, because... Like, Yuri's young, I wouldn't put her past 16 or something. So I was really younger sister. You had a job, so you were probably 10 years old, teenager. At the very least, late teens. Anyway, let's not try to make sense of anime people's ages and stuff like that. That's a pointless wormhole to dive into. So you see, Captain, whenever I see a girl around that age hurt or in danger, I just can't keep my composure. Makes sense. I always try to act like a calm and collected perfectionist, but something like that and I completely fall apart. Like right now. And yet I'm still in this line of work. Even though disaster sites are no place for atonement. Laughable, isn't it? Kazumi gave a self-deprecating laugh. Now Watase understood the true meaning behind Kazumi's attitude towards Yuri. So being hard on Yuri was her way of showing concern. Well, yeah, obviously. Watase, now filled with this knowledge, you idiot, of course it's not laughable, wrapped an arm around Kazumi's head. Kazumi jolted with a start and then froze. Captain, please stop. You're setting a bad example for Moribe. He could tell that Jun was staring at them from behind, but Watase did his best to ignore that. Forget that and listen up. Tachibana, maybe you'll think I'm getting full of myself by talking like I understand, but I think it's something that I need to say now. Tachibana, you're a strong woman. You're a brave, virtuous woman who deserves utmost respect. However, no matter how strong they may be, no one's invincible. I highly doubt anyone could go on living while hiding all their pain and weakness. So at the very least, isn't it okay to let yourself show some of that weakness to your comrades? They are there to support you after all. Kazumi gasped. Those words. He said them before, hasn't he? Oh, so I really did get too full of myself, didn't I? Oh. Kazumi said that and touched Watase's arm. I believe it's just as you say. And to be honest, I'm very happy to hear you say that. Kazumi then gave him a faint smile. It was a smile without the slightest hint of gloom in it. A smile Watase had never seen before. I mean, we've seen that face because there's only so many sprites they could, draw for this without, taking too much time or something. I see. Watase felt a tinge of relief flood over him, and he let go of Kazumi. Kazumi's face then grew stern to hide the shades of red forming on her cheeks. Now then, we have been wasting too much time on my account. Let us hurry on over to the neuroscience laboratory. Kazumi said that and broke off into a dash. Watase tried to follow her, but then Jun ran up to him and gave him a pat on the back. Huh? What's wrong? Do you think that was too cheesy or something? No, that was muy bueno. You sure are manly. God damn it, Jun. Watase returned her smile and ran off together with Jun. Okay. I believe that is a good amount of... damn, 2.5 hours. I feel my voice... Actually, it's not as bad as previous times as I go, close to these times. Like, here's the thing. Typically, I don't use my voice as loudly as I do, or even at all. I don't voice it, much at all. So in this past 2.5 hours, or like the typical 1.5 hours, I speak more here than I do throughout the entire week with anyone, spoken out loud. I just don't have a lot of reason to talk to people. Nothing beyond, the basic stuff like hello and goodbye and like, hey, I got a question for this, and give a quick answer and whatnot, and just be done with it. Like, there's really not a lot of reasons for me to talk all that much. I don't engage in idle chit-chat with people unless I want to, and I typically don't want to, but the internet is different. This is different. I kind of just clamp up when there's other people around, and I prefer not to engage with things. But anyway, God, that's about enough for now. Let's go into a break. Here's some music. Kali Minogue, Can't Get You Out of My Head, Led Zeppelin, Black Dog, Mitzi's Vitality, Nazareth Games, Dai Hidamari. There we go. I should read out all of these. I should read out everything. What's that? Welcome to the chat room. Welcome to the chat room. Why is that there twice? Odd. Not sure why, but whatever. I kind of probably missed something when I tried to show the pictures earlier of the bird, the Kasasagi bird. That's a pretty bird. It was a pretty bird. It was a pretty bird. Little birdie. And... what else? Nothing else. There's nothing else other than to say bye-bye for now. We'll meet again later. In a few moments for the archive viewers. Who knows how long. For the stream that nobody's watching, because still a nobody, and that will continue to be true for, quite a while, if not even forever, probably forever. I'm very bad at social media stuff, and I don't even try to. I'm doing this for me. For me and me alone, ultimately. If others find this entertaining or enjoyable to watch, great! That's excellent. Not really an intention, though. It's a side benefit. But anyway, ta-ta for now. Enjoy the rest of your day and continue to enjoy it soon. Very, very soon. Continue here. Okay. Bye bye now, Polly. Alrighty, alright. Now then. Right, hello. Back again, couple days have passed for me. It is apparently pronounced Kylie Minogue, because French or something. Ugh, that always annoys me. That's always going to annoy me. Why did societies decide to create so many languages that speak one way and write in a very, very different way? Like, there's just... it's an annoying lack of connection. It's irritating, honestly. But nothing to do but adapt and recognize that and move on. Now then, aside from that, do I have anything else? I don't have anything else to note. There's absolutely nothing to report. Nothing happens, and that's fine. That's good. Consistency in that regard, I suppose. Which is nice when life doesn't change much and you are in a nice, steady, calm rhythm. It's a good thing, ultimately, I would say. Well, it's better than the alternative just being in chaos or something. I guess. What am I even thinking about? I have no idea anymore. Well, anyway. I guess, without anything else to do, let's simply plop this away and plop up a little reading exercise we have for now. The next short story that I wrote all the way back in 2017. Let's just read this. Voice. Nighttime meeting. Let's see. We are walking in the park. It's past midnight. The air is still. The cold moon shines ever so dimly behind the clouds, and we walk. We come across a man sitting on a bench, laid back, head leaning up at the sky. We sit down next to him and say, "I just want to know, why?" We ask. He sighs and says, "You wouldn't believe the truth." I don't need to believe. I still don't believe what I know is fact. I just need to know, why? Because I was greedy. I needed the release, and I did what I wanted. He exclaims, somewhat joyously, we notice. So that's it? Nothing more. I didn't even know you before then. We sit in silence for a minute. The truth sinks into us a little harder than we initially thought. I think it's time for you to go. The two of us have a meeting with Big Iron. He's a selective fellow, and this bench is big enough for only us three. And besides, this doesn't concern you, so you best be on your way. Bye-bye now. Okay. Honestly, I have no idea what that's about. I obviously, with the last thing Big Iron, probably influenced by the song from Fallout New Vegas. Not included in the song. Included in the game, licensed for it or whatever. But other than that, this is just like meaningless. It's like an excerpt from the middle of a story. I don't know what the rest of it is. I don't know what was happening in my mind when I wrote this, and I don't think we ever will know. What's it about? Who are these characters? What they're talking about? Does it make any sense? Probably not. No, it doesn't. But that has been now gone and bye-bye, and we can now return back to Root Double. Xtend edition, after days. What happened last time? Last time was like 2.5 hours. So many things happened. memories. So we found the factory. There was a crane. Stuff collapsed. We were in a life or death situation. We died once. Then we got rescued. An alternative proper timeline. Blah, 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 blah. What else? What else? What else? My mind's blank on that one. Oh, yes, now I'm recalling. So, after dealing with the factory fiasco, we found a cargo elevator that was locked and shut, and the keypad has been destroyed deliberately, and we found a dead girl there who had been shot. And that's distressing. Kazumi got really upset because the girl looked like her dead sister from 10 years ago. Kinda similar, whatever, similar age, something like that. Then we, God, lots of stuff happened, can't really call Then Yuri disappeared again. She ran off, and as Watase caught up to her and tried to figure things out, she gave him like a psychic nudge, because she's a telepath as well, and like made him recall some of his memories a bit. And I noticed, I don't know if I didn't notice this at the very beginning, in the confrontation with the person Watase calls a monster, was Watase holding the gun, actually, because he was in the hazmat suit and everything else, and the other guy was just in a suit, a regular suit, like a business suit, the tie and everything. So why was Watase with the gun? Why did Watase leave Yuri initially back in the burning room? Why did Watase lock up Okita in the observation room? Like, after losing his memories, he became a very different person. He doesn't know things that he should know. But after Yuri gave him this little quick vision, his memories of the past few minutes there disappeared, and all he remembers is seeing Yuri disappear off behind a corner. And that's the most immediate thing that happened here. Yuri still doesn't understand why we're being so kind to her and trying to save her life and everything, because she knows that he basically left her dead earlier, because the former Watase knew something, knows stuff. But we don't. Oh, there was a brief, like a confusion about like, oh, maybe the killer's still here, they're probably here, maybe it's a terrorist cell or something like that. And that's, then there was a little bit of a think about, like, who could it be? Could it be one of us? Like, no, obviously not Okita. Nah, fuck that. He knows secrets. He's not telling us things, obviously. Because he's a researcher here in, like, the government and everything else, blah, 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 blah. But no, he's got a different, shady side to him. Enna is a bit of a mystery, but she seems genuine. Like, why are there so many civilians in this place at this early in the morning? Like, this all happened at 6 a.m., by the way. Why were there this many civilians here? Why was Enna here? Why was Yuri? I mean, obviously Yuri is an experiment, she belongs in this facility. Well, forcibly so. But why were these three kids here as well, the school children, and Enna? And this other girl probably was, who got shot, was probably also an experiment here, but who knows? We know nothing about that. What else? Brain, wrap yourself around this. That's God. Okay, I don't recall anything else. It's a jumbled mess, unfortunately, but that's the best we can do. I think so. It's workable. Yeah. So yeah, now we've regrouped back at the neuroscience lab to try and get our bearings and figure out what to do next. And that's it, I think. Bloody hell, I don't even know what to... Anyway, we're just gonna go and just... Yeah, blah. Losing train of thoughts here. Anyway, let's just barge in. Recollection. Area 5, Outer Ring, B2, Neuroscience Laboratory. Put myself to the corner. Watase, Kazumi and Jun filed into the room. Enna and Nikita were not far behind. but no one had seen Yuri, cause she ran off, cause she's decided to act on her own. I checked B2, but I didn't find her. Yeah, she's moving about just as agilely as Luis, as the other two school kids. Me neither. So we've really lost sight of her, eh? The gloomy look on Kazumi's face as she said that what led Watase to bow his head. I'm sorry. Don't be. Your memory was erased again. It's not your fault. None of us had any more luck than you did. Oh, but he did. But he doesn't remember. Again, another thing, he doesn't remember. Ukita suddenly spoke up when he heard Jun's comment. It's not his fault. I wonder about that. Oh? Eh? This has been bothering me for a while now, but Yuri always acted as if she were afraid of you. Did she not? Yes, she did. Because he did something. He left her for dead earlier. But he doesn't remember that. He doesn't know why. That was the exact same thing that had been bugging Watase this whole time, but... So someone else has finally pointed it out. But Kazumi quizzically asked a question of her own. What do you mean by that, Mr. Ukita? I mean what I said. I trust you recall that Yuri vanished once when we were searching Area 3. They're missing a "we". Yeah, or a colon there. I suspected this whole time that Yuri was in fact trying to run away from you. What? I mean, it's true. Mr. Ukita, what makes you think that? Wait, did none of you notice it? Apparently not. Yuri would always twitch suddenly and tremble whenever Captain Kasasagi talked to her. Did she not? Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Finally, putting the things together in your heads, Kazumi and Jun's faces froze over. Well, yeah, she did, but it is not uncommon for survivors in disaster sites to be extremely frightened. Come on now. In fact, this is one of the worst disaster sites I've ever seen, so a reaction like that is fairly normal. I do not mind if that is the way you wish to interpret it, but what about you, Captain Kasasagi? Do you yourself have any clues as to what could have caused such behavior? Not anymore. His brain was erased again, so no, he doesn't. No! His voice lacked any strength because he's confused. Watase had no basis on which to deny Ukita's suspicions. As for why, it was because he didn't remember anything from before he had woken up. Did I do something horrible to you? Yes, you left her for dead, apparently. Before I lost memories. Well, Captain Kasasagi, are you absolutely sure that you have no possible clues to her behavior? None that he can remember. In fact, why did you go to the basement in the first place? How did you lose your memories? How is he supposed to know? Well, amnesia caused by external trauma normally fades away with the progression of time. Yet you show no signs of recovery regardless of how long it's been. Do you not find that strange? Well, yeah. Okita's questioning had turned into an all-out interrogation. Jun chose that moment to cut in. Oh, he doesn't have memories. What kind of answers do you expect from him? You think he's faking it? Mr. Ukita, are you implying something? Well, obviously. I am. It is my belief that Captain Kasasagi may be lying about having amnesia. No, he's not. We see inside his brain. He's not lying. He's genuinely not remembering things. His behavior is very different from how he was before. Come on now. Everyone gasped that declaration. That's impossible. Why would he ever need to lie about something like that? I believe that it's because he's trying to hide something. He's not, unfortunately. No, if I'm to be completely honest, I've suspected that from the very beginning. What? You took my security card from me a few hours ago. As a result, I was unable to leave Area 3. But now that I think about it, that action by itself is considerably strange. Why would you need to steal a security card? Was it because you wanted to do something that you kept secret from us staff members? What would that something even be? I have no fucking idea. I have no confidence in myself though, obviously, because like amnesia, stuff like that. I would have no way of knowing that, of course. But I cannot help but wonder if it has something to do with the reason Yuri was so terrified. And there have been multiple murders on top of all that, so it is only natural to be suspicious, no? It is natural, yes. I've done nothing wrong, even without my memories, you can't say that though. Then go ahead and prove your innocence. How? How? That's not how that works. You prove guilt, not innocence. But there's nothing I can. Exactly. No, innocent until proven guilty. Mr. Rukita, you have to provide the evidence here. That's how this works. You can't prove a negative, you have to prove a positive. That's a simple thing. That's just simple logic and just how the world works. You can't go around asking people to prove a negative. How are you supposed to do that? Like, that's literally impossible. Watasa's voice trailed off there. Like, you're a scientist as well, Mr. Rukita. You should know that better than anyone. That you can't prove a negative, you have to prove a positive. How the hell is anyone supposed to prove that they have amnesia? He looked to Kazumi and the others for help. Nah, but they just stared at him with cold eyes. It's a confusing situation. Yeah, it is odd that you can't remember anything. There's telepaths, you know about that. You said so yourself, and Mr. Rukita, you know you do research on telepathy and brain stuff here. You should know that as well, like, come on now. Jun's eyes were full of suspicion. Captain, don't you have any... How? How? What the fuck do you want from him? What kind of proof? Kazumi said that in a pleading voice. Like, Enna didn't say a thing. You can't be serious, like... Yeah, this is kind of bullshit. Watasa's feet started to shake when he saw their reactions. Do you understand now, Captain Kasagi? It isn't just Yuri. Everyone is scared. Well, yeah, including him. He doesn't have the memories. But I really... What's that? And now you're saying you can explain your actions from before you lost your memories? Oh? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, Okita? You're not making any sense right now. Watase groaned. He was bitter that he had not come back to that. This is a completely stupid situation. Frustrated that he couldn't remember anything. Not his fault. And above all else, he desired from the bottom of his heart to know what he had indeed been doing. Well, but here's the thing. If he does remember, he's gonna start lying. Come up with things because he knows what he did, and his previous personality will take over, more or less. Damn it, what in the world was I doing? What the hell was I? But just as Watase thought this, light burst open in his head. Watase instinctively held his head. What is it? Captain, what's wrong? The rest of the group called out to Watase, but their voices sounded distant to him. His sense of time simultaneously lost all normality, as if every second were as long as an eternity, and an eternity was as short as a second. His vision grew disoriented and was dyed black. He heard a voice echo through the darkness. Captain, we've discovered survivors in the basement. Memories! He's getting his memories back. Get down there right away. Watase sprung off into a run when he heard those voices. There was a watch right in his line of sight. The hands pointed to 6:42. And right after his memory of seeing that time, a hazy scene emerged from the darkness. Yeah, we're getting flashbacks. Excellent. It was of something that had happened right in Labo. Watase was running through some connecting passageway. What the hell is this? It's your memories. You're getting them back. Selectively, but still something. There were two other men in protection suits running along with him, Hayami and Dojima. Captain, over here! I heard footsteps coming from this way. Are these Dojima and Hiyama? Hiyama, not Hayami. Their voices were muffled, so he had a hard time making out what they were saying. His field of vision was also foggy. It was then that Watase finally realized it. I get it. I'm also wearing a protection suit. Before long... a boy. He heard a boy's voice through his protection suit. It's the three kids. Watase could see a boy and some girls standing further down the hallway. It's a rescue squad. The boy shouted that as soon as he saw Watase and the others. Why the fuck are you three here at 6:42 a.m.? That's the bigger question. They must have gotten a report and came to rescue us. We're saved. Hello, Miss Tobe, I think. Hey there, please save us. One of the girls jumped for joy and waved at Watase and the others. Next to her was one other person, a blonde-haired girl, Louise. Survivors. Watase and the others ran up to them. You kids sure as heck aren't staff members. What are you doing down here? We happened to be down here by coincidence and got caught up in all this. Ah, bull. Coincidence. That's complete nonsense. There's an entire prequel story that we're gonna get through eventually to figure out who you are and why you are here. Coincidence. Is there anyone else with you? No, just the three of us. It's also a lie. What are your names? He's Natsuhiko and I'm Mashiro. And this one's Salyu. What? No, it's not. It's Luis. Salyu? A nickname. Ah, okay, that's how that works. Comes from Luis Yui Sanamiya. Salyu. I see. Watase checked the time as he said this. The watch's hands were pointing to 6:52. The scenery in front of him swayed and vanished at that moment. Great, so we're not getting anything relevant. And then images flashed by one after another. Flashed by, one after another. That does make sense. That makes perfect grammatical sense, yes. This is other memories. They were sights Watase had seen just a few hours ago. Fragments of his lost memories. There was AD in a place like this. There was much baby kept inside the facility, too. Who are you? Oh, the first encounter. I am a rescue worker. I'm here to save you. Here, take this. It's medicine. No, you can't be that way. You'll be in danger if you don't take this. Please, don't struggle. She got away. Okay, so this is before. Okay. So he really does believe the AD thing. Okay. So he's none the wiser on that front. Good to know. She knows, but he doesn't. Okay, okay. Where could she have gone? Are you in? There's a meltdown going on just up ahead? Ah, my head. Ugh. Pain screaming! And with the scream as the finale, the images shattered and faded away. Okay, we got a few puzzle pieces of his memories, but that's still not enough. What happened there? Why is she afraid? Okay, so he tried to force her the medicine, but that's about it. As far as you know. Still not enough. Still not enough. And yes, he continues to scream in pain. Watase screamed again as he returned to reality. Captain, please calm down. Kazmi's voice brought him back to his senses. He realized that he was now back where he'd started, the neuroscience laboratory. Slightly wiser, but not enough. You okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Watase took a deep breath, then spoke. More importantly, I just remembered. Wait, does that mean my memory came back? Well, some of it. What? Kita's eyes went. Only some of it. Only some of it. Impossible. Your memory just came back all at once? No, only a few of them. Still. Hold on, what are you trying to say? Nothing really. But I may have remembered exactly what I need to prove. What? Watase then slowly began to talk. I'll go through everything in order. The reason I went to the basement was because Dojima and Hiyama called for me. Yes, I think they called me over the radio and told me that there were survivors in the basement. When was this? Let me think. Alright, it was at 6:42 AM. 6:42? Are you absolutely sure about that? Yeah. He had checked his watch at that time. The hands were pointing to exactly 6:42. There was no mistake about it. There was something about that part that felt slightly off to him, but he decided to trust his memories. That's a bad idea, but he doesn't have anything else to go by, so... I then went to Area 2, where I found Natsuhiko, Mashiro, and Salyu. Salyu? It's Luis Sanamiya's nickname. I think she said it came from her full name somehow. His memories of that time were gradually growing clearer and clearer. He was sure that was the name that Natsuhiko and Mashiro had called her by. It's just like he says, Mr. Tekawa and Miss Toba did call her by that name. And added that Kazumi then spoke as if she'd also remembered something. Come to think of it, you spotted those survivors. In the basement of Area 2, right? Really? I can't be sure, but the times almost match up. The captain and the others may not have been too far from us when we were putting out those fires. Yeah, maybe you're right. Watase nodded, then continued. Anyway, Dojima, Hiyama and I took Natsuhiko and the others under our protection and continued the rescue efforts. But I couldn't stay in the basement forever. I felt I had to get back to the surface soon. So I left Natsuhiko and the others in Dojima and Hiyama's care, and I was heading back for the surface by myself, when I suddenly came across Yuri. What happened after that? I took her under my protection and tried to bring her up to the surface with me, but she started struggling when I tried to inject her with some AD, and then she ran off. For the third time. Struggling? Why? That's something I didn't know even back then. Silence hung in the air for a moment, but then Jun's voice broke it apart. But now that I think about it, Yuri always was against being injected with AD, because she knows what it is and what it does. True, it was the same regardless of whether the captain or I tried to do it. That's right. Then when I was starting to get confused over Yuri's rejections, she managed to break free of my grasp and run away. I went around looking for her immediately. I then ended up near Area N. But then my head just started hurting like crazy. A headache? Could that have been from the radiation damage? I don't know. It felt like my head had received some sort of shock. Maybe someone hit me. But who did it? I don't know. Please be clear. This is the part that really matters. Well, this is the part that's not clear, because that's the bit where he lost his memory, so it doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I really don't know. Watase unintentionally raised his voice, putting Anna into a startled silence. Though my memory's back, that part is extremely fragmented. I don't remember when it was, or much of the details. But I can say this and this alone with clear confidence. Watase looked square at everyone. I tried to save Yuri. You may not believe me, but that fact's never changed, not even now. I guess, yeah, I mean, that's the best we got right now. We still have only other parts and memories that are not clear. It's uncertain if that headache bit is what caused the amnesia or caused him to... the theory is that he got some additional information, maybe was taken over mentally, or something like that. And with that, Watase's long story came to an end. It wasn't that long. It was long before Ukita snorted. It wasn't long before Ukita snorted. Such unreliable memories, wouldn't you agree? Well, sure. But it's something as opposed to nothing. Can you prove everything you've just told us is true? How? As soon as Ukita said that, one of Watase's memories came back to mind. There was AD in a place like this. There was this much AD being kept inside the facility too. Yeah, I can. What? I found a large stock of AD in the facility before I lost my memories. What? Where? His memory became clearer in the blink of an eye. The fragmented images linked together like pieces of a puzzle to reveal a familiar location to Watase. Right. It was in Area 5's inner ring on B2. That's the contaminated zone you and I searched earlier. Yeah, it was in the room where we found those 5 AD. Miss Miyoko Tenkawa's office. We didn't see it, but there's still a shitload of AD in that room. It should be in one of the desk's drawers. He was nigh certain of that. There was no way he could have remembered such a vivid memory incorrectly. Maybe. If that AD is still there now, then that should prove I was telling the truth. Maybe. It's flimsy at best because there's still so many fragments left unknowable, like what else happened? Like, we just don't know. Actually, when did he wake up from his memory loss? Because that's relevant. That's important. I don't remember. Actually, I think I can look that up. Close circle story date. I think it was sometime at 9. Got a headache at 6:52. Or somewhere around there. So there's still about 2.5 hours unaccounted for. Of potentially him running about and doing things, instead of just being knocked unconscious. Ukita shut up at Watase's declaration. Jun and Kazumi quickly spoke up. I'll go check it out. I'm coming too. They then rushed out of the neuroscience laboratory. And then, just a few minutes later, Kazumi and Jun returned, their arms full of medical boxes. Oh, Captain, they really were in that room. How much did you find? Try not to get surprised. There were 30 AD among 6 medical boxes. Alright, that's pretty decent. 30? That's incredible. Well, everyone's eyes widened at that piece of news. Watase was also surprised, but found himself breaking out into a genuine smile. That was much more AD than he'd been expecting. 30 ampules. Seriously, that's 30 hours worth of AD. But AD's still bad. Anyway, yes, now we don't have to worry about running out of AD for the time being. I do wonder what exactly it is though. I mean, it suppresses the telepathy and does some other things, and maybe prevents radiation. That one's still a question mark. Like, I will be surprised what it actually is and does, like specifically when they tell us. Precisely. That'll be interesting. And everyone's reactions to it, like, oh no, we've been injecting ourselves with this? Oh no! That kind of stuff. Yeah. And also proves that the captain was telling the truth. Well, at least about that part. Isn't that right, Mr. Ukita? Well, he does have to concede on that front, but, you know, there's still potential for misdirection. Anyway, Ukita looked away awkwardly. Do you believe me now, old man? I never once intended to hurt Yuri, to say the least of everyone else. As far as we know, that is correct. If I really were a bad person, then I would have kept that AD hidden without telling you guys about it, right? Sure, probably. But instead, I was honest and let everyone know. Please, trust me. As soon as Watase's earnest pleas reached Ukita's ears, the latter finally started talking with a bitter tone in his voice. I suppose it's just as you say. It felt like there was still a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. I mean, of course there should be. As long as he understands, then that's all I need. Jun then walked over to Watase. Captain, sorry I didn't believe you right away. It's okay, it's a stressful situation, of course. It's reasonable to have doubts. Watase saw guilt filling Jun's face, thus he made his best effort to speak to her as cheerfully as possible. Nah, don't worry about it. It was no big deal. It kinda is, though. Yeah. But even though it was just for a sec, I still doubted that you actually had amnesia. What? Oh, damn it. Wrong buttons sometimes. Backspace does that. Okay. He may have indeed looked guilty from another's perspective. He still does from mine, because there's other memories that he hasn't regained yet. Maybe it'd be best if I avoided doing anything that makes me look suspicious to the others from now on. Well, how are you supposed to do that, though? Watase thought that as Kazumi and the others spoke. I believed you. You should be scolding Moribe. Oh, whatever. You're smiling. Really? I'll be honest, I thought the whole damn amnesia thing was bullshit from the beginning. So do I. I mean, it isn't amnesia, it's something else. Just as Watase's first instincts upon hearing that theory inclined him to think. But you know, it's the best we got. Oh, come on, Teach. I see you're as blunt as ever, as always. Good. Well, it was more like I was on the fence about the issue. But it looks like you were telling the truth, and that you really did get some of your memory back. Why don't you just think of this as a rare and valuable experience? I mean... Oi! Positive thinking has its limits, you know? But it is indeed a valuable experience. The group laughed slightly at those words. It was more of a fake laugh intended to try to make them all forget about the events of the last few minutes, but it still relieved Watase. Their escape route had been cut off, another body had been found, and they had lost Yuri on top of all that. Everyone was starting to get on edge, and their exhaustion was just piling up. So it was pretty much inevitable that a few arguments would pop up. That's right, I shouldn't worry about it. Everyone falling to pieces would be the worst possible situation at a time like this. And besides, the search isn't over yet. As a result, Watase forced himself to end his train of thought on the whole matter right then and there. Watase then quickly changed the topic. Okay, now that we've got my story cleared up, well, somewhat, there's something more important we need to discuss. You're talking about Miss Yuri, aren't you? Yeah, it's far too dangerous for her to be wandering around this huge facility. Everyone nodded and focused on the conversation. And there's also Natsuhiko and the others to worry about too. We've looked all over the labo and still haven't found them. Then either they really are moving around, or we missed them somewhere. Perhaps we should revise our search strategy. Ukita quietly spoke after he heard Enna say this. Isn't locating AD still essential? Oh yeah, right, 30 amperes is a lot, but 9 people, that's 3 hours and, 3 ampules left. They still need to wait out for like 6 or 7 hours, theoretically. Basic math. Have you not noticed? Just because we attained 30 AD does not mean we have enough. With the lift out of commission, our only hope is to wait for the lockdown to end. But we need to inject ourselves with 5 more doses of AD to survive until then. I see. So when you add Yuri and those 3 high schoolers into the mix, that makes 9 of us in total. Then we can only survive another 3 hours? Watas and the others gasped at as that reality hit them. Indeed, not everyone would survive if the AD they had here was all that was left. It'd be a different story if we just stole someone else's AD before they could take it, though. Huh? Horror at what he had just thought immediately hit Watas in full force. It's a logical thought. Survivor instincts kick in, you have your own group, and there's the others, someone else who's not relevant to you. Take their stuff. Us versus them. It's basic human mentality. It felt like a life and death game of musical chairs would inevitably break out at this rate. We don't have enough AD for 9 people, so will it really come down to that? Something for everyone. Except Yuri and Watas himself. I don't know. Know what you want from me, I'm just gonna max out these all. Like, Jun, I like her, there's no reason to suspect that Natsuka. As far as we know, he's an innocent schoolboy, and so is Luis and Mashiro Toba. Ukita's a rational thinker. There's just not enough information. Plus, he's not telling us things, but otherwise, no suspicion there, it's fine. And yeah, everything's fine. Positivity for everyone. If they tried to use the 30 ampules of AD to survive for the remaining 5 hours, that'd be 30 ampules divided by 5 hours, enough for 6 people. Only 6 could survive. The other 3 would be doomed to their fate. Yuri doesn't need AD. And neither does... no wait. Who knows. 9 minus 3 is 6. Yes. Watase worked out that sinister formula in his head. No, I mustn't think about that. Watase frankly dismissed the thought that had filled his mind for a second. I need to be thinking of a way where everyone can survive. Watase thought that as he checked his Procyon. The reading said 4531, yeah, if the contamination keeps on increasing at this rate, the whole facility may eventually be filled with over 8,000 MSP. If that happens, that'll be the same as not having any AD at all. Well, not really, the mitigating factors are still relevant. This is bad. What should we do? That's an understatement. There are 4 possible ways we can go about this. Oh? Kazumi said that, then looked everyone dead in the eye. Number 1. Prioritize finding an escape route. That's tough, there's no escape routes that we know of. Number 2. Look for an escape route while searching for all the survivors, including Miss Yuri and AD. I mean, that's what we've been doing so far. Number 3. Look for the damaged portions of the gates and repair them in order to suppress the rate of contamination. That's unrealistic, honestly. Don't think that's gonna work. Radiation leakage could be coming from anywhere, not just the gates. Number 4. Look for everything. An escape route, AD, the damaged gates, and the survivors, including Miss Yuri. Well, that's just overwhelming. That's just overwhelming things to do. I mean, that's basically what we've been doing as well. Less on the... complicated. By choosing which path to take, we may be deciding our own doom. I mean, escape routes are not a thing right now. Everyone gulped. Watase then answered in a low voice. First of all, Number 4's plan of searching for everything is unrealistic. I feel like it wouldn't yield any results, what with everything we'd have to do. Indeed. And number 3, the idea to repair the damaged parts of the gates to suppress the rate of contamination is also out of the question. We don't have the tools, we don't have the expertise, and we don't even know if the damaged gates are the only things leaking the contamination. I've stated this before, but I do not believe that emergency repairs will be enough to hold back the contamination. And that leaves 1 and 2. Should we put priority on finding an escape route or searching for an escape route while looking for the survivors in AD? Isn't that obvious? We go with number 2. Sure, I agree, because we're not gonna find an escape route. We don't know if another escape route actually exists, but Mr. Tenkao and the others are definitely down here. That is correct. I'm with you on that one. There's just too big of a risk in searching only for an escape route. I agree. And besides, Yuri shouldn't have any ID on her, so we need to find her as soon as possible. Everyone nodded gravely at that suggestion. Then we've decided to look for an escape route as we search for Miss Yuri, the other survivors, and ID. A process of elimination. Is everyone alright with that? I'm good with that. And with that, everyone was on the same page. Let us quickly move on to the next agenda. Then let's search through lava one more time. Leave no stone unturned. Should we search in the same direction the last time? Or would it be better to go the other way around? But that wouldn't be effective. And besides, there's a chance we'll just miss each other again. Then let's split into 2 teams. One that searches the areas clockwise, and one that searches them counterclockwise. How's that sound? I see. Now we can split into smaller teams without anything to worry about now that the fires are out. That also lowers our chances of missing the survivors. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, we found another proc in Area 6. We can use this to split up into 3 teams. But is that feasible? Well, 1-person team isn't exactly a team, it's going solo, but close enough. 3 teams, huh? But that would mean someone would have to search by themselves if we did that. Who would that lone searcher be? I mean, honestly, with her agility, Jun probably would be fine going on off her own. She's agile, she's quick, she's competent. Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. God. Okay. What do you want me to decide here? I mean, if we're going with that by this logic, then that's my logic, I guess. We cannot risk the danger of one of us getting lost. We should stick with those 2 teams. Let him mulled over the situation once he heard Kazumi's reasoning. Then how should we split up the teams? He then quickly came to a conclusion. Moribe, old man, you good with teaming up with that team? Interesting. And then leaving Kazumi and Ena, huh? Okay. Okay, interesting. Sure, I don't particularly have anything against it. There was a discerning look in Nikita's eyes as he said that. I knew it. The old man really does still doubt me. Well, I mean, there's good reason to. There's still gaps in the memory that you know of. And there's just suspicious activity that you did anyway. Like, why did you take away his card? And all that stuff. He'd been hoping that Jun's cheerfulness would have a positive influence on Okita, but it didn't look that way. Let's work hard together, Mr. Okita. Yes. Looking forward to working with you. Something getting stuck in the throat, not a good sound. Anyway, it seemed there were no problems between Jun and Nikita for the time being. Then that means me and Mr. Ichiban will be on the other team. How are we going to go about searching? I have an idea about that. Kazumi took out her PDA and began explaining. We're currently in Area 5, so one team will head in the direction of Area 4, while the other will head in the direction of Area 6. Then where will we rendezvous? I mean, obviously, the opposite area, which would be Area 2. Assuming the search takes roughly the same amount of time, there's a chance we'll miss each other. So why don't we use this laboratory as the meeting point? Or that works too, I guess. I believe that we should set off again if we lap around the facility and still haven't found the survivors. If something unexpected happens, or if you yield no results after having searched for a whole hour, come back here for the time being. Sounds good. That way we won't have to worry about getting separated. What about the AD? Should we take it all with us? June was talking about the 30 AD they had just found. No, it'd be best to leave them here. We'll be in real trouble if any of them break for whatever reason, after all. I mean, each of you should take one ampule on your person. That would make the most amount of sense. And there's also a chance the survivors will come here. Then they can get some AD at the very least. You can just split it up. You know, each team takes, you know, one for each of them and an additional like 2 ampules in case they find a survivor or something like that. Then let's have everyone carry 2 ampules each for 2 hours worth. Yeah, there we go. Kazumi said that, then gave the rest of the group 2 AD for each member. Oh, while we're on it, I have another idea, if you don't mind. And then took a pen and paper lying around in the room, then started writing on it. Dear Mr. Tenkawa, Miss Toba and Miss Sannomiya, looks like we all got caught up in the same disaster today, eh? I've been looking for you guys this whole time, but we haven't been having any luck. So if you happen to find this note, I ask that you please stay right where you are. What you see here is a radiation exposure inhibitor known as AD. It's a drug we've been using to protect ourselves from the radiation. It'll protect you for an hour, so long as you inject it into a vein. Keep injecting yourselves with it and wait in this room for help to come, okay? I'm looking forward to seeing you all alive and well. From Miss Enna. She wrote that charming little letter in the cute handwriting. Well, it'll lower our chances of just missing them if we post this on the door. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a great idea. Okay then, now let's get on with splitting up the equipment. The group nodded and split up the gear they had acquired so far. First there were the security cards, they have plenty. Watase held on to the level N card they had found a short while ago. Kazumi, Jun, Enna and Kita each took a level 6 card. Watase's team also took 2 of the Prokions, while Kazumi's team took the 3rd. Then we'll be heading towards Area 6, so you guys go towards Area 4. Roger, Mr. Bakiyama, let's go. Got it. Enna posted the note she'd written on the door, then left the room with Kazumi. Then we should get going too, right? Yeah, indeed. Ukita's voice seemed a bit harsh, just as Watase had expected. I hope I can clear up this misunderstanding with him, but I'm not counting on it. Watase left the room with Jun and Ukita as he kept those tiny fears in his heart. Team took a quick look through Area 5 just to be safe, then moved on to the factory. The large, messy room was as still as a grave. No one here from what I can see. But there's also a possibility that Yuri went running this way. Yeah, and we've also got to find anything that can help us locate an escape route. Time's wasting, so let's all search quickly. It was just as Jun said. Just because they had found a ton of AD didn't change the fact that they were short on time. We need to be more careful to make sure we don't waste any time from this point onwards. As he thought to himself, Watase finally entered the factory. Just then, something caught his eye. It was the security gate in the corner. Behind it was the small room with the emergency lift, the one where they had found the body of that girl. Well, not the emergency lift, the cargo lift. Or whatever. Hey, Captain, something wrong? Oh, well, it's just about that cargo lift. I was wondering if there was any way we could still use it to get out of here. I mean, you just need to pry open the doors. And then climb up the thing, maybe. Huh? But the control panel's totally busted, right? Well, sure, but that doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean the actual, mechanism, the physical mechanism is broken. But I was just wondering if maybe we could repair it and use it to get to the surface. That sound feasible, old man? I don't feel confident enough to pull that off. He's not an engineer, he's a researcher on other things. Now that he mentioned it, Kita had failed to repair that security slot earlier, but this is the only escape route we know about, so I think it's still worth a try, wouldn't you say? True, I'm good at handiwork, so maybe it'll just be a simple repair job. It was deliberately destroyed, so I don't think so. I see, then let's leave this up to Moribe. Then it's settled. Let's go, guys. The 3 then headed off to the cargo lift room together. Body's still there, so at least, that's good, I guess? Sure, I'll take that. The girl's body was still there, exactly the way they had left it. Morbid. The team looked at her and offered a silent prayer, then walked up to the control panel. That's a little morbid, just leaving the body like there. Okay. Okay then, let's see if I can fix this sucker. June took her army knife out. Then I'll go check the shaft while we were doing that. Sound good? What do you mean? Maybe there's a ladder or something in there we can use to climb up the shaft. You know, like the other elevators. There should be. Oh, I get it. What should I do? I'm sorry, but I'd like you to search the factory itself. I know you just searched it a little while ago, but let's try to play it safe. Very well. Ukita then left the room. Okay then, ready to go to work? Yeah. Watase nodded and ran over to the lift doors. He placed his hands on a slide between them and put all his might into his arms. It's a cargo lift. It's not gonna be that easy. He tried to open it up. Come on now. But unlike the normal elevator doors, these ones didn't budge an inch. It looks like it's locked. Or super heavy. But we'll be able to open it if I can fix the control panel. I'll be doing the repairs, so how about you help Mr. Ukita out? No, hold on. Then why don't I take over the repairs instead? What? But you've got amnesia. Can you really do that? Oh, only one way to find out. Maybe I've still got my muscle memory I don't think that's how that works. That doesn't sound very reliable, but okay then. I'll stand here and let you try for a while. Doesn't sound like you have much faith in me, eh? Well, just you watch. Watase nodded and took the army knife from Jun. But after fiddling around with the control panel for about 3 minutes, Watase concluded that it didn't seem like he could repair it at all. Oh shit. Nope. I don't have a clue how to do this, of course not. He could tell that some parts weren't wired properly, but he hadn't the slightest idea how to repair them. Didn't I tell you? And I'm not trying to be rude, but that was a waste of time. Yes, it was. Just leave this to me and go help Mr. Ukita. Guess that's all I can do for now. Okay. I'll call you over when I'm done, so just wait a bit, okay? Watase nodded and left the room. He soon found Ukita in the factory. The latter flinched when he noticed Watase. What's wrong? How'd the inspection of the shaft go? I couldn't open the doors, so I came to help you search the place. I see. Ukita looked away in what appeared to be irritation. What's his problem? Is he still bothered by our argument earlier? That thought worried Watase. He searched the factory, trying to give Ukita some space. The two then silently searched the factory for a while, only for that silence to be abruptly broken by the echo of Jun's voice. Captain, Mr. Ukita. The pair looked to find Jun running over to them from the cargo lift room. What's up? Are you done fixing the lift? Sorry, it was a no-go. I just don't have enough parts to fix it. What do you mean? The parts I need are just gone, like the internal wiring was ripped out or something. It would take a lot of time and effort just to fix it. I see. Whoever broke it sure thought things through, that's for sure. Well, you don't really need to think things through when you're breaking stuff, just yank stuff out and just toss it away. Yeah, and that's it. Breaking stuff's easy. So what now? We could try taking apart the nearby machines to whip up the right wiring or parts for something like this, but would that take a while? Yes, it would. It'll be honest, I have no clue how long that would take. I don't know if we have the right kind of parts on hand. Ukita then picked that moment to cut in. No, I believe it'd be better for us to go find the survivors first, if our other option is betting on an admittedly unstable factor. What to do? Honestly, I do think the old man's point is valid. Yeah, it'd be a whole nother story if this were a regular dispatch, but here, the longer it takes for us to find them, the more the survivors' cumulative exposure increases. Okay, let's consider the whole lift thing again after we found the survivors. Yeah, okay. Now we're done searching the factory, let's move on to the inner ring. Roger. The team then headed for the inner ring. Area 6 Inner Ring B2. It's been nearly an hour since they last searched this place. Let's split up and search B1 and B2 to make sure we don't miss the survivors by accident. Roger that. Then I'll search area B1. The emergency staircase was out of commission, but Jun would probably have no problem climbing the rope in the stairwell. Thanks, I'll leave that to you. No problem, just leave it to me. Jun immediately headed for the stairwell. Then we should start our search as well. Yeah. Watase and Ukita then began looking through B2. But seeing as how it had been long since Watase had last searched the room, nothing in particular stuck out. It hadn't been long. Ugh. Jun soon came back from B1. Captain, you find anything? Nope. Nothing. How about you? Nada. I searched as hard as I could since it was my first time there and all, but no luck. Geez, where the heck could Natsuhiko and the others be? Jun looked a little down. Maybe I should have helped you search B1 too? Hey, are you saying you don't trust me on my way? On my own? Oh no, I didn't mean that at all. It's just... Alright, calm down already, you two. We have more important things to do, like continuing the search, do we not? Yeah, okay then. We're done searching this area. Let's move on. Watase's team then headed on over towards Area 1 to continue the search. Area 1 in the ring, B2. They had returned to the place where Watase had first woken up. They split up again and searched the floor, but nothing of value on this floor either, eh? Then let's head to B1 this time. Watase suddenly picked up a faint sound before he could finish. Is something the matter? No, I just thought I heard someone's footsteps or something. Eh? From where? Watase tried to make out where he had heard the footsteps. I can't be sure about this, but I think they came from the stairwell. Think it's one of the survivors? Well, how should you know? No, it could be Miss Tachibana and Miss Tsubakiyama, for all we know. Just go and check. I don't know, well, we'd better take a look. The team ran for the stairwell in high spirits, but there was no sign of anyone there. The fireproof door on B1 was wide open. The room was dimly illuminated by the light leaking in through that opening. There was no one to be found at the top of the stairs or behind the shadows of the staircase. No one's here. Maybe I was just imagining things. You don't know that for sure. Maybe they went up. The team ascended the staircase as they talked, with Watase in the front, Ukita in the middle, and Jun in the back. But at that moment, they heard a sound cutting through the air above them. Watase looked up in surprise. He then saw something falling down from the top of the stairwell. Captain, look out! Jun screamed. What? Donk. Watase suddenly felt someone shove him from behind, causing him to fall forward. And merely a second later, he heard a heavy thud coming from the rear. Oof. Oh no. Watase turned around in shock to see a mysterious object hit Jun's back. Ah shit, that's bad. It was a cluster of concrete with several thin reinforced bars sticking. Oh shit, that's bad. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's not good. That's not good at all. Jun then staggered. Oh shit. Watase tried to grab her, but it was too late. Eesh, ouch. Jun fell down the stairs, only stopping at B2's landing. Moribe. Oh no. Are you alright? No. By all logic, she should not be alright. Watase and Ukita hurried down the stairs, their faces pale. Don't be dead. Jun groaned faintly. She had apparently lost consciousness. Watase checked her and soon found blood oozing from her back. She'd been impaled on one of the reinforcing bars from the debris. Damn it, what the hell just happened? Somebody tried to kill us. I wasn't like, there was no creaking, there was no other stuff. Like, that was deliberate. Someone deliberately threw this thing at us. Watase looked upstairs, but with all the darkness filling the stairwell, he couldn't spot anyone. Did the ceiling collapse again? No, there would have been so much more noise if that happened. Nah. It's too dangerous here, old man. Let's get Morba to a safe place for now. Got it. Watase carried Jun on his back and ran out the stairwell. Shit. Someone's out there to kill us. Properly this time now. Area 1, B2, inner ring. Watase laid Jun down in one of the rooms. Moribe, are you alright? Can you hear me? No response. Jun didn't wake up no matter how much he called out to her. Watase could tell by the red blotch spreading on her clothes that the wound on her back was bleeding. Damn it, we need to treat her and fast. Ukita quickly spoke up in a strained voice. Don't you have like that Chiron thing with you? Okay, Captain Kasasagi. Then I'll keep searching while you treat Moribe. What? I want to find out who was behind those footsteps you heard earlier. You stay here and focus on treating Miss Moribe. No, you can't do that. It's too dangerous to go off by yourself. I know that, but isn't it also dangerous to put off the search? The clock is ticking here. He does have a point. Ukita was absolutely right. Watase silently looked at Ukita as the latter continued. Captain Kasage, I admit that I may just appear to be a civilian in your eyes, but he's still an adult. But still, I want to save everyone just as much as you do. Like, he's still a competent adult for the most part. Not physically fit all that much, but still. But then I should be the one to go in that case. No, you're better suited for treating her wounds. Moribe will feel a lot more comfortable when she wakes up and sees that you're the one by her side. True, I guess he might have, residual, muscle memory for treating wounds, and just a general instinct for it. And besides, I know Labo better than anyone else in the group. I won't screw up or get lost by myself here. Fair points, he's making a lot of logical points there. Ukita smiled as he said that. That's the first time we've seen him smile, I think. Like a big smile like that. Look at that big smile. It looked like he was just bluffing, but Watase decided to trust what he said. Alright, but don't go too far, you hear? Watase gave Ukita their spare Procyon. Then leave the search of Area 1 up to me. Let us rendezvous up in Area 2 later. Does that sound reasonable? Yes, it does. Yeah, but be careful, old man. Understood. Ukita said that and quickly left the laboratory. Now Watase and Jun were all alone. Watase quickly looked at Jun's back. I want to use the car and seal this up, but I'm gonna have to take her clothes off to do that, so it's a rescue thing. Watase hesitated for a moment, then lifted Jun up slightly. Sorry about this, Moribe. It's a fucking wound treatment. Don't make this sexual or something like that. Who cares about that? Seriously. He then reached out to zip down Jun's uniform, but then the latter suddenly let out a scream. Good morning. Whoa. Oh, who's there? The hell are you trying to pull? Watase frantically called out to Jun as she flailed about wildly. Calm down, it's just me. Your back was injured, so I was just trying to treat it. By taking off my clothes? Just because you're the captain doesn't mean you can abuse your authority like that, you horny come on now. And there's the comedy music, kicking in, ever so faintly. Horny perv, I never would have worried about you if I had known you were this full of energy. The hell you on about? And what was take off my clothes your first solution? All you had to do was cut open the area where I got hurt with some scissors. Well, that's pointlessly damaging clothes then now, isn't it? Well, point taken is that's not really that great of a point, honestly. Watase searched through a nearby desk and quickly found a pair of scissors. Found some. Okay, then turn your back to me. Make sure you don't cut too much off. For fuck's sake. This is dumb. This is a little dumb and silly, but whatever. Watase cut open part of her uniform with the scissors, revealing a wound about 2 centimeters wide. That's tiny, that's less than an inch. He rubbed Chiron on it, causing Jun's body to tremble with a start. It's cold. Hey, don't move. But it tickles. Okay, just tickles. I'm going easy on you, you know. Anyway, just put up with it for a little longer. Jun's wound finally closed up after Watase used half the tube on it. Looks like we can relax for now. But a gloomy expression arose to Jun's face in spite of the fact that Watase had finished treating her. Whoa, what's with that face, Moribe? Does it hurt? No, that's not it. It's just being bashful and shy and like an anime character for no reason. Jun looked around the room after muttering that, then continued. Oh, right. By the way, where's Mr. Ukita? He went on ahead to continue search while I stayed to treat you. Wait, by himself? Jun's face grew grim at those words. Yeah, the comedy music should go away now. What were you thinking? Don't you know it's too dangerous to let a civilian act on his own? But he was convincing, though. That's what I told him, but he wouldn't listen. Then you need to go after him pronto. I'll come too. No. Jun then tried to stand up, but she staggered on her feet. It's a wound on your back. 2 centimeters might not be a lot, but it depends on where it hit. It hit her back. It's good that she's not like paralyzed or anything like that. Because that could. It's a piece of metal jutting out. That's dangerous as fuck. No, you just got hit on the head. Just rest here for the time being. You know he's right. You're a rescue worker, you know this better than he does even. Jun paused for a moment, but then quickly nodded. I'm heading in the direction of Area 2. Catch up to me once you recover. Roger. Oh, and one more thing. What? Thanks for saving me back there. Jun finally smiled at that. Don't you worry about that. Watase returned her smile and left the laboratory. Watase took a quick run through Area 1 to look for Okita, but he was nowhere to be found. Old man, you there? There was no answer to his shouts. Must have gone on ahead. Watase then headed towards Area 2 in search of Okita. Area 2, Inner Ring, B2. Watase was now directly opposite of Area 5, where he and the others had split up. He had half expected to find Kazumi's team wandering around here, but they were nowhere to be seen. I sure hope they didn't get into any weird sort of trouble like we did. If he maintained his assumption that Jun's injury had been no accident, then it was only natural for him to worry about the others. It's okay. Tachibana is more than capable of dealing with whatever's thrown her way. Watase shook his head and resumed his search. Only Kazumi and Jun had searched the place the first time through. This was also where their makeshift base was set up. It had been ages since anyone had last checked the area out. There's also more than enough room to believe that the survivors are constantly on the move. Watase quickly carried out his search with those thoughts in mind. But the nameplate labeling on one of the rooms caught Watase's eyes. Reference room. A room he had never visited before. Could there be a hint about an escape route in here? Watase headed into the room with that thought in mind. Doubtful. I mean, the super secret area N, like a manual, didn't mention any additional routes, so I don't think, less people with less clearance would have anything more to give. It was a small room about 5 meters in width. That entire space was almost completely filled with steel bookshelf upon steel bookshelf. Ones that you can slide in and out like that. That's cool. There was a switch attached to each shelf, meaning it was most likely a movable type of bookcase. Yuri's not here, huh? Once he'd confirmed that, Watase's eyes turned to the bookshelf. A crammed line of books and essays were sitting there. An introduction to the information field theory author Miyoko Tenkawa. Tenkawa. That's one of the characters' names? No, it wasn't. Yes, was? Yes, it was. Yeah. Elementary Particles, Information and Consciousness. Author Miyoko Tenkawa. His mother. She is a very prolific writer and researcher. Well, maybe. Yeah. Translate even. ESP Synchronization Hypothesis. Author Antoine Colbert. Translator Miyoko Tenkawa. And she speaks French even, probably. I'm guessing that's probably written in French. Cerebrum, Labyrinth of Physiology. Author Ryoken Kashiwagi. Unbinding from Pseudoscience. The Future and Prospects of Parapsychology. Author Koki Sumida. Before Crime, After Days. Author Chikage Sanomura. Oh, hello. Title drop in there. Particles, The Mind and the Brain. Author Shuya Eriguchi. Watase looked at all of their titles. I don't get them. Watase had no knowledge of science in his current state, so he hadn't the slightest clue what they contained. Now that he thought about it, the two main themes researched at the facility were nuclear power and biology. Either way, all he knew was that there were a lot of biology-related books in there, and psychology and stuff like that. But there was a familiar name amongst all the authors listed. Yes, it's Tenkawa, Miyoko Tenkawa. If his memory served him right, that was the name of Natsuhiko Tenkawa's mother. And when he saw those books, a strange anxiety welled up in Watase's chest. Yeah, she's done research on her son. He's got psychic powers, so obviously she's, got that kind of going for him. Watase was puzzled. Why would looking at books make him feel anxious because you don't have actual amnesia, it's something else? I know this isn't the time to be doing this, but you kinda have to. Memories. Watase couldn't go against his feelings, so he took one of the books and flipped through it. An Introduction to the Informational Field Theory. Forward. In modern physics, all phenomena that shape the natural world can be explained with four fundamental forces. But there are phenomena such as the accelerating universe and so on that cannot be explained by these fundamental forces alone. It has become clear from recent high-precision observation that the rate at which the universe expands accelerates with time. Is that still true? I thought there was... maybe, I don't know. Research is complicated. It's been doing a lot of things with science, I don't know. Anyway, not informed on that. Although it doesn't really... What does it change? Nothing changes. By the time it expands to any irrelevant amount, we'll be all long gone. The universe, the scale the universe works at is so incomprehensible and massive that it really ultimately doesn't matter what we do here, what we observe. We'll be long gone before any of that becomes relevant in any significant way. We're talking about billions of years. We've been around for like what? Relevant human history, like what, 10,000 years? 70,000? Something? A drop in the bucket in terms of the universal scale. Literally. Meaningless. So, just enjoy the fact that we're alive and that we exist at all. That's a magical thing in and of itself. It is from that survey that the theory of an unknown energy known as dark energy, repulsive gravity, was born. But if dark energy supposedly does exist, then what is it? Various conjectures have been conceived, but they are all merely speculation. Thus, I continue to look into that force from the perspective of an elementary particle physicist, and formulated a hypothesis. Could it be information? If a fifth fundamental force does indeed exist, there is a high possibility that it is in fact information. I don't know if that makes any sense though. Like, information is just a result of the other things coming together. Like, who knows, this is all fiction now. The realm of pure fiction. I used a numerical formula to express the equivalence of information, volume, and energy. Then, after deriving its value, I discovered that said value completely matched up with the rate of universal expansion. In other words... Yeah, that is pure fiction. You can't tell me that it's not. Air Jack, whatever, energy, Chiron, where is it? What are you talking about? Let's see, dark energy includes fiction. Whatever. Anyway, I'll read these at some other point instead. At some other point, maybe. Anyway, Watasa had no clue what he was reading. Fifth fundamental force, information, dark energy. The hell's all that? Possibly nonsense. Related to reality, but who knows? He still had no clue why he had felt such intense anxiety from this book. Was it just my imagination? Watasa wondered that as he flipped through the pages and kept reading. The following conjecture is based off of this theory. Even information itself can exist independently and can possibly interact, be conveyed, without the use of other forces as an intermediary. Right? For example, since a human's thoughts are a type of information, they can communicate with others without the need for these thoughts to be converted into another medium, such as electrical signals. This is a somewhat extreme expression I'm using here, but this is the gist of the information field hypothesis. The information field is the place where information operates, as the fifth fundamental force, energy. If we are to consider this by using the human brain as an example, the information field generated from thought information may in fact be what we call the consciousness. The malarkey, probably. It is still unclear as of this point as to what the process that creates a consciousness entails. All we do know is that a consciousness is generated inside the brain when countless memories, equals fragments of information, and electrical signals running through the synapses interact. Yeah, it's just memories and instincts and like baseline, well, programming, effectively, through evolution, through countless trial and error. However, another conjecture can be formed when you think on the basis of this hypothesis. If information can exist independently, which it can't, at least not with what we know. Anyway, but this is the fictional world. Then that means a consciousness does not necessarily have to form in a brain. I guess. Right. Fiction. This is pure fiction. We got telepathy and nonsense like that. I should Stop applying reality. Doesn't apply. If a fixed amount of information gathers in one spot and interacts with each other, a consciousness can be born right then and there. Sure, let's go with that. The hive mind. Furthermore, if information can be controlled, then it should be also possible to artificially create a consciousness. Sure. Yeah, this isn't making any sense to me. That's fine. It shouldn't. What kind of research does this Miyuko Tenkawa person do? Magic. That's what she's researching. They are scientists of magic. That's what they're doing. She'd called herself an elementary particle physicist, but he got the impression this research had more to do with biology. It's more to do with, like, fucking nonsense. But to create a consciousness, that's beyond biology. Why would anyone want to do that? Come on, now that's playing God. People want to do that. That's just the fact we can. Why would anyone want to do that? Why would anyone want to do anything? It's because we can. It's because it seems impossible. It's like, why not? Why not? Give a better answer to why not. People do things for no reason at all. Well, there's a personal reason always, but whatever. It doesn't have to make sense, it just has to be there. What does research involving creating consciousness have to do with nuclear power and biology? Fuck knows, not yet, we don't. He wasn't sure why, but he felt a faint ominous sensation. Good! That's a good feeling, that's correct. Despite that, he continued to read more of the book. And then gasped, In conclusion, the various theories laid out in the information field hypothesis have yet to be proven. But this thesis has been reappraised in a form I never once expected. This is all due to a rapid yet drastic change that has recently swept society. That change is the manifestation of BC, beyond communication.
BC?
Yeah, telepathy. Come to think of it, Anna had mentioned it before. She'd said that it wasn't all that rare for there to be people who could use telepathy these days, which is just complete nonsense, but whatever. Like, that really just dropped, like, suddenly, like, completely, when they introduced that, like, damn. Watase continued to read. The ability known as BC has been widely acknowledged by society in the last few years. It can be said that this has resulted in mindsets towards the nature of information and ways of communication to undergo tremendous changes. We have also discovered countless people who possess this ability that we never would have conceived as feasible mere years ago. The abilities of BC can generally be classified into two groups. The first one is telepathy, the ability to directly send your voice to another's mind. The other is empathy, the ability to read the voice of another's mind. Ah, so that's what Watase has. Kind of. Well, no. Yeah? No? Yeah, no? Who knows? We don't know. Fuck. Oh no, that's what Yuri has. She has the empathy thing. Yeah, she read our mind earlier. And Tenkawa has telepathy. By describing these two abilities with these extremely coherent terms, we can explain them separately. When BC is used, the user's thought information is not converted into another medium. They communicate with their target by sending that thought information directly into their target's brain by using elementary particles as an intermediary. This matches up with what I proposed in my informational field hypothesis. Two completely unrelated fields of study, parapsychology and elementary particle physics, are connected by BC. Furthermore, while telepathy practitioners are still few, empathy practitioners are even rarer. But the true number of users is not what's important here. It's the fact that an ability such as empathy exists. And also the fact that the existence of information known as the voice of the mind can be observed by others despite previously being unknown to those other than the thinkers themselves. This is indeed the first and biggest paradigm shift of the 21st century. What? The words laid out before him were almost unbelievable. He'd already heard about the ability to directly send one's voice to another's mind. The problem was the other ability, really? The ability to read another's mind. Yeah. He then remembered what Anna had told him earlier. It is essentially the ability to mutually communicate your ideas to people far away. Nothing more and nothing less. I see, so when she said mutually communicate, she didn't just mean sending your thoughts, but also reading other people's thoughts too. then the stuff in this book isn't just some pipe dream. I mean, it's happening right now, so... Watase looked at the bookshelf in shock to find that many of them had the phrases BC in the titles. Apparently, it really was considered a completely normal thing. Though there were very few of them, there were indeed people out there who could read others' minds. Just then, Watase finally realized the truth behind his anxiety. I see, so I was scared of this empathy ability. He didn't know exactly why. Maybe he had had a really frightening experience with it before he had lost his memories. But even if that weren't the case, he didn't feel like there could possibly be anyone who was okay with having their mind read by someone else. Yeah, it's really not an ability anyone wants. You think you do, you don't. It's if you can control, it's still not greatly. Like, there's a reason we have privacy. Like, there's thoughts that are literally best left to, inside your head. You don't want to share them with anyone else. Nobody else wants to know them. It's just a thing. There are things with each individual that you just keep to yourself. No one needs to know it. You don't want others to know it. No one else wants to know it. Because if they do find out about it, they really wish they didn't. There are things like that. Everyone has that. I have that. You have that. Everyone has that kind of stuff. No, what if, at this very moment, someone is reading my mind and can hear my fear of having my mind read? That's a bit of a mindfuck there, right there. Watase's body shook violently in the face of that abrupt thought. And though a lot of BCUs are kids for some reason, adult BCUs are as rare as a hen's teeth. If he were to trust what Jun said, then that probably meant none of the adults in the group were communicators. But what about the children? Could Natsuhiko read minds? Mashiro? Salyu? Yuri? And what about Yuri? She absolutely can. Teach said that Natsuhiko and his friends could use telepathy, and isn't it naturally possible they can use empathy too? Could be. Now that he thought about it, several suspicious events had occurred. Why had Yuri run away from the group? On 3 separate occasions now. Why had Salyu fled from the group back then? I don't like the word Salyu. Sannomiya. Or Luis. Why had Luis fled from the group back then? Why hadn't they found the 3 survivors yet? If those kids can read people's minds, and when you take into account they've been running from us, then maybe one of us hates them and they know it. He didn't want to believe it, but it all added up. If that were the case, then who was the one who hated them? It wasn't Watase, at the very least. He knew that better than anyone, at least the current Watase. So it's one of the other 4? Once he thought that, every single one of them quickly seemed suspicious in his mind. Really? Really. His anxiety swelled up like a balloon, and his heart started racing faster and faster. Doubt begot more doubt, but then it soon came full circle. No, wait. Maybe it's the other way around? What if they're the ones who hate us? That would make sense, yeah. Those kids who could read people's minds were filled with malice and trying to back Watase's group into a corner for some reason. No, there's another entity, there's another person going about. Maybe. Maybe? Maybe that was just an absurd theory, but if it's true, then can we fight off guys like that? I mean, yeah, just because you can read someone's mind doesn't mean you can overpower them with that. Like, just because you know everything that your opponent is going to do, every single thing at their disposal, every single tactic that they could employ, it doesn't mean you necessarily have the ability to actually counter that. Like, overwhelming force is overwhelming for a reason. It doesn't matter that you know exact numbers, that you know exact location, timing, blah blah blah, everything else. Sometimes, just being overwhelmed, just raw force, wins. It beats any kind of strategy or anything like that. That can happen, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As soon as he thought that, another headache. A sudden headache ripped through Watase's skull, causing him to groan. Painful groans again. His consciousness started fading as he grew incredibly dizzy. This is bad. Watase staggered his way out of the reference room as quickly as possible. Watase hurried into a nearby restroom once he'd left the reference room. Oh, we finally actually see him properly. There we go, yeah, he looks like he's in his late 20s, early 30s, and man, that is a really big white lock of hair. There. Looks really out of place, I'll be honest. Anyway, he turned the sink faucet on with all his might and washed his face with cold water. But his headache didn't get any better at all. Not another headache. Wait, could this be an effect of radiation damage? It was at that moment that he remembered something Kazumi and the others had told him. There's a possibility that tap water has been contaminated by radiation. You could get internal radiation exposure just from drinking it. Shit. He'd been washing his face with that stuff. It's just external still. Watase frantically wiped his face to make sure none of the water got in his mouth or nose. But his headache still hurt just as much as it had before, and soon he was assaulted with anxiety and fear that made him feel even worse. More painful groans. Watase vomited into the sink. His stomach was empty, so all that came out were gastric juices. A heavy sense of fatigue weighed down his whole body. Damn it, I'm thinking about way too much at once. Watase gritted his teeth. Being trapped in this hellish environment was bad enough, but now strange accidents were happening one after another. People had either died or been killed, and on top of it that, there might be monsters out there who can read people's minds. They're not monsters, they're people. People, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. Monsters are less frightening than people. Come on now. Still gonna go on about that. I'm not gonna let that go ever. Watase was extremely confused. At that moment, countless disconnected images flashed through his mind, as if they were conspiring with that confusion. Are you? I guess you could look at it that way too. Oh? How do you know our names? Huh? Because a whole lot of communicators, people who can use BC that is, have been coming to this city. Okay, the other memories. Okay, that is confusing. What was all that? It felt like there had been images he didn't recognize mixed in with that one of Yuri. And that Natsuhiko Tekao and his friends, the very same people they were looking for now, had been in them. Why? Have I seen them somewhere before? He didn't know. He couldn't tell if they were his own memories or not. But as Watase was driven to the brink of confusion by those mysterious images... That's enough, Watase Kasagi. Don't think too deeply about it. Hello, Mr. Tenkawa. It was the first time in ages that he had heard that auditory hallucination. Watase was overcome with astonishment when he heard it. Wait, could this auditory hallucination be trying to control me? That suspicion expanded to immense proportions in one quick moment. No, what if someone's been controlling me this whole time? Hi there. And who is the me that I've thought was me up until now? Watase looked at his face in the mirror as he was seized by that primitive fear. Reflected in there was the face of an unfamiliar man he didn't recall. Watase felt whatever he had been keeping himself sane up until this point started to fall apart in an instant. Kazumi, Jun, Ena, and Kita, adults who possibly held some sort of malice against the survivors. Yuri, Luis, Natsuhiko, and Mashiro, children who possibly wielded a mysterious power. And himself, a man with vague memories and a will that might not even be his own. Damn it. What or who should I believe in? Just as Watase started harboring doubts towards everyone, himself included. What? You're overthinking things, Watase. Hello, mystery person. Do that and you'll just wuss out to the point where you won't be able to make sense of anything anymore. Watase blinked. It felt like someone else's face was in the mirror. But all he saw there was his own face. That was briefly what? Let's go with sister, maybe, or wife. Sister or wife, who knows? Could be either. What was that? Who was that? Perhaps it was a type of audiovisual hallucination, or maybe a flashback. He wasn't sure, but when he saw that face, he'd felt a mysterious sense of nostalgia come over him. Or maybe his mom from the past, back when he himself had this power as a child, but was, keeping it hidden or something. Who knows? Impossible. Don't overthink things, eh? Oh yeah, overthinking some things is not great. He saw it calmed for some reason when he muttered that. Watase felt as though that illusion had been admonishing him. That's right, I have to trust everyone, and myself. Watase turned off the still running faucet. Looks like I was just jumping at shadows for a minute there. Watase finally realized that he had regained his composure, and that his headache was now gone. By the Time he left the bathroom, the doubts that had taken hold of him had completely vanished. Alright, I believe that will be good for now. I think that's good for this week. For now. For this. Yes. Indeed, we shall conclude this here and now. Watas has regained his composure, as being sensible now. We have plenty of mysteries, but we are in high spirits again. Sort of. Best case scenarios, relatively speaking. Now then, has anything else happened here? Don't believe so. No. That's fine, though. Now then, can just fade out to black now, since I don't really have anything to say, nothing to catch up to, no interactions to do here with anyone, anywhere. This is what this segment is supposed to be for, but formalities. Creating things for now, for the sake of existing later. Right? Or is that does that? I don't know if that makes sense anymore. You know what? Let's just move on to the outro segment, the proper outro. Into the void we go. Into silence we descend. And into the reign of Dio we commence. We are back with still Act 1, Rainbow. Volume 1, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Chapter 3, Black Sheep of the Family. Along came a young man with only scraps to his name, to see the mysterious sage on the Silver Mountain. Shunned and trod upon his whole life, the young man did all that his body could, with what little his mind had learned, just to barely scrape by, day after day. Without uttering a word, the sage clothed and fed the man, then began to show him all the trades and skills the world knew of. Most went over the young man's head, some he thought he understood, but the sage knew he did not. Days passed until even the great sage was left stumped about what to do for this young man. Rarely had a problem arisen the sage could not tackle. This just needed more time and focus. The young man did not understand much, but he saw the sage was troubled and decided on his own way to help him in return. Morning came, and the sun shone meekly through the blinders on the sage's face, himself sleeping uncomfortably on the chair. The young man was gone, a cup of water and a simple meal on the desk, a poorly sewn coat placed over his tired shoulders, and the echo of a directionless hum disappearing away from the mountain. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.